Good morning and welcome to a subcommittee of Executive Departments and Administration. The subcommittee will be discussing House Bill 581 and House Bill 702. This is a work session. It is not a repeat hearing. However, we may solicit some input from those who are here, but that is always at the discretion of the chair when it's not a public hearing. First, I would like to start with House Bill 702. House Bill 702 is the bill regarding extra or special duty pay. Looking through this, I'm sure that all of you are aware that we have three different time groups of employees. We have those who were vested before the change. We have those who were hired but not vested prior to the change in the retirement system. And we have those who were hired after the change in the retirement system. Those who were hired prior to July 1st, 2011 had extra and special duty pay included in their compensation for the retirement system. There are no, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that there are no employees that were hired after July 1st, 2011 who were vested and retired. So that is important to note because they are the only state employees who did not have their extra and special duty work go towards their retirement benefits. Our bill, the bill in front of us, would allow that extra and special duty pay to happen in addition to part-time pay for retirees. So right now, retirees can work a certain amount of time, and if they work more time than that, then they stop being retirees and go back to being active employees and contribute to the retirement system as opposed to draw from the retirement system. Looking at this scenario, to me, the idea of allowing somebody to spend more time working in a position that in a position in a job role that allowed them to accrue to the retirement system. And it basically seems like double dipping, because if you're looking at people who got that money for extra and special duty pay going towards their retirement, and now they can do that free after retirement, that seems to be an inconsistent treatment of a type of work. So to me, it would make sense to do this for those employees hired after that change date. But this is getting very, 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 very ahead of things if we were to only do that for those people hired after July 1st of 2011. So with that, if there's anybody who would like to discuss, Representative DeVries.
Yeah, thank you so much, Madam Chair. I want to make sure that I'm fully understanding this. For the people who were hired afterwards, so this is allowing them to take the special duty practice, right? So if they were prior to their retirement, having special duty, that never counted towards their retirement in the first place, right?
It counted for anybody who was hired prior to July 1st, 2011. It did count towards the retirement, and nobody hired after that date is currently retired.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Representative Sellers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Was there a reason why they switched that up in 2011?
Thank you. Yes, that was part of trying to address the fact that the retirement system was underfunded, and that was leading to higher property taxes because the employers need to make more contributions in order to deal with our about $5 billion unfunded liability. That's actually contributing significantly to property taxes today. So that was a compromise that was made. Representative DeVries.
I just want to make 100% sure that my understanding on this is correct. So this would apply right now. 1,664 hours is the max number of hours that a retired police officer can work if they were retired before 2019, right? 1,352 for current retirees, or about 26 hours per week. And I understood from the testimony that the goal of this bill was to perhaps eliminate, well, someone suggested, to eliminate someone from retiring and going back to the same department. But these I think this applies to the off-duty, the special duty pay, things like traffic detail. Why we would count that towards the max number of hours that they're working is a little confusing to me. because I think that what perhaps on one side it is we're trying to disincentivize somebody from retiring and then going back to the same department. But on the other hand, we're short of police officers. And so anything that we can do, and it doesn't cost the state and it doesn't cost the municipalities anything to do this. And it allows retired police officers to work more than they currently are allowed to do under the current system. So I don't understand what, public policy we're necessarily advancing if we say no to this, because if retired police officers want to work more, it's not double dipping. It is just working more, and the municipalities or the state are nobody's paying in extra to the pension system for this, and it relieves police departments in the state of having to take, if retirees do this type of work, having to take active duty police officers who are paying into the pension system from doing that type of work. So I guess I'm a little confused about why it is that we would be against this, but I'm confident there's a reason. I simply don't understand it. Thanks.
Well, thank you. Those hours counted towards retirement. Those were considered, they were considered earnable time, and they contributed to the maximum amount that contributed to retirement. It does not seem equitable or fair to treat the same type of compensation different for earning retirement and for hours worked during retirement. This is about fairness. Representative DeVries.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think that this bill, however, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, but this bill speaks to their ability to work in retirement, does it not?
Correct.
So then, again, I'm confused. Why is it that we would want to limit that? What does that serve us to limit the amount of time that they can work in their retirement when now they're retired, it does not pay into the pension system and it doesn't cost us anything?
Respectfully, paying out of the retirement system does cost money. When there are benefits that come from the retirement system, that increases the amount of unfunded liabilities. The more years that an employee works and the longer it contributes to the retirement system, that decreases the accrued liabilities because more is being paid into the system. And when somebody is retired but still working the same hours, same type of hours that contributed to their retirement, then you're looking at a policy issue where you are treating the same hours differently for earning compensation. Because if we were to move, if somebody works these extra and special duty hours, and it pumps them over the level, that will actually contribute to the amount that is going towards the retirement. So you can't treat it one way in one scenario and a different way in another. That's not clear and consistent policy. Representative Slotcha.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to clarify, this would not serve as a prohibitive measure preventing employees who are retired from working special duty. This would simply not count their hours toward retirement. Did I understand that correctly, or do I have it way off?
Thank you. So this bill would include, right now, the extra special duty pay is included in their maximum hours worked. So this would mean that these extra special duty hours are not included in the number of allowable hours. Yes, Representative Sellers.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So, again, this is for folks that are already retired, correct? It's
Correct.
only people that it affects.
Correct.
Okay.
Well, it's for people who are retired right now, but as people retire, it will also apply to them.
Okay.
So quite frankly, this would impact any police officers in the House or Senate personally.
Mhm.
Yes. Representative Zlotcha.
I think I get it. Thank you. So this allows a retired employee to work more hours, which accumulate their pension liability without triggering this return to work status. Is that what this is in effect doing?
It would, thank you. It would allow them to work these hours that when they were employed counted towards the amount that they would receive from retirement. And it would allow them to work those hours without bouncing back into active status. Representative Reese?
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Um, For clarity purposes, just want to make sure that what we're talking about is this, if we were to pass it, communities are in favor of it because they need more people. It doesn't cost the state anything. And these people have reached these individuals have reached the retirement age or put in the number of requisite years in order to draw their retirement. So all that we're doing, I perceive what we're doing if we were to endorse that or vote against this is preventing retirees from working revenue generating shifts that benefit the community and benefit current status police officers by them not having to do that. So I think that we heard that the communities are in favor of this. Retired police officers are in favor of this, and that there is no fiscal impact on the state, to my understanding. And then I know this does have a fiscal note, and it is, so I believe that this is going to go to the Finance Committee. But the question to us is the policy question, is to my understanding. And it's really a question of whether or not we are going to continue to force a limit on the number of hours a retired police officer can work special duty revenue generating for communities. Thank you.
Thank you. So you're looking at this as a revenue generator and you're asking retired police officers to spend more time generating revenues for municipalities. Is that your understanding of the bill?
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's what we were told in the testimony, was that this is a revenue generator for municipalities, that when they can use retirees to do this work instead of active duty police officers, there's a financial benefit that inures to communities. It's not a revenue generator for the state. I'm not offering that. It is, however, for the communities. At least that's the testimony that we heard, I believe.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So with that, am I correct to understand you're saying that it's basically policing for profit with the extra and special duty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, in fact, it is. This is like traffic duty, to my understanding. So these are things that, say, for example, the electric company has to install a new telephone line, and there has to be a police traffic presence there. They, for example, pay the municipality to do that. That's a system that already exists and isn't changed by this bill. The question is whether or not we would allow retirees to do this work instead of active duty police officers who those people are paying into the retirement system. These individuals are not. There is no cost to the state from all the testimony that we heard for if we were to pass this.
Thank you. Do you know if it's only businesses that are charged this, or are individuals charged this when they need to do things like fell a tree that is close to the road and somebody says the traffic needs to be stopped? And do you know how long they may be asked to pay for a police detail?
I don't know the answer to that question. It's an interesting question, but I don't think, sorry, thank you, Madam Chair, for the question. I don't believe, however, whether or not, if for an example, an individual has to fell a tree, and if, for example, that individual then has to pay the municipality for special duty police work, to them, it's of no consequence. I can't imagine it would be of any consequence whether or not it's an active duty police officer or a retiree who's doing that work. I can't imagine that they charge a different fee for that.
Well,
Thank you.
thank you. The question is, when there's a larger supply of people to provide that extra and special duty, does that increase the incentive to have a 2-hour minimum for traffic duty at a cost of $850 an hour, as an example? So this is actually an example from my town. Somebody was told that they needed to do that in order to block traffic. And that was $850 an hour with a 2-hour minimum to stand and stop traffic for 5 minutes. Do you think that there's an incentive to charge significant fees to individuals, to our constituents, when there is a large supply of people ready and willing to do this extra and special duty work?
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. That's an interesting question and rather shocking rate. However, I don't believe that that's a state set rate, and I don't think that the fact that we are allowing retirees to do that work is what is probably driving that consideration. It yeah, I'm still a little shocked over that rate. So, however, the allowing retirees to do this work is not what's driving that rate.
Respectfully, as an economist, I think supply and demand definitely has an impact. And if there's nobody available to do the duties, you won't charge it. Representative Howard? Okay. Okay. Representative Sellers?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Are we going to be caucusing for a couple of minutes so we can,
If you'd like to, we'll caucus now. So we'll take 5 minutes to caucus.
yeah, because I just, thank you.
Thank you. And we are back. We are still discussing House Bill 702. I will make a motion of inexpedient to legislate on this bill. Is there a second? Thank you, Representative Sellers. So the reason behind this is that state retirees are limited in how many hours they can work before their status returns to active employment, which pauses payouts and restarts retirement contributions. This bill seeks to allow retirees to work more hours in special and extra duty without triggering this return to work status, which begs the question of how the special and extra duty pay was treated during employment. For all employees hired before July 1st, 2011, special and extra duty pay counted towards earned compensation and average final compensation. Only employees after that date had retirement calculations unaffected by special and extra duty pay, and I believe that it's inconsistent to pay out benefits based on special and duty pay while exempting the same exact work from the retirement work limits. Employees hired after July 1st, 2011 will not have the same conflict, but there's still several years until anybody is retired from that group, and it would be premature to make that change. Did you want to speak to the second, Representative Sellers?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just looking at the information online that's been submitted as well, and the New Hampshire State Permanent Firefighters Retirement Association is also against this, and then the online support and opposition is, even though it's not many, there was only 3 in support and 13 that actually opposed.
Thank you. So the question is if we want to continue discussing this or if we just go ahead with a vote. I'm thinking probably Representative DeVries.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. The president of the New Hampshire Police Association, I believe it was Detective Mike Guia, spoke in favor of this bill. So there's mixed thoughts on that. And I just would like to reiterate that I don't think that increasing the supply of people who have the time without being returned to full duty to is going to increase the cost, because I'm not an economist, but I don't think that's how supply and demand works. If we have more supply, I think that should actually bring down the cost of to individuals and or municipalities, and the municipalities were in favor of this. Thank you.
Thank you. That actually brings up a very interesting point that this is treating police officers different than firefighters. So we're treating two public safety groups very differently. So with that, I'll call for the, actually, would you like to call for the vote since you're acting as clerk for the committee, Representative Slaughter?
Sure, I can do that. So we'll start with you.
I'm the chair of this one, so we'll go
Alright.
last for me. So if
Who
you
goes
go-
first? How about you, Representative Sellers?
Sellers.
Motion
Just-
ITL.
Yes.
And then you.
Yes.
And now Keith Howard first.
Howard?
No.
No? DeVries?
No.
No? You got it?
Yes.
My count is 3-2.
Perfect. Thank you. So this will move to the full committee with a 3-2 ITL vote. Next, let's talk about House Bill 581. This is creating a Group 3 retirement plan for new state employees hired after the effective date of this bill. So first, with this bill, it would be very important to push this out another 6 months because those who will be standing this up will want more time in order to do this. So if we're assuming we're moving forward with a positive recommendation on this, the effective date will not be, I'll have an amendment that has an effective date of December 31st, 2025, as opposed to June 30th, 2025. For the the employees would be January 1st, 2025. We'd need the group to be stood up prior to that. So we'll change that date in an amendment. And if you still have your paperwork from the hearing, Representative McGuire, Representative Dan McGuire, the prime sponsor of the bill, brought an amendment that also addresses the health insurance group insurance inclusion and the medical and surgical benefits. And so these are important changes because the group 3 was left out of those discussions. And by not including this in an amendment, this would put those medical and surgical benefits and health insurance at risk for this group, which was not the intention. So this is a housekeeping amendment. I would look to add the date change to January 1st, 2026 to this as well. So with this bill, we had heard quite a bit of testimony, and we heard some discussions about Michigan's retirement system after they moved to a defined contribution plan. We do have some information from a retired actuary who cites several sources and served on the New Hampshire Decennial Retirement Commission from 2017 to 2018, who reviewed the testimony. There are two studies. The Michigan-based Mackinac Institute published a 2011 paper, and they actually estimated that the change from the defined benefit to the defined contribution in Michigan saved the state from accruing between $2.3 billion and $4.3 billion in additional unfunded liabilities. And the Reason Foundation looked at this in 2016, and they calculated that the unfunded liabilities are $500 million lower due to the change. So the question is, why did the accrued liabilities in the Michigan defined benefit increase during that period? Unfortunately, they dealt with some of the same situations that we had here in New Hampshire that led to the situation that's increased property taxes to deal with the accrued liabilities. They had their estimates on the assumed rate of return were too high. So they had expected it to grow higher, and therefore they did not provide enough money in their case from the state, in our case from the employers, to continue with what was necessary in order to keep the defined benefits plan functional. This is something that New Hampshire always needs to be vigilant for, because this is how we dug the hole that's impacting every single Granite Stater when they're paying their mortgage or cutting a check if they own their house outright, or when they're paying their landlord, because we all know property taxes flow through. Essentially, it's been a success moving to defined contribution in Michigan, not the failure that some have made it out to be. There's also, I provided a little spreadsheet that looked at what would happen if somebody had joined a defined contribution instead of a defined benefit plan back in 1985, 40 years ago. And this would assume a $25,000 first salary, a 3.5% annual raise, and the contribution limits that are in the bill. So that's 7% for the employee and 5% for the employer. Honestly, this 40 years hasn't been great for the market. You know, the 80s were fun. I wish I had been investing at that point, but I wasn't. My investment horizon started with basically around the 2000 crash with the .com bubble. And I know that it's been a pretty hard slog since then. But even looking at a time frame where in the last 25 years really weren't the best of investment times, a person in this scenario under the defined benefit would have about a $58,000 a year benefit, but the defined contribution would be $99,000. So we have the issue that when you're involved in the market, you're not capping the gains, but the defined benefit program does cap the gains, which is one of the inherent flaws with the system. So given that this is just a very, very small move to sort of dip our toe into defined contribution only for state employees, and which allows some other only for state employees, this is a way to move forward and also allow people to have a bit more flexibility in how much time they spend working at the state versus working in private industry. This bill does immediately vest all contributions, and I will also be adding to the amendment a delayed vesting for the employer contribution. You know, it's not quite fair for somebody to come and work 6 months and then take that 5% of their pay with them. You know, that doesn't happen in private plans. So I will be adding a 2-year wait for 100% vesting, which is consistent with many, many private employer plans. That basically means that you're not taking the state's contribution until you've spent enough time working for us. So with that, I will be working on an amendment for that. Representative Sellers?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. With that delayed investment, will the state still be putting aside that 5% per paycheck, per pay?
Yes, they will.
They do. Okay, thank you.
And that 5%, if somebody leaves before the 2 years, would sort of be stranded in the plan, but that can go to some of the overhead costs as well, because it's not free to set somebody up on the program. So it makes sense to allow that to stay within the system. Yes, Representative Zlotcha?
Something I just thought of. Thank you, Madam Chair. The exit return rules around this. A lot of private employers that I've worked for in the past have similar investment schedules. However, if you return after some period of time, you can pick up sort of where you left off. Would this legislation cover that scenario? And is it something we'd like to address?
Thank you. I'm not sure if it has that, but that would actually, I think, be a benefit, because if somebody is coming in and out of public service when they're needed in the state, and then earning a free market paycheck when they're not needed in the state, I think that's healthy for everybody. Representative Howard?
Yeah, I'm still in opposition to this legislation, as I wanted to just kind of clarify a few things, as the defined contributions plan that we're looking at is going to guarantee a payout based off of what you paid in, versus the defined benefits plan is the fact that we know what you're going to get at the end of your service. It's the fact that right now, when we're looking at this plan and we're trying to recruit public employees, we want them to look at their future and not necessarily have to worry about whether or not they're going to be able to live on their pension. So I can't really support that, because I also am under the belief that this is going to increase our state's unfunded liability, because we're not going to be paying down the liability that we've built up. The unfunded liability that we've built up so far. And that is a very large concern, because when comparing some of the statistics, I mean, it's just, it doesn't sound that attractive. Thank you.
Thank you. If you look in the text of the bill at the bottom of the first page, the accrued liability contribution percentage will still be charged to the state as the employer, so that this will not be drawing down on that contribution to the unfunded liability. We are on a plan and a track to have the unfunded liability paid off by 2039. Not quite as far out as that new Massachusetts train station, but still potentially sooner than exit 4A if it continues on the same path it's gone on. But as we look at that, we need to work make sure that everything we're doing is still addressing that unfunded liability, and this bill does, by still requiring that percentage to be, that would be charged to go to into the accrued liability for these Group 3 employees. Representative DeVries?
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I think that we heard some testimony on this bill, and including from the SEIU, about what impact creating essentially a defined contribution plan would have on the ability to recruit and retain employees. And right now, that element of predictability for public servants, once they work a certain number of hours, years, et cetera, in order to benefit from our retirement plan and draw their pensions. We heard that the portability element of this, so if you have a defined contribution as opposed to a defined pension, would not actually help for us to retain employees. In fact, it creates an incentive to leave over what exists currently. And given how hard it is in this environment to attract and retain talent, by creating essentially a third program defined benefit, we are going to have some unintended consequences in our communities, in our ability to attract and retain employees. So I am against this. I think it encourages people to leave in less than 10 years. Right now, people are working towards that 10-year horizon. And so for that reason, and many others, I'm against this, including that if we do this, I believe, and to your point earlier, yes, our unfunded liability is set to pay off and we're continuing to contribute to that. However, that unfunded liability, my understanding is, and again, we're not the financial piece of this, only the policy piece, but those assumptions were built upon this not exist, this defined contribution plan not existing.
Thank you. I am also very interested in attracting and retaining people. I'm very interested in attracting and retaining young families to New Hampshire with an affordable lifestyle here. And while the role of government is important, it isn't more important than private industry, and it isn't more important than all of those jobs that are created and bring people here. As we look to have a dynamic workforce, and as we look to make sure that New Hampshire is actually affordable for people both starting out and continuing on, I think that it's very important to address this. Representative Sellers?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I mean, this more aligns with the corporate world as we know it today anyhow. I mean, I don't think there's hardly any, except maybe if you're in the unions, there are pensions anymore. Everybody is 401k status and you're vested after so long a period of time. So to portability, yeah, it's important to young people because they're looking at that, that's their money, you know, and that's their part of their benefit package. And if they decide to leave after 5 years because maybe they got a bad boss or whatever, they found something that's going to pay $100,000 more, you know, they should be able to take their money and go at that point. Sure, we want to keep them if we can, but at the same time, this aligns with the corporate world, and everybody's used to a 401k.
Representative Howard?
Thank you. I think that we need to be thinking about this in terms of professional experience. The reason that we have the plan that we have right now, the defined benefits plan, is because we're trying to keep people here. We want people to stay here. We want them to improve and educate themselves alongside their profession so that they are better. And when we're looking at things like detectives, like firefighters, people who are public servants and are not going to have the opportunity to shift their career to a private space, it's the fact that, you know, what are you going to do if you spent your entire career in law enforcement and you are a detective? You want to try and hold on to that person because they have a lot of knowledge in being able to solve cases. Same thing with people who have experience in the firefighting industry. They have experience that, again, I mean, we have a member on our full ED&A committee, Mr. Pearson, Representative Pearson, who has a degree in firefighter engineering, and that is something where we want to make sure that we can keep him here because we don't want him to leave to go to another state. And I feel the same thing when we're talking about teachers, and teachers especially, because these are people who are educating our kids. They're trying to improve the next generation of Granite Staters and educate them to the highest level possible. And we want to make sure that we are providing for these people. We've been struggling. I mean, in my school district in Stratford and Barrington, half of our teachers in Stratford do not have their credentials. They're currently in the process of getting them. And it's just like, where are the teachers that were there when I was growing up? They're all retired. How do you recruit those people to come in if we're not necessarily providing higher pay or better benefits? Thank you.
Thank you. This bill does not address firefighters. It does not address teachers, and it does not address any employees of political subdivisions. This is only for state employees. Representative Sacha? I'll get it right one of these days.
No worries. Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think Representative Howard, Representative DeVries raised very compelling arguments. And I think there's another way to think about attractiveness. I think attractiveness is important to any profession. I kind of lived through the shift from pension into 401k world, and it was very scary. And I understand it's very reasonable to be cautious or sort of skeptical of that transition. I certainly was when I went through it. So I want to just put some food for thought, maybe in terms of, you know, how to think about this in a way that might be less scary. The idea of being forced to work in a job you might not like for 10 years to get a pension, is not very attractive to me anyway. It doesn't seem fair to the employee, and especially in terms of improving the conditions of that a worker experiences on the job. The most powerful tool they have is to leave. You know, it forces the employer to make decisions around improving the conditions of that particular job in order to attract talent, right? So we're very worried about attracting talent. I think it's very important. It's a very correct thing to be worried about. But locking someone in or making them chase a 10-year time horizon in order to get something that they should have anyway, like they're working, they should have money going into their account today. I think that's more attractive to me personally. You know, people will have different opinions on that, but it's a way to think about it where maybe it's not so scary. The other thing I think in terms of attractiveness, it would terrify me and dishearten me entirely to have to go before a board like us every year or every 2 years to beg for a cost of living adjustment. So it's having a political process in the way of my happiness in retirement is something that would not be attractive to me. And I feel I have nothing but empathy for people who have to come before this committee and literally beg us to give them a raise. I would not want to impose that on someone. And so this gives us an opportunity to provide a retirement with dignity for individuals who otherwise would have to come before us and have a political movement in play. It's hard to do. It's hard to achieve. And they're unfortunately, they to the state, they are no longer our sort of prime targets, right? They're lower on the scale of political. They're not doing work for us, right? They're not our current employees, so they're less of a priority, and that's unfortunate. But it's the unfortunate political reality, and it's I don't think it's attractive. What else? The last point I'll make, and I'll wrap it up, is that a defined. I'm sorry, I'm going to script the words. A defined. The current pension system is one where the state can dip in, and the state has already created rules where we've dipped in and created an unfunded liability and created incredible uncertainty for retirees in the future. And so what a defined contribution plan achieves is shifting the onus to the individual. It's their property now. They can do with it what they will, where the state can't dip into it and potentially endanger their retirement, which is, to me, it's very, very concerning. So thank you.
Representative Howard, and then Representative Sellers.
Thank you. I mean, on the flip side, though, we're looking at potentially endangering people who already are retired in the fact that if we are limiting how much money we are trying to put into paying down our unfunded liability, we're not necessarily going to be able to cover people's pensions in the future, people who we currently have obligations to. And so that's kind of a big concern, because whenever we have a big shift in policy like this, there's going to be a change in how much money we actually have available to pay down that unfunded liability. And I feel like instead of taking care of the people who already understood the plan that they were getting into, we are basically ripping the rug out from underneath them. Thank you.
Representative Sellers.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So just to be clear, if I'm a new hire as a firefighter in my town, that person is not a state employee and is going under the pension plan that's there. But only the state employees that we hire after July 1st will go on this new plan. Only state employees. And then, so if I'm a teacher as well, the teacher's going to be on the old retirement plan or the retirement plan that's out there now, right?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
So I think that Representative DeVries.
Thank you very much. I'll be brief. Madam Chair, if this were to pass, this is going to cost the state more money. And the reason for that, even with a 2-year vesting period, Madam Chair, while the employees will contribute to if the employees were to contribute to a defined contribution plan, yes, that increases their portability, certainly. However, under this provision, or rather currently, if you are an employee and you are paying into the system, you can still take the money that you invested So this wouldn't change that. What you can't do is take the money that state taxpayers invested in order to retain you. So that's number one. And number two, this bill or something similar has been before the New Hampshire House repeatedly. I believe in 2000, it was HB 1591. It was deemed, it went to interim study. 458 in 2001 was deemed inexpedient to legislate. In 2005, 708 inexpedient to legislate. 346, you all can read. So we have repeatedly stopped the state from creating a new system that would ultimately cost the state more in the short term at a time when we have revenue considerations not being as high as we might like them to be. So for that reason, I am going to be voting against this.
Thank you. I'm concerned, well, I'll save more of my discussion for when we move this forward, but at this point, given the time, I'm going to make a motion that we will amend the bill, as I had noted, to change the start date for these employees to January 1st, 2026, to have a 2-year wait until the employee contribution is vested, and to add that to the amendment that was brought forth by Representative Dan McGuire. And with that, I'll make a motion of ought to pass as it would be amended by that amendment. We're playing by Senate rules here. We don't need to have it written in front of us for a subcommittee. Need a second? Thank you. So if you'd like to call the roll.
That's me again.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, Madam Chair. All right. Representative Sellers.
Yes.
I'll vote.
Right, now you're on.
First day on the mic. Yes from me. Representative Rees
No.
and Representative Howard
No.
and Chair Leon.
Yes.
That's 3-2.
Thank you. I will get that drafted. And with that, I'll close our subcommittee work session. Thank you.
Good morning. Welcome to ED&A. I'm opening the public hearing on House Bill 694 and calling Representative Aaron. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of ED&A. For the record, my name is Representative Judy Aaron. I represent Sullivan County District 4, the towns of Ackworth, Goshen, Langdon, Lemster, and Washington. I'm here today to introduce HB 694 FN, requiring leases of land, buildings, or space by state agencies to be at fair market value. I filed this bill in response to a request by my county manager who deals with these types of leases. And as the latest executive branch operating lease inventory published by the Department of Administrative Services on 1 July 2024, there are approximately 90 active leases. I have passed that list on to you. This bill requires that renewal on property leased by state agencies be leased at a rate which would be considered a fair market value rate, unless a sub-market rate is agreed to by the property owner. Many times, the state will present a take-it-or-leave-it proposal for a renewed lease. The state has forced terms of leasing property on entities, and in many cases, that amount of the renewed lease does not cover the real cost of the property in question. This downshifts costs, and local taxpayers have to pay the difference. So, for example, in Sullivan County, the state forces a lease agreement amount on a renewal of leasing a courthouse, which is far less than market value of the space, and the taxpayers have to pay the difference in what the taxes are that must be paid and any other incurred costs associated with the property in question. Since the state does RFPs for new leases, or whenever they feel it's appropriate, this bill would only apply to lease renewals, which is good because it allows for a recalibration of the lease payment in the event inflation blows up over a 3 or 5 year period, as would happen to us recently, or if there are emerging factors that drastically impact the cost of commercial leases in either direction. The language here does not address the other elements that are included in leases, such as utilities and custodial services and things like that. The state calls this a, quote, consolidated lease, but those terms are really add-ons that should be negotiated in addition to the baseline cost of the building. Since those costs may or may not be included in other leases done by the state, we didn't really want to complicate this bill with that. In general, though, we feel that lease renewals should be negotiated on fair market value and not just a continuation of whatever the lease amount was in prior agreements, and does not become a take-it-or-leave-it offer. Sullivan County Manager Derek Furland is here today, and he can answer any specific questions that you may have about the leasing process. I'm just pretty much here to introduce the bill to you and give you just sort of an overall view of what we're trying to accomplish. And I do have a copy of my testimony that I'm going to pass out.
Thank you. Are there any specific questions for Representative Aaron? Representative Long?
If the property owner doesn't feel like the lease offered by the state is fair, why don't they just say no to it?
Well, sometimes you have a property that has like such a specific use that, it might be that they would, by saying no, it might cause quite a disturbance, and it might also cause them to have to maybe make some major renovations to the building property in order to make it adequate to be able to offer for some other purpose.
I have a general question. I don't know if you have the answer, but why on earth is the state owning all these properties?
I have
Shouldn't we
no
be
idea.
selling them?
I have no idea.
Oh, thank you. Anyone else? All right. Thank you, Representative Aaron.
Thank you.
Derek Furland.
Thank you, Madam Chair, ladies and gentlemen of the committee. As Representative Aaron stated, my name is Derek Furland. I'm the county manager for Sullivan County. I've been in the position for nearly 8 years. And so during this period, I've had the opportunity to participate in several lease negotiations with the state regarding the Sullivan County Superior and Probate Court space. So it's through these experiences, just an observation as a process-oriented person, I was a little bit astonished that there didn't seem to be any overarching guidance or foundation in state law to guide the process. So as Representative Aaron stated, a lot of times the state's position was offered as a take it or leave it type of negotiation or proposal. And so my retort to that was usually, well, what should we be paying? Because it seems to me that a fair process, that if we could approach it from the perspective of both parties, since we're both political subdivisions, needs to account for the state's interests in budget certainty and trying to limit budget growth, but also be mindful of Sullivan County's taxpayers, because any shortfall in our revenue budget has to be made up on the property taxes. So trying to reach that fair, objective process just seemed to be, there seemed to be a missing link in state law. Doing some research, I found that RSA 4:29 talks about when the state purchases real estate, and RSA 4:30 talks about when the state acquires property via eminent domain. And leasing is really only covered in RSA 4:39-B, but that's only for the approval of leases that exceed 5 years. There's nothing that really talks about the process by which the state would acquire real estate through a lease. As Representative Aaron mentioned, there are about 90 leases and about 2 million square feet. I summarized those statistics in my letter. So there's quite a bit of physical plant that the state needs to conduct its business. And in conversations with my peers, both at the New Hampshire Association of Counties as well as the Municipal Managers Association, there are a lot of political subdivisions that engage with the state for leased space of various types, whether it's through DHHS or the court systems. So it just seems to me that if there was an objective process to guide these negotiations, it would be a more fair and perhaps efficient use of everyone's times. That way we're not trying to just beat each other up and get the best rate for, in the state's case, the state, or in our case, for the county. And so using some sort of fair market value data, even if it was a range that was based on just some simple research or employing some information from commercial realtors to help guide the process, I think we could very quickly reach a reasonable range that's mutually agreeable to both parties. Representative Aaron also mentioned the 3 traditional elements to what we see from the Bureau of Court Administration for the lease, which is the value of the space and then utilities and custodial services, which are all baked in. And so what we're proposing is that the value of the space have this objective process to use something that's grounded in fair market value. The other 2 elements ought to simply be based on actual costs, and the catch-up provision could be that when it's renegotiated, for example, we have a 5-year contract for electricity. And if the lease is renegotiated in the middle of that process, it should be based on the actual cost. If in a subsequent negotiation, the change of electricity has changed, we should be able to make up for that either up or down. So that way it's always a fair and accurate reflection of actual costs. So in summary, I think the benefits of this bill would be to provide an objective standard for both parties to work towards. I think it would save some time. I think it would be fair to the state and its budget concerns, and it would be fair to our taxpayers and the county's budget concerns. Thank you for your time, and pending your questions.
Thank you. I have a question. Is Sullivan County responsible for providing space for the courts? Or is the court system responsible for getting its own space?
The answer is both. So right now, for all 10 counties, the state owns 5 of its court complexes, and it rents 5. In fact, in the capital budget for this budget cycle, there is a proposal to build a consolidated court for Sullivan County. So if that's funded and when it's built, we would actually no longer have a court lease for the Superior and Probate Court. But the state also leases circuit court space with the town of Newport, which is in a separate building. It's actually about a couple hundred feet down the road from ours, and also court space in Claremont for that circuit court.
Okay, so they're leasing it from you?
In those 2 cases with Newport and Claremont, the state actually has leases directly with the municipalities. So the only lease with the county is for the Superior and Probate.
All right, because I'm trying to get it straight in my head whether this is to address the state owning property and leasing it to someone else, or whether it's the state leasing property other people own.
Exactly. It's the latter. So the county owns those buildings, and the state leases those from us.
And they don't pay enough to cover the costs of operating the building.
Correct.
Okay.
And Madam Chair,
I was confused as to what was going on.
and if I could actually respond to Representative Long's question to Representative Aaron. about what happens if we simply don't offer the space. So we tried to do that, not to be hard negotiators, but 2 lease negotiations ago, we actually needed some space for the sheriff's office, which is part of our complex, because they were out of admin space. And so we were hoping to take what's used as a backup courtroom, but it's also used during grand jury. And so I said during the lease negotiation, that space is no longer available. And it became obvious to me, I was very new in my position. So I just thought, well, I'll just tell them it's not available. It's simple as that. It's not as simple as that. It would have been very, very difficult for the court's mission. Our courthouse is in a Newport Town Hall building that was built in 1885. So it's not like it's very flexible space in terms of being able to reconfigure it. And it just gets to where we shouldn't be having an adversarial position where it's like, well, sorry, go find your own court space, because we can appreciate the position that will put the state in terms of executing its judicial mission. So there's some give and take with that, but at the end of the day, it's really not in our best interest to make life difficult for the state by not offering spaces. We thought there was maybe an opportunity by trimming some of the square footage. We're like, hey, we're going to save you some money. You're going to have less square footage to lease, and so it'll help the state's budget. But they had to weigh the impact to their mission by not having that space compared to the benefit of having less budget to pay for it. So it's pretty tricky. And then we didn't want to get it to a point where we said, well, we're just not going to offer it and have the state proceed with the eminent domain to take the property. So it's not a good look and not something that we wanted to spend a lot of time and energy on.
Thank you. Representative Sytek?
This just occurred to me. I've never thought this thought before. Public schools pay no taxes because they render a public service. The state is rendering a public service. Why should it pay any rent at all?
That's a great question. I mean, the statute goes back a long time. When the state took over administration of the courts in the mid 80s, it was all owned by the county and operated by the county. So I can only assume that back in the 80s, when that change was made administratively, that for the state to take over something that it didn't previously own or run, that had to be part of the arrangement. But I can't speak to the history other than my speculation on that.
All right, thank you. Representative Leon and then Pearson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you. When you were answering that question, it sounds like if you tell the state that they need to pay more, they will just take it by eminent domain. Was that a correct understanding? They may just take it by an eminent domain. Was that a correct understanding?
I think if it gets beyond, I mean, there'd be, I think, a lot of steps in the process between that negotiation and eminent domain. I mean, the last round was a good example. So I did my calculation of what I thought a fair market value was based on comparable properties in Sullivan County. And then I added in the cost of electricity, which during the last lease negotiation for us, it had doubled. And so when the lease was originally negotiated for a 3-year term, it was electricity was about 7.5 cents a kilowatt on the supply side. And then eventually we ended up paying nearly 14. And so I said, hey, look, this has gone up a lot, as well as our custodial costs, because at the time we had a staff member. And of course, with COLA going up with the post-COVID inflation, those costs went up. So I said, from where we are now, which was roughly $14 and change per square foot, I said, I think it needs to be $17 a square foot when you look at all the costs. And, they came back and said, well, there's no way we can do that, because the state, at least for the Bureau of Court Administration, they've got an internal limit where if the price goes up more than 5%, they have to go back and renegotiate or recompete, basically put out a request for proposals to, go find some space somewhere else. And I said, well, good luck with that. I mean, first of all, it's highly specialized space. It's a court. You're never going to find another vacant court just waiting to be rented. And if you're asking somebody to go build you one, I can guarantee you it's going to cost you a lot more than the 14 and change that you're, proposing to pay us. So, but through that back and forth, we settled on what we thought was a reasonable number. We got, I think, a 5% increase in 1 year. And then this past negotiation, we did a 2-year lease with 2.5% raises each year. It was more than the state wanted to pay. It was less than what I wanted, but I felt like it was a fair negotiation. And to me, we're now inching a lot closer to what I think we should be. But guess what? If our electric rate goes down at the next bill, then I think the state should see a benefit from that too. So it kind of goes up and down a little bit when we bake in all those other elements that are part of the consolidated lease. But I don't think it would just go, to answer your question, more directly, we'd go right to the eminent domain stage because that would just be like duking it out, which to me it would be counterproductive.
Okay, thank you. Representative Pearson and then Grota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've kind of got it's more than one question because it has to do with this. Who created this?
That is, it's online and it's through the Department of Administrative Services.
Well, the Department of Administrative Services needs to determine whether Salem is a town or a city because it's listed as both on this chart. And I'm trying to understand lease, city versus leaseor.
The
'Cause of-
city is where the building in question is located.
Well, they have it, Salem's listed as a town and a city on here in more than one line. So, but I'm trying to understand, because I'm looking at this, the city of Salem is leasing something from itself. I'm not quite sure, is this,
No. No.
so
They're-
this
the
is
town-
all,
Yeah, it looks like you're right. And the same with the city of Rochester and the city of Concord.
it's not a good look for the state.
Hmm?
If they're producing this, but this chart contains properties that the state is leasing from somebody else. That's what this is.
Mm-hmm. Except, yeah, all right. Representative,
Help me out.
Thank you. I believe the left column is the agency, and that is the agency that is leasing a
Mhm.
street address that is located in a certain city, and the lessor is the owner of the property. That was my
Gotcha.
understanding of this. I didn't create it, but that seems to be the logical interpretation of this.
And
spreadsheet.
this clearly excludes the liquor commission.
oh, yeah.
It's got to, because I know the liquor commission's renting space in Derry. So that's,
Yes, it does appear to. Excuse me. Interesting.
so I'm just looking at this legislation, Madam Chair, if I can direct my thought process to you. This, I understand the concept here, right? The state is leasing space that's owned by another political subdivision. That's what we seem to be talking about here. But the language of this bill doesn't really separate that out. It really just covers all of it, regardless of who.
If they were to be leasing a separate building not owned by the county, and I think some of these are not owned by the.
They seem to not be.
Subdivisions, yes.
Okay, so this is just the brush on this is broad. That's what I'm trying to, I guess, convey. That, I mean, I appreciate you coming here in
Well-
your specific circumstance, but I just think we need to be clear that this is not just a state versus county thing. This is bigger than that.
Right. Right. The thing is, like, for example, they're leasing the OPLC office space in Eagle Square. And knowing the commercial landlord that's doing it, they're probably paying fair market value or close to it. The trouble is that the counties are, and other political subdivisions are somewhat disadvantaged. Particularly, like you say, with unique things like courthouses. Representative Brody, you had a question?
I did. Thank you. So, listening to, hang on a second, Mr. Fernald, and it just, does the language in the bill actually say what you want it to say? I just want to make sure that the language in the bill seems rather simple compared to all these convoluted examples that we've heard. And I don't know whether or not it's representative of what. Oops, somebody else has their hand up.
Okay.
Okay.
Representative Slotz, are you familiar with this?
Not necessarily, but I think I might see where you're going, and I don't know how this legislation is enforceable, given if an agreement is reached between two parties for $1 or $1 billion, who is the determiner of fair market value?
Okay, well, my question was a little, is encompasses that, but I just want to make sure that this indeed, it seems simple compared to all the other, the examples that we've heard. Because in some cases, the county, the state is leasing property from the county. In other places, it's from a private person or a private company. And maybe in some cases it's to itself. I'm not even sure. So that's why I just want to make, it seems like the bill is too simple for all the examples that you listed.
Right. I think simplicity was one of the objectives, just to make sure we could start the conversation and not get bogged down in detail, because there are different types of leases, whether it's the consolidated lease or if the other state agencies might do it differently. And I'm not aware of what all the state agencies do because I only deal with the state when it comes to the court lease. So I wasn't sure if the process would be augmented by a rulemaking, kind of a companion element to provide some of that detail and address unique or specific cases, but that keeping the language of the law simple, generic would be a better way to get it started rather than bombard the committee with a lot of complicated things. We're all trying to figure out what it applies to, what it doesn't. From my view, I think this should apply to when the state is leasing to other political subdivisions, because I don't feel like, feel like the private market is going to take care of itself when it comes to a private developer, because they can tell the state, sorry, go look somewhere else. It's just a little bit more complicated, I think, for counties and or towns and cities to be in that same position with the state. Because like I said before, it's
That's
just,
where you've got a courthouse that you don't have much use for. Representative Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just about to reference the Stratford County Courthouse, because right now, one of the things that we're doing is trying to figure out our lease with the state. And it's kind of the question of, if you were not able to fill your courthouse, what are the other possible tenants that would be able to come in?
that's a great question. We would have to look for, well, our case is really, talk about one-off and very unique. We have actually a reverter clause in the deed for the Superior Court space that as soon as the court vacates, that space will go back to the town of Newport. As I said before, it's in the town hall building. So on the ground floor is the Superior Court, and above it is the Newport Opera House, if anybody's ever been to the town of Newport. And so the deed language, again, going back to the 1800s, so it provided that space to the county so long as it's used as a Superior Court. So once that stops, it'll go back to the town. It'll be the town's issue. I've actually had some initial brainstorming conversations, especially after we saw the capital budget come out. And I said, well, what happens if and when the state builds a court? What do you think you would do? And I think what they'll do is relocate their municipal offices into the courthouse, because the courtroom makes a great place for select board chambers. So I think that's maybe what they would do, but that's a decision for them. For our side, the probate court is in space that's owned by the county, and we would look to perhaps consolidate some administrative offices that are in a separate building that would allow us to then perhaps dispose of or convert that building to housing or something like that. Something that would be productive for the town of Newport and the county as a whole.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Sitek.
Speaking of distinctions, you mentioned what could you do with a courthouse. Isn't there a big difference between a courthouse being rented by the state and office space where that's fungible? You can leave, OPLC can leave, or whatever Department of Employment Security, whatever. They're not. That's not real off. I could see where this might apply more to a court building. What are you going to do with it? So, should there not be a distinction between the two in the bill?
I guess I'd be open for, I mean, it's really not my decision. I guess I just wanted simplicity. So it seems like, yes, it's hard to get a comp. I'll freely admit, when I went to see what I thought fair market value was, I looked at primarily the age of other commercial space, availability of parking. Did it have similar amenities? Yes, there's not like 15 other courts in Sullivan County to use as my benchmark. So you have to just do the best you can. That's why I think there needs to be more than a modicum of common sense to say, well, look, we think it's in the range of $10 to $12 a square foot. Do we think that's reasonable? Yes or no? What did you use for comps? That's what I would envision and hope to see this process that results from this bill. But right now, with nothing in state law, it does come down to, here's what we're going to pay you, take it or leave it. And I say, no, I don't like that. And then where do you go from there? And it seems like it sets us up to be adversarial. And I don't think that's in the best interest of either the state or the political subdivisions.
Representative Long? Oh, and then DeVries.
Is there anything that prevents the state from taking over the full operating costs of the property rather than paying a set lease amount?
I don't think there's anything that prevents it. I guess it'd be maybe a question for DAS to see if that's just not how they typically do things. I'm not sure what drives the things that they do or how they do them. Those things could probably change, but I'm not sure.
And I believe that the procurement for other agencies is different from the courts. Okay.
Well, I have seen like in the register, like when DHHS puts out for space, they say we're seeking 20,000 square feet to be used, and they'll kind of give a brief description of, whatever the DHHS function happens to be.
Yeah.
And they'll put it on the street for as long as it takes to get somebody to submit a proposal. I know in Claremont, they've tried that in the past, and then they, let those solicitations expire because they didn't have any offerers. But other than the 5% triggering threshold that I mentioned before, which drives the state to then seek other courts, which again, I don't think is a very pragmatic way to do it, because I just don't think you're going to get court space that way. But I think there may be some differences in how the solicitations are managed, but I'm not entirely sure.
Okay, thank you. Representative DeVries.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Thank you for coming in today, Mr. Ferland. And I just have a quick question for you. When you were negotiating with the state of New Hampshire, did it change your negotiating posture when the entity across the table had the power of eminent domain?
No, they don't wield it. So it's just we have productive and fruitful conversations, even if we don't always agree. And it's never gotten to the point where they're like, take this or else. They've never done that. So it's been, like I said, the conversations haven't always been easy, but it's never gotten to the brinksmanship where, I'm like, no, I'm not going to offer it to you. And they say, well, if you don't do that, I'm going to take it by eminent domain. It's never crossed their lips. So I don't feel like it's, first of all, I don't know how long it would take. I don't know politically how that would look. And to their credit, they've never even intimated that that's a path that they wanted to consider. They just want to get a deal done. But we're just approaching it from two very different perspectives. And I just feel like this would help simplify it.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Representative Broder?
I do have one question on the process. Other than keeping this sheet, does the Department of Administrative Services assist at all, or are you the ones that you're negotiating with them, or are you negotiating with the agency themselves?
The negotiations are through the Bureau of Court Administration, which is under the DAS.
Okay, follow up. If it wasn't a court, though, is this really the only time that state agencies and the state is it through the court system? Is that the trouble spot, or is it just other agencies as well?
I can't speak to the
Okay.
other agencies. Yeah, I can only assume that it's
Okay.
a similar process, but I don't know.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it looks like we have someone from the county association to talk about other than Sullivan County. Other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
This is not as simple as I thought it was. Katie Horrigan?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Kate Horgan. I'm from the New Hampshire Association of Counties, and I'm also pinch hitting this morning for Administrator Bauer from Stratford County, who got called back when he was halfway here. So the association and Stratford County do both support the House Bill 694. We do view it as another tool in the toolbox for counties when negotiating to reduce some pressure from county taxpayers who are having to make up the additional costs. I think Administrator Ferland did a great job explaining the issues and the concerns. And I just want to reiterate that those are concerns that all 5 counties who rent space to the state share, that negotiations can be difficult. And so just putting some parameters around what a lease would look like, or in addition to the eminent domain and buying property, would be a benefit to both sides. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. So that there are the 5 counties lease space to the state,
Yep.
and that's for, looks like the Hillsborough County and plus the courts.
Yes, Madam Chair. Those are all for court or courthouse services. So like Hillsborough County rents courthouse services, not necessarily a courthouse to the state. But it's property within Hillsborough County's county complex.
Okay. Yeah, I see that there's the Hooksett Courthouse, for
Yes.
example.
And if the committee, I don't think the association would have an opposition changing this to just apply to political subdivisions.
Okay. Representative Leon?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for bringing this perspective. It does seem pretty clear that with these specialized locations, there's not the same market competitiveness. And so I also would appreciate if you have any ideas on how to determine those fair market values. I would appreciate to hear that.
Sure. Thank you, Representative. And we did meet last fall, I want to say October, November, with Commissioner Arlinghouse to discuss this issue, and didn't come to a resolution, but I can certainly take this idea. The county administrators are meeting this Friday at 2:00 and see if they may have some suggestions that we could give to the committee around how to determine fair market value.
Follow up?
Thank you. And as a follow-up, they may be a little bit better about determining these when they are the lessor. Are there any situations where the state leases from the counties that you know of? Or sorry, that the counties lease from the state that you know of?
Not that I can think of off the top of my head, but I'm certainly happy to ask the group on
you.
Friday.
I can give you one out of Rockingham.
Yes, please, Representative Pearson.
So the Rockingham County courts lease a disgusting building from the state. It's actually in really poor shape. It's got a ton of mold in it, and it's part of it's the lease is ending because we're building the new county structure. But in the past, yeah, the county has leased from the state in Brentwood. So that might be a rare example, but it is one.
Okay. Follow up?
As another follow-up, I guess my question is if it may make sense that both when the state is leasing, is the lessor and the lessee, if it would make sense to have this designated as fair market value, because when you have parties on both sides of that equation, it may be easier to determine fair market. So I don't know if that would be something to bring back to the counties and ask them what they think.
I would be happy to bring that back to them, Representative. And I don't think we're trying to be unfair to the state. We want to have a balanced approach for everyone.
All right, Representative Long?
Are you aware of any instances of the state either using eminent domain to take a property from the county, or abusing its power in some other way, like cutting off some kind of funding if the county doesn't cooperate in what they're trying to do?
Thank you, Representative Long. I can't speak for the entire history of county government because it's the longest form of government in the state of New Hampshire. I'm sure the state has taken some eminent domain at some point in our 200+ year history, but nothing that has come up in our discussions as of late.
Okay. All right, thank you. I was hoping we could are there any other questions first? All right.
Thank you.
There's someone else who wishes to testify? Please step up and explain it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Derek Farrell in Sullivan County. There's just a drafting error. So in the under the 439G fair market value of state agency leases, it references RSA 21-G:5, Section 3. That should be Section 4. State agencies are defined in Section 4 of that RSA. Section 3 talks about advisory committees. That's actually in 439B. So it's wrong there too. So if we're making this change, it'd be nice to fix it in both places. That was all.
Thank you. I think we will, this has turned out to be much more complicated than it looked at first reading. And I think it will go to the other subcommittee, which has carefully finished all its other work. So we'll take a look at this one. All right. Anyone else? All right, then I will close the hearing on House Bill 694 and open the hearing on House Bill 780. Good morning, please.
Good morning.
I presume you're Representative Gilmore?
I am Representative Gilmore.
Excellent. Please introduce House Bill 780 and explain it to us.
Well, I don't think it's going to be too complicated. And,
That's what we always hope.
well, I think we're going to succeed here. First, I should say that this was not anything that came from the Secretary of State's office. They were blindsided, just as you are today. And but Dave or Aaron, Secretary of State or Deputy Secretary of State, would be here, except they are at archives right now at a ballot law commission meeting. Similarly, the archivist, Ashley, would be here, but she has a meeting at 11 o'clock and could not make it. So a little bad timing in terms of them, but they both did want me to mention their strong support for this legislation. Many of you do not know me. I've been out for 22 years, and I did serve 5 terms back between 88 and 04 and 02. But and this is where I meet yesterday, so it's sort of weird to be back in the same room again, but another committee. Anyways, the origins of this bill came when I was having a discussion with Ashley, who was only the 3rd archivist in the history of the state of our 50, 60 years of having archives. And when she got the job, she was the first woman appointed to it. And she wanted to look at all the laws regarding what the position entailed. And this is basically it. And to her somewhat chagrin, everything mentioned is he and him and his. And did not cheer her up too much, but I explained to her that the gender neutral language that we adopted when legislation came up, we adopted that stance around 25 years ago when I was in the legislature, and this bill, of course, never came up and likely would not come up for another 25, 50 years unless we change the definition of archivist. So I thought, well, I could do something about that, and that's what you see in front of you.
Thank you. The archivist appeared before our committee last year to talk about her staff, I believe, and made a very nice case for it. If we'd known about this issue, we might have fixed it then. But Representative Reese?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Gilmore, for coming before us. I have a question about the language of your proposal, and HB 780 on line 13. I want to know whether or not you would be opposed to changing some of this language. It currently reads, the head of each agency shall submit lists of state records in his or her custody. And I wonder if you would be open to changing it to the agencies.
That
Singular
would be fine with
possessive.
me.
Same thing on the next line. Instead of he or she, change it to the head of each agency shall likewise submit lists of state records. And then a change on line 15 to currently it reads his or her custody. And I would say the agency's
I would
custody.
prefer that language that you're
Okay, because I think if we're going to go for gender neutral, we should go for gender neutral.
I agree with you.
Great, thanks. Thanks so much. I'd be willing to offer that amendment if need be. Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Are there any other questions? Okay, thank you very much, Representative.
And maybe just one other thing. I would really urge members of the committee to, if you haven't been to the archives, to visit it. And we have a lot of I've worked there for 8 years, and we have a lot of historical things that I think you'd be interested in. And the Senate Election Law Committee was there a couple weeks ago.
Yes, thank you. It's a very quick field trip, Representative Sitek.
Does that include a history of counties?
There's all kinds of stuff on counties there, but I don't know about courthouses.
They're probably there. They've got house journals from the 1850s that I looked at one time during a recount.
Anyways,
Thank
Thank
you
you.
for your testimony.
Thank
Is there
you for your
anyone else who
attendance.
wishes to testify on House Bill 780? All right, seeing none, I will close the hearing. Representative Rees, you are responsible for getting an amendment.
Yes, thank you, Madam
You can
Chairwoman.
do it at any time. And while we have a few minutes, I would like to go into executive session on House Bill 156, and I offer Amendment 0421H. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. This is the advisory committee that Representative Bixby wanted on food, which struck me as a rather nice thing to have. But it also allows us to replace the current advisory committee on state procurement, which has been moribund for at least 2 terms, and then repeal it. So this is an advisory committee on procurement that we can argue about how important it is, and then it repeals it. And that's my reason for doing it. Representative Lamb?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe that it is important for us to find those commissions and those committees that are no longer serving their original purpose. And I think this is a great way to meet the need from Representative Bixby and to also reduce the burden on the legislature and the confusion for the public that may be looking for a committee that does not actually meet.
Yes. Yeah, I was impressed that this committee would be able to finish in 1 year. Representative Grota?
So what we're saying is we're going to ask to delete the statutory commission on procurement and replace it with a commission like this.
The first thing is to change the scope of that statutory committee to be the food-oriented one that Representative Bixby wanted.
Yes.
And then repeal the whole thing.
So this would eventually get repealed.
On
Oh.
November 1st, 2025. Representative Bixby said that the commission could finish in 1 year. 'cause he knew
Okay,
what it
yes,
was.
yes. Okay, I understand what you're saying. That's fine. That's a good move. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? Representative Pearson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As someone who served on the State Procurement Commission, I am in support of this venture. The usefulness of the commission is questionable. So I think in this case, this will solve 2 problems at once.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions, concerns? Okay, then the motion is to adopt Amendment 0421H for House Bill 156, and the clerk can call the roll.
Vice Chairman Lamb?
Yes.
the
Your
clerk-
microphone's on.
Thank you. The clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson?
Yes.
Representative Bailey?
Aye.
Representative Sellers?
Yes.
Representative Slotchie?
Yes.
Representative Grota?
Yes.
Representative Davis.
Yes.
Representative Darge.
Yes.
Representative Howard.
Yes.
Representative Reese.
Yes.
Representative Long.
Yes.
And the chair.
Yes.
13-0
Okay.
for adopt the amendment.
All right, in that case, I move ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 156. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. I don't have anything more to say. Representative Pearson?
I do not.
Okay, does anyone else have anything to say? Comments, questions? Okay, in that case, the motion is ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 156, and the clerk can call the roll.
Vice Chairman Leon.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Aye.
Representative Sellers.
Yes.
Representative Slotchy.
Yes.
Representative Tebow. Excuse me. Representative Grody.
Yes.
Representative Davis.
Yes.
Representative Dargy.
Yes.
Representative Howard.
Yes.
Representative Reese.
Yes.
Representative Long.
Yes.
Chair.
Yes.
13-0 as before.
I'll move consent.
All right, anyone object to consent? No? Okay, I already have the committee report issued, so this will be on consent. And
21st bill.
thank you. We're almost halfway there. All right. In that case, we have a short break before the next hearing.
Just let me know once you're situated so we can start. I do want to make sure that everybody knows what we're doing. So just let me know when you are ready.
Transfer of administrative paperwork. What it is. But I don't think this is, I think this is gonna get retained in, as Carol told me, we're probably gonna just retain it. And work on it over the summer, so.
Okay. Uh, Thank you. I would like to open the hearing on House Bill 525 and introduce Representative Dan McGuire.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Dan McGuire. I'm from Epsom. I, for the past couple of years, have been the chair of a committee called the Joint Committee on Dedicated Funds. And what we do is we review dedicated funds on a 5-year cycle. So every year we do 20% of the funds. And this year, we came across this particular fund, which is shown by the paper in front of you, called the Interpreters Certification Fund. It's part of RSA 200C:20A. And basically what this fund does is it takes in the licensing fees of the interpreters for the deaf and hard of hearing, and those people are being licensed by the Department of Education. And when we look at a page like what you have in front of you, we see a problem because, as you can see, the revenue every year is in the $30,000 range, but the expenses are only around $6,000-7,000, right? So they're collecting way more money than necessary for this job. And when we talked to the Department of Education, they said that this board is a bit of a it's not their focus, right? I mean, it's a little bit of a they don't get the services, they don't get much attention, I guess, from the Department of Education. And so we thought that by moving this board and this accounting unit to the OPLC, they would get professional attention. OPLC would be better able to connect the revenues and the expenses, and they would be more professional, just like other licensed entities. So that was a very simple reasoning behind this. I think moving the board from Department of Ed to OPLC, they would continue to have this particular fund, and the fund could be spent for their own purposes.
Thank you. Are there questions from the committee? Representative Groda?
Yes. Their funds could be spent for their own purposes now. So why is this a requirement to move them to OPL? They can use the funds whether or not they are in OPLC or whether or not they're on the Board of Education. They're on the Department of Education, excuse me.
Right. Thank you for the question, Representative. But what I think would happen is they would lower the fees below the expenses, right? They would give them lower fees until such time as this money is used up, right? And if they also want to use it for training or other purposes, they can. But again, right now, Department of Ed doesn't seem to be engaged, I guess. You know, I don't want to criticize them exactly, but it's not their focus.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions from the committee, thank you very much,
Thank
Representative.
you, Madam Chair. I have to go back and grill the Liquor Commission. So.
Thank you. Next, I'll call Representative Carol McGuire.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'm Carol McGuire, Merrimack District 27, and I put this bill in at the request of constituent. So once the other Representative McGuire had identified the need or the desire to relocate this board, I worked to implement it. The intent is to keep the same functionality of the board, keep their responsibilities and duties, because they are it's a professional licensing board. It would have the same as any other, and it would be more appropriate in the OPLC where it would get the attention. The funds in their dedicated fund would continue to be used solely for the benefit of the deaf, blind, and hard of hearing, and for investigations and discipline of those who are violating the rules and laws of the board. And my recommendation is that the committee retain this bill to make sure that all the cross-references are correct and that the duties and responsibilities have been transferred appropriately. I would like to mention that the fiscal note implies that the OPLC would need some extra help to run this board compared to a normal one, and that to some extent the Department of Education may have been subsidizing this from its other issues, but we don't know. We'll find out, and I would like to look into that. I'll try to answer any questions.
Thank you. Representative Schmidt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just have a kind of a technical question because I thought this was just deaf and hard of hearing. Are they blind folks as well?
Deaf, blind are included in the board definition.
Okay.
It's the same statutory definition that exists now.
Okay, very good. So if your intent is to have the bill retained, I think we have to make that clear to what the implications of that are to the folks who are here today and the other people who can't be here today, but who are very much involved.
That's why I mentioned it right up front, because this is a fairly hefty bill. I consulted a bit with the OPLC to make sure it would be correct, but I do not guarantee that all the cross-references and details have been completed properly. So that's why I want to keep it and send it to subcommittee.
Very good. I think that's very important for them to understand right off the bat, what it means for them at this point to be, the bill is going to be retained.
Okay.
Thank you. Representative Groda and then Representative Pearson.
Thank you. So I have a concern with this bill and the transfer of this board to OPLC, because OPLC has a distinct administrative duty of boards. And right now this board operates on its own and is self-contained in itself. So I would be very concerned about taking a board with such a specialty, and putting them under another agency that would have to hire people or get some sort of assistance, which doesn't exist now as we know it. And I don't, so I would be concerned about retaining that bill to make sure that ultimately that wasn't the purpose of retaining, was to amend the bill to get it to stuff it in OPLC if the people who are administrating and taking care of this board now don't think it would be a good fit for them.
Well, that's another thing the subcommittee should consider, is whether this move is necessary. It was generated purely from the financial point of view that the fund appears to be growing. The board doesn't appear to be setting its fees and its expenses to balance out in a more appropriate way. I mean, it's growing significantly. And therefore, that's, is that a matter of an issue of what the board is required to do, or is it a problem with the supervision of the board? And again, that's the kind of thing we would beat out in subcommittee.
Thank you.
Representative Pearson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just so there's some clarity, the purpose of this is not, I'm asking you, is not to take away any authority or power from that board. It is simply to move the administrative operations of that board over to the OPLC. Is that true?
That is correct.
Okay.
And have the OPLC provide some things that it appears to be able to do. For example, updating the rules of the board. The OPLC has been producing new rules and updated rules at a really impressive rate. The Board of Education a little less so. But no, the duties and responsibility of the boards, if I wrote the bill correctly, are exactly what they are now.
Thank you. Other questions from the committee? Sorry, Representative Schmidt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Representative McGuire, so there's no implication that the funds are being in any way, the current funds are being in any way, improperly administered. It's just, it seems that they're getting more money than they need. What is happening to this extra money? Is it just sitting there? But it's their money, right?
And it shall be used only for their benefit. But
Okay.
I think that it would, at the rate the money is accumulating, I think would make sense to cut their license fees, for example. But that's up to the board and to the OPLC as the administrator to figure out how to better balance income and outgo. Perhaps they're not doing the investigations quickly or thoroughly enough. Perhaps they need to provide more guidance and training. It's their money, they need to use it. And if they think that the amount they're bringing in can be properly used for their purposes, great.
But follow up.
Follow up.
Thank you. So, but at this point, since you want to retain the bill, and we can get into all the details and so forth in the appropriate forum, which this is not, that we should take advantage of the fact that we have a number of the participants and the beneficiaries here today.
Is there a question, Representative?
What?
Is there a question?
Yes, they will be welcome in the
She
subcommittee.
understands where I'm going.
Thank you.
Yes,
And-
we will
yes.
need their help to figure out why there's such an imbalance, and has been for 5 years or so.
So my question, if I may follow up, is there some useful purpose that can be achieved today since we have them here? And
Well-
it would be a shame to waste their presence and the opportunity to clarify.
I would be delighted, and I'm sure it would be useful for the subcommittee if they would say, we think our licensing fees are too high. we'd really would like to cut them. Or comparably, they said, we really need to get more information out there about this board's function, or we need to do the investigations more thoroughly. Those are logical places to reset the cost to income.
Thank you.
Okay.
And I have, actually, I have one question, if I may ask.
Of course.
So my question is, I know that that the goal is to set the licensing fees to only cover the cost of licensing. If we look only at that, does that suggest that this board may be better suited to be an OPLC where there can be a closer attention to the demands of the board responsibilities?
That was the genesis for this bill, was that the Department of Education did not seem to be looking closely at the cost versus expenditures.
Thank you. Representative Sellers?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So one question I have is, will the administration cost change at all?
It shouldn't. There will probably be some startup type costs, relocating new business cards, that sort of thing, and also updating the administrative rules. But the general cost should not change unless the board decides, for example, that they need to have a dedicated investigator if there's a lot of complaints that haven't been settled. That would increase the cost, but that would be their decision.
Thank you. Representative Groda?
I noticed though that there's a fiscal note here, which was in excess of $227,000. And I think that has to do with the cost that the department, the OPLC, I'd have to read this, but this, I think, yes, the OPLC states the overall impact of this bill is indeterminable because it's difficult to know what would be involved. So there would be a cost, according to this, for OPLC to take this on.
Yes. And there is a cost. Reading the details of the fiscal note, it appears that some of the administrative costs for the board, such as an interpreter or whatever, is covered by the Department of Education without necessarily breaking it out and charging it to the board. I don't know that exactly. That's something we'd want to look at. But definitely the board needs someone to translate to the clients. And that is a necessary and legitimate expense.
Representative DeVries?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Madam Chair, usual. I have a question about this bill as I read it, and excuse this part of this is because I'm new to this committee. But on the second page of the bill, for example, it talks about on line 3, there shall be, the change would be to an advisory board of licensing for interpreters. And then under lines 35 and 36, it eliminates the board's ability, because it becomes an advisory board, to suspend or revoke licenses and conducting investigations and hearings. To be clear, is those changes would not reduce the independence of this board, but it would create, would it create administrative support for that functionality, and it would still be this board, even though advisory, who would be reviewing complaints about possibly interpretation services? I just want to make sure, because
it would be the same as the electricians or the psychologists or whatever. The OPLC will conduct the investigation with appropriate experts, and then the board will decide what the results are. I mean, what they'll act as the jury.
Follow up.
Thank you very much. So the board would continue, if moved to the Office of OPLC, to be populated by members of the deaf, deafblind, and hard of hearing community. Is that correct?
Absolutely. You'll notice the composition of the board is 4 interpreters, 5 consumers, including 3 deaf or deafblind persons, 1 consumer of oral interpreting services, and a non-deaf member of the public. So yes, the community, that's the same composition it has right now.
Thank you.
That language is directly copied.
Thank you.
I have a
We can,
a
we'll
question
take
for you.
one, okay, yes.
My question for you is, can we have the OPLC go next so that they can establish a foundation as to what the expectations and the scope to which they think this is going to apply to them before we ask questions that ultimately are going to have to be answered by OPLC anyway?
Yes, we can do that. I need to figure out where I put that card. I think it's
I would
right
also
here.
recommend, though, that we don't do that,
So
because I think that this board, the people here who are of this community, can explain why they have this situation. I think there is an explanation for this, and I think we should hear that.
I appreciate that. I think that the largest part is to make sure that everybody understands what this transfer would entail. So hearing from OPLC, if they have any comment at this point, would make sense. Then we'll hear from the community. We just want to make sure that we're setting the table of what this bill does and doesn't do so that it can help guide the
Yes.
the testimony that we're receiving.
Although I will mention the OPLC will support the subcommittee in excruciating detail,
Okay.
as they always do.
Thank you. Actually, then with that, perhaps we should go with the New Hampshire Licensing Board, and we'll pull up LPLC at the end because they're neutral. With that, also, I need to go introduce my own bill in another committee, so I'm going to hand the chair over to Representative Bailey until I return. Thank you very much, Representative McGuire. And I will call Grace Warwick as we do this transition. I'll be back quickly.
Proceed.
Hello, everybody. I have some written testimony that I'll hand out after this so you can have written notice of what I say here. But my name is Grace Warwick, and I am authorized to represent the New Hampshire Interpreter Licensure Board today. And we oppose this bill. There are many reasons why this bill shouldn't pass. There are a bunch of people here today who are going to talk about some different features of this bill, in particular the program for the deaf of hard of hearing that's included to be put under our board as part of this. I'm not going to talk about that. I'm just going to talk about the board for right now. Yes.
I'm the clerking this. What is the New Hampshire Licensure Board?
Sorry, the New Hampshire Interpreters Licensure Board of the Hard.
Interpreters Licensure.
Yes. Sorry, when you're in the middle of things, sometimes I shorten stuff. So the board directly related to this bill. Let me dive in here. So I just want to start by saying that interpreting is not like any other profession. We're not like cosmetology or accounting or psychology or things like that. There's no prescribed way to interpret something. There's no formula to correct the correct interpreting process. By nature, the interpreting process is not prescriptive and it's not standardized. My understanding is that putting us under OPLC is just striving for some standardization. I think this goes against what our community is about. To improve our qualities of interpreters, it's important to have rigorous standards and a governing body that can regulate these standards. In order to regulate and monitor interpreters' work, we rely on feedback from the public. This feedback can come in the way of a filed grievance, and reviewing these grievances with care is the top priority of our board. Our board is made up of passionate volunteers, and most importantly, volunteers who can speak directly to the communities that we're serving. Our board has interpreters who know the work, deaf representatives who know their community, and OPLC will lack this ability to truly understand the many cultural and linguistic nuances that our board does. The board's enhanced grievance process that we've just moved past, it creates a space to ensure that complaints filed are met with the desire to understand and find a resolution, not just provide judicial discipline. The licensure board is in the best position to evaluate concerns regarding quality of work, provide oversight and insight in how to move forward with the goal of correcting offending behaviors so that interpreters can improve the quality of their work and continue providing much needed service to a historically underserved population. To specifically address the funds that are currently available for the board's use, because we recognize it's a large sum of money that's been there. It should be noted that this amount is relatively new, and we've been working over the last several years to confirm that the influx of funds that we're seeing will continue and how to best utilize these funds. So what happened is when COVID hit in 2020, we started seeing an influx of virtual interpreters from other states who are applying for licensure in the state of New Hampshire. So we started taking in more licensure fees. So historically, if you look at the funds, prior to 2019, we were hovering at closer to like $50,000 a year. This new $200,000 number is legitimately new. And it's taken our board some time to figure out the best way to use those funds to make sure that they're going to serve the board and the interpreting community. So during our recent December meeting, we voted and approved a motion to enhance our grievance process to include compensated consultants that will hold well-defined roles so that our grievance process is accessible and transparent to the community. This pool of money that we have will be allocated and will be used in accordance with our statutes and administrative rules. By moving under OPLC and their standardized judicial grievance process, we're really concerned that we're going to lose this opportunity that we're just getting started using. The significance in this and the importance of our board's expertise in handling concerns within our interpreting profession really can't be understated. We really hope that you're going to allow us to keep our current system that does work and allow us to continue doing important work. And that's what I've got.
Representative Zaitsev.
How many complaints do you get a year since the board here?
So it does vary. I am relatively recent to the board. I've been part of the board for the last 2 years, but historically we receive 1 to as many as 5 a year. This year we've received, I believe, 3 so far.
Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So there seemed to be some implication in Representative Dan McGuire's testimony that the board has been taking in more money than it needs, and that money, the excess money, is kind of sitting there, not serving any purpose, and it would be more appropriate to have the fees lowered so that they get as much money as they need, and they're not taking in excess money. Is that a correct state of affairs?
I think there's some assumptions happening with that. Again, the funds that we have right now are relatively new. This is the influx of funds that we have really started in 2020 when COVID hit. And again, it took us a couple years to realize that this trend was going to continue. We didn't know that COVID was going to last for several years and sort of change the landscape of interpreting. At this point, we've determined that the funding that we're receiving annually, which has grown since 2019, is likely to continue. And with that, we have these funds to make a more robust complaint process that's handled, I'm going to say by our board, but by consultants that will know what they're doing and know the community and know the work that's happening. So we very recently passed this new grievance process that we're hoping to enact that, again, will increase transparency and bring in qualified consultants to work and process these grievances. So that will take money. So that will take money to pay these consultants and make sure that we have correct interpreters for access. So we're anticipating the funds to be allocated in the same way that OPLC will need these funds. I believe in the fiscal note, it mentions that OPLC will need to hire interpreters to manage this work. So the board already has sort of initial expertise and ability to have conversations with folks and then pull in and pay for consultants using our board funds.
Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So is it the case that some of the funds, the so-called excess funds that are currently being held would be used if the structure and the instrumentality were in place, they would be getting used right now.
Yes, absolutely. We actually have one complaint right now that we're working on hiring an investigator for, to again sort of start this new grievance process that will pull in consultants to support it. So yes, the funds will be used. Again, it took us a minute to. Legislative work takes time. we needed to make sure that if we were enacting this process, that we were following our rules and going through the correct process. So it took us a little while to establish it. We recently passed that motion and are starting to dive in to do this work that will utilize our board's funds.
Follow up.
Go.
Thank you. So we know that there are labor shortages all over the country for all kinds of professions, and so is that kind of what you're facing as well, that there just are not enough people to do this kind of work that are available to you at this time?
It is. I mean, that's a huge part of our board and the reason why we take the grievance process so seriously and want to work so hard towards resolution, and not sort of a formalized, standardized process of punishment. That we understand sort of the OPLC would use a standardized complaint process, and realizing that we would get to sort of be the jury. I understand that we would have some say, but holding it with us allows us to really sort of work internally and understand what's happening every step of the way, working with our consultants again who understand what's happening and the nuances in the field, and make sure that instead of jumping right to licensure revocation, licensure suspension, we can talk towards resolutions and make sure that we're working on specific trainings and things to really enhance the interpreters that we have in this community so we don't lose them, so we maintain the interpreters that we have to continue serving this community. Because yes, to your point, we need more interpreters. We need to lift them up to serve our community in the fullest way possible.
Thank you.
Representative Rhoda.
Thank you. How many licensed interpreters are there now in New Hampshire?
Oh, it is a great question, and I apologize. I don't have off the top of my head. It's certainly information that we have. And part of it is, again, we have a significant number of out-of-state licensed interpreters, but they only provide remote services. Having live interpreters is so critical. You can see it here today. We have a team that's supporting folks in this room. Remote interpreters are wonderful. They provide additional access. But our group of internal New Hampshire interpreters, I believe our number hovers at about 100, serving statewide. It's a small pool of, again, our local New Hampshire interpreters living here in the state.
Thank you.
Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Do you have any examples of some complaints that people may arise?
I think I have to stay fairly vague in order just to protect folks. But really, so the New Hampshire's follow a strict code of professional conduct. It's part of our statutes. It's part of our administrative rules. We hold interpreters to these standards, and they relate to confidentiality, respect of consumers, professionalism, again, following that state rate fee, making sure folks aren't charging abnormally high rates. But again, it also comes down to professionalism, making sure that folks are showing up in representing the deaf clients and hearing clients, frankly. I mean, you all use interpreters too. Our interpreters here representing you as well. This matters. It matters to have quality interpreters. So complaints can come against sort of anything that somebody feels an interpreter is violating. So if you feel that the interpreters here were not doing their job today, you would have the right to file a complaint and say, I don't think the interpreter who showed up shared my message correctly or was professional. The same as deaf consumers. They should have that right to say, hey, I don't think I got the right services. I was at a doctor's appointment and it caused me harm. This is critical. And again, it's really important that some of the things that happens in the complaints that come in, which I think is another part that's important, is often the complaints that we receive are written. And for most hard of hearing deaf blind folks, English is not their first language. Some of the complaints that we receive would be hard for you to understand. Not because it's not written coherently, again, is sort of understanding of the ASL grammar structure. We can read through and understand better what somebody's getting at. If OPLC is sort of step one of reviewing these complaints, they might not understand, they might not get the gist of what's being said the same way that we can. So frankly, I think on some level, reviewing complaints, our board would be able to do it faster, come directly to us, have direct expert eyes on this, and start the process to come to resolution.
Thank you, and I appreciate your generality.
Thank you.
Representative DeVries.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Maybe I shouldn't actually be directing this question to you, so if the people who come up later want to speak to it as well, I'd certainly be appreciative. English not being the first language of many within this community, I'm just curious, culturally, what the potential harms are by making this move for the deaf, deafblind, and hard of hearing community from where it sits now within the Department of Education, which is one place that probably also isn't, well, has not been specifically built to serve this community, but moving it over to OPLC. Just speaking to the cultural differences and the potential harms to the community would be particularly interesting for all the speakers. Thank you.
Yes, excellent question, and I appreciate the way you prefaced it. I am going to let some of the other folks who are here, they're going to talk directly about that and share their experiences. And I do also want to remind that I'm talking about one part of this bill. It's important to recognize that the bill mentions moving the program for the deaf of hard of hearing, which is under voc rehab in the Department of Ed right now, moving it under our board's purview. And again, I haven't touched on that in my testimony. Other folks will talk about that. It's important to recognize that's a piece of this bill and adds some complexities to the whole thing. Thank you.
Representative Sytek.
Did I hear you say an out of state interpreter can provide services to New Hampshire residents in state here?
Yes, it's why our licensure fees have increased over the past few years, because we do require, so if somebody's providing remote services, so, you know, in hospitals or something, you'll see somebody on a screen who's interpreting, so not directly in the room. We do have folks who have applied from out of state, but they apply for state licensure. So somebody who's living in Montana can't just interpret virtually in New Hampshire. They have to first apply for licensure and then they're able to. And the way this functions is there's a number of interpreter referral agencies. So Language Bank is something you might have heard of. There are a few other agencies that manage a whole fleet of interpreters throughout the country. So they'll contract with different folks so that they can do that virtual work. So again, they never actually come and set foot in New Hampshire, but they're able to provide some services.
Follow up.
Different question. What's the license fee today?
Oh, it got it. I apologize. I don't know the answer to that one either, but I believe we're actually right in the process of updating that fee schedule. It is posted on the website, and the fee schedule varies depending on how many years you've been interpreting, the type of certifications you hold. So it's not like there's a $100 licensure fee. Excuse me, let me step back. I answered your question wrong. There is a set licensure fee. There's a licensure fee for first-time applicants, and then there's one for renewals. And I believe it's in the $100 to $200 range, but again, don't quote me on it. We have it listed on our website.
Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So what is the population of people in the deaf, blind, and hard of hearing sphere, if you will, in New Hampshire at this time, if you have an accurate count?
Ooh, I also don't have you guys are quizzing me on the stats here. I don't have that number. Again, it's something that we can certainly find, and one of the other folks who might speak today may have that number for you.
Okay, maybe somebody in the audience could answer that question right now so that we don't lose it. I think it's very important to know how many people we're dealing with here.
Are there any other questions?
Oop, I have Lori Schaffer here who might be able to answer that question directly. I'm not sure if you'd like her to come sit or just shout it out.
I just don't want the question to recede into the carpet.
Yeah. Yeah, have her come up and join you. Is she filed a card or?
No, I have a card.
Uh,
You want me to go next?
Sure.
As well as answer the question?
Yes, that would
Okay.
be.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Although I don't know a specific count for New Hampshire, I do know that it's 1.5% of the United States population. So I think proportionally, New Hampshire would fall under that same number.
Could you perhaps introduce yourself?
I'm sorry. I'll start from the beginning.
Well, they said Lori, but I don't know
Yes.
if they all caught it.
Hi, I am Dr. Lori Schaffer, and I am speaking in opposition to HB 525. And to answer the question, as I said, the national population is 1.5% of the overall American population, and I would say New Hampshire's probably in that same proportion, if that would be helpful.
Thank you.
And if I may continue with the testimony
Yes,
I have,
please
I
do.
appreciate that. Thank you. I am a director of and assistant professor at the University of New Hampshire's American Sign Language English Interpreting Program. Many of the people in the audience and providing the interpreting service today are graduates of that program. I hold a doctorate in translation and interpreting studies and have been a practicing interpreter for over 30 years. My area of research specifically looks at the impact of institutional systems on the work of interpreters and the impact it has on their work and on the lives of the communities we serve. I'd like to first clarify a distinction that I've not yet heard discussed this morning between the New Hampshire Licensure Board for Interpreters, its duties, functions, and responsibilities, as compared to the Office of Deaf and Hard of Hearing Service, referred to in the bill as the Program of Deaf and Hard of Hearing Services, and their duties, functions, and responsibilities. And they're very distinct, and they're both encompassed in this bill. The New Hampshire Licensure Board for Interpreters, as we've already noted, reviews applications for licensure, grants the licensure, oversees our conduct as American Sign Language English interpreters who provide services in the state. The Office of Deaf and Hard of Hearing Services, starting on, I believe, on page 3 or 4 of the bill, it provides training and assistance to deaf, hard of hearing, and deaf-blind citizens of this state, and equally important, to the employers of New Hampshire. The distinction is critical to the discussion of HB 525. So I'm going to ask us to first continue our examination of the Interpreter Licensure Board. Although under the bill, the board will remain as a functioning advisory board to the Office of Professional Licensing and Certification, the board's responsibility of suspending, revoking licenses, conducting investigations and hearings regarding the denial, suspension, revocation, and renewal of licenses, and, quote, accepting written complaints from the public against licensees, conducting necessary investigations of such complaints, and publicizing the complaint procedure, all have been struck. Such duties would then fall to the OPLC. These responsibilities require extensive knowledge of the expected conduct of our working interpreters, as my colleague Grace Warwick already mentioned. Also, as she mentioned, our conduct is guided by the Code of Professional Conduct, which is provided to us by our national organization of the Registry of Interpreters for the Deaf, in collaboration with the National Association for the Deaf. The code states the American deaf community represents a cultural and linguistic group having an inalienable right to full and equal communication and to participation in all aspects of society. Members of the American deaf community have the right to informed choice and to the highest quality interpreting services. The CPC goes on to say the driving force behind the guiding principles is the notion that the interpreter will do no harm. The phrase do no harm is very intentional. It is the same principle that is the basis of the Hippocratic Oath, as we all know. It is the oath that our healthcare professionals swear to uphold. If we want to file a grievance against a medical professional here in New Hampshire, one would file with the New Hampshire Department of Health and Human Services or the Board of Medicine. Both bodies have the expertise and institutional knowledge to carry out the responsibility of suspending and revoking licenses, conducting investigations, etc. All those duties and responsibilities that have been struck. I do not think anyone would argue that Northeast Deaf and Hard of Hearing, no one would argue that the New Hampshire Department of Health and Human Services and the Board of Medicine are the correct bodies to manage these grievances. Now, it might be said that interpreting is not medicine. There are rules, and rules are either complied with or violated. However, our code of conduct is not made of rules, but of guidelines. Guidelines that ask, for example, quote, interpreters conduct themselves in a manner appropriate to the specific interpreting situation, unquote. I would like to know how the OPLC would determine compliance or violation to this tenet. They could turn to the advisory board. Then this becomes a duplication of work. The OPLC cannot do what the NHILB, the interpreting board, can and does do. HB 525 would make the OPLC a puppet overseer. Leave NHILB to do their job. Time is money, and this restructuring will cause inefficiency and cost the state financially. In addition, there is a risk to violating our deaf, hard of hearing, and deafblind citizens' inalienable right to high-quality communication access. If a wrong decision is made on the part of the OPLC, there could be legal as well as financial consequences. Now let's look at the Office of Deaf and Hard of Hearing Services, which has not yet been discussed. One thing that needs to be understood is that neither the NH Interpreting Board is actually not directly under the Department of Education. It is under vocational rehab, which is under the Department of Education. So you're asking for a department that is 2 degrees away to be supervising the interpreting board. And it doesn't, for the most part. It oversees to a degree, but who really works closely with them is the vocational rehab services that are housed within the Department of Education. So what does this program or Office for Deaf and Hard of Hearing Services do? The Office of Deaf and Hard of Hearing Services does offer some administrative support to the interpreting board. However, it's not a licensing operation, which makes it curious as is included in this bill. What it does, as I mentioned previously, is offering training and assistance. The training and assistance are designed to prepare both the potential deaf, hard of hearing, or deaf-blind employee and the employer for work. You see, most people associate the word deaf with hearing loss, with impairment. The frame is rooted in deficit thinking. The professionals at the Office or Program of Deaf and Hard of Hearing Services model the opposite. They model professional success. They bring their expertise, resources, and the lived experience of being deaf to share with these employers. They assist employers in shifting the paradigm away from deficit thinking to one of contribution. These same experts then work with potential deaf, hard of hearing, and deaf-blind employees, including those transitioning from public schools into our workforce, so the employees can bring their best selves to the job or classroom. Without the services of the Office or Program for Deaf and Hard of Hearing Services, many of these people, deaf, hard of hearing, and deaf-blind, would go unemployed, and many an employer would not have access to the contribution they could make. Instead, we'd have more people on state assistance, unemployed, and unable to meet their basic needs. ODHHS, the Office for Deaf, Hard of Hearing Services, does not belong under the auspices of OPLC. It is appropriately positioned on the offices of vocational rehab. In closing, I say to you, it would be illogical and irresponsible to pass HB 525.
Are there any questions? Representative Groda?
Thank you. Your testimony was very helpful because, from what I understand, you're telling us is that really the program itself is the large component of this whole discussion.
Yes, it's half the bill.
Right. But it's also a significant portion of what you all need.
Yes.
Right. It's the thing that drives the whole program. I mean, this office is the thing that drives it. And it's the reason why you need to keep the licensing under your realm.
Exactly.
So Are there other communities that are also under the vocational rehab office?
Yes, actually, the vocational rehab office, I'm not from there, so my colleagues are. But
Okay.
in brief, I can say that their job is to work with people who are labeled as those having disabilities to join the workforce.
Thank you so much. Very helpful.
Representative Sitek?
May we have a copy of your testimony?
I have provided it to the gentleman who was collecting them, and I've also posted it on the website. I didn't make copies for each of you. I apologize. I have one more copy.
We'll get them. Don't worry.
Okay.
Are there any other questions? Oh, Representative Howard?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So, as a professor, I'm sure that you'd probably be best to answer this question. Is American Sign Language a one-to-one translation of English?
Well, there's no such thing as in any language. Yes, you can. If we could pause just a moment until the technology comes up, particularly to this question.
There's some of us depending on that because speakers are hooking that one. We can't live with it.
Example of the variety of members of the deaf community.
Is there something we should be doing?
I don't know how to fix the technology, but this gentleman might.
Oh, thank you.
There we go. So to the question of whether American Sign Language is a quote one-to-one translation into English, no language is. There's no such thing, and I teach to this, as you said, I am a professor, that there's no such thing as verbatim. American Sign Language is no different. Its roots are actually in French Sign Language, which is what the initial teachers for the deaf, our first school for the deaf in the country, were brought over from France. So therefore, the language much more actually resembles syntactically and linguistically French. So you can imagine we can go from there.
Well, thank you for the explanation. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Are there other questions from the committee? Representative Sellers?
Thank you, Madam Chair. You mentioned liability that OPLC might undertake because of their not being knowledgeable enough. What, isn't that the same thing for this board as well? Even though they're knowledgeable, they could still have liability?
True, except there's a whole lot more expertise there and less likelihood of it happening. Specifically given the discussion of hiring new consultants with the expertise additional to the boards with the funds that are there.
Follow up.
Yeah, thank you. One other question. My question is if, what about appeal for those that you're certifying if they don't agree of the grievance or something like that? Where do they go from your
There's an appeal process within the grievance process and overall. Yes, absolutely, sir. Good question.
Thank you. Representative DeVries?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Oh, there we go. I'm usually not accused of being particularly quiet. Thank you so much, Dr. Schaefer. So the question that I guess that I have for you is moving the New Hampshire NHILB is to the OPLC. I know OPLS. Sorry, just so many acronyms. Making myself a little crazy. There are two different things underneath this bill that would be moving underneath the office of the OPLC. What I heard you saying, and perhaps you can correct me if I am wrong, is that the office or the program for the deaf and hard of hearing is especially challenged to be moved under the OPLC because they do not have any particular expertise in training employees, or rather training employers about how to work with the community. I'm just, if you could be a little.
Sure, let me review that a little bit. Okay, so looking at the interpreter licensure board, I think it's equally problematic to put them under the OPLC because now we're duplicating effort. Why not let them do what they're already doing? Why move them under the OPLC that has no expertise, as I read, how vague our guidelines are as professional interpreters, you really have to be an interpreter or a consumer of our services to understand how they would be violated. And so I think there'd be a lot of back and forth of not knowing that it seems a waste of time, energy, and money. As far as the Office for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing, under vocational rehab, their expertise is training employees and employers, and I'm not sure what that has to do with the OPLC, to be honest.
Thank you.
There are other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, and I hear your testimony was fantastic. I will be
You like my
reviewing it.
copy?
Yes, thank you. Yes, yes, thank you. Next, I'll call Hobart D. Clanton. Sorry.
I would like the members to identify themselves when they speak, if we could, so we can follow along. We, as the deaf community, we can follow along. You know, I'm hearing the person in the corner, maybe the person with the mask, but if we could actually get your names so we could participate and follow, that'd be greatly appreciated.
Thank you. As we're recognizing people for questions, I've said Representative DeVries. Has that been satisfactory? I'll be a little bit more clear, just as an example. Representative DeVries.
I'm sorry, was that question directed to me?
No, it was
Madam Chairwoman.
It was to the interpreters and to the audience to see that if recognizing somebody as Representative Pearson or Representative DeVries is sufficient.
Thank you.
Actually, and I will call Christy Stellato from the New Hampshire Association of the Deaf.
I'm sorry, who did you call Christy?
Sorry, yes, Christy.
You said D.
Oh, sorry, D. Sorry, here we go. Actually, my apologies. Here we go. D. Clanton. Apologize. And then Christy will be next.
Looking at logistics at this moment for the interpreters. So give us just a moment. Where should I stand? We stand for the interpreters.
Here is marked, Arthur, that you show on the video for our audience. Bit forward. Okay, forward. Hold on. Yellow wax on the floor.
Yeah. Okay. Give us just one second. The interpreters and D are trying to figure out logistics.
Just trying to figure out logistics here. Okay, so I think we'll stay like this, so everybody can see me.
Got to talk into the microphone.
Okay. I have to speak with the microphone.
And I also would like to add that we would greatly appreciate this also as written testimony because we all benefit from multiple modalities.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would it be helpful to have a seat at this table? I'd be happy to, if somebody would like to have this seat so that the audience can see.
Online.
Okay.
This is online. So anybody from home that's watching can see somebody saying.
Can you?
This is for hearing.
Are you gonna stand there and? We're just discussing if if Dee was to stand there, he'd be signing to the audience and but wants to sign directly to the members as well. Okay. Just figuring all the interpreter process still. He's saying, please sit there, and I will go from here. Okay. Good morning, everybody. My name is Dee Clanton, and I am deaf. I do not support this bill, HB 525. As some other folks have already mentioned, so I was the former statewide coordinator for deaf and hard of hearing since 1994. And when that new license approach was built, I was very involved with that. And so what had happened prior to that, we would frequently have interpreters who would struggle all over the state of New Hampshire and nationwide as well. And so you had asked about the licensure, which protects the community and protects the interpreters as well. But in order to get a license, you have to go through, it's called the Registry of Interpreters for the Deaf, RID. It's a nationwide entity that's based in DC. So interpreters go through that process, go through RID in order to get their certification. And then their certification is brought here to New Hampshire. And then they are given a license to allow them to work in the state of New Hampshire. So historically, folks might say, oh, I have a family member who knows a little bit of sign, but that's not enough. That's not a quality interpreter experience. So some interpreters might say,
So, and
Okay. So everyone, you're following my my testimony so far. All right. So as I was mentioning, the licensure board was set up through legislative process. Our committee, we did have a subcommittee that was working on the DAR set of rules, which we have still in place today. I think it was back 2003, early 2000, something or other. We had learned a lot from that point in time forward. And looking at the licensure board, we had 4 interpreters, 4 deaf members, 1 hearing member, so we had a total of 9 members. We were figuring out what was working, what was not working. And we did see that it has been employed for that time period and has been working well. When things don't work well, then we reassess the rules. And we really thought we were doing pretty well with the interpreting community and with the deaf constituents. Again, looking at the Office of Deaf and Hard of Hearing and looking at this bill 525 seems that it would really be a major setback. It seems that the idea behind this bill is finances, is funding. And again, this funding source is relatively new. And the idea of it being sent back to the deaf and hard of hearing community and thinking about how do we do that? This is all kind of new conversation. We hadn't had that experience over the last 20 plus years. The oversight of the funding there and thinking that it would be just taken away from us, or thinking about what to do with it and thinking about VR and Office of Hard of Hearing and Deaf and Hard of Hearing Services and leaving that as is. From what people are saying, how many members do you have within the community? And as far as the interpreting community goes, as mentioned, it's at least 100. Looking at New Hampshire, thinking about Maine, thinking about Vermont, Massachusetts. Some of these interpreters are crossing state lines because the needs are there. Whether we send our interpreters over to other states or vice versa, the need is there. So one example might be looking for a certified deaf interpreter like we have today, standing in the corner. That individual is from Vermont. He drove over today to provide services, which is great to see that they're there providing the services, but knowing that there is just not enough. And thinking about if an individual does not have national certification or licensure, they cannot provide services in this state. There was also the mention of video remote interpreting. It's called VRI. There are so many locations that are utilizing this services, whether it's courts or hospitals or what have you. That number has skyrocketed in the past few years. Therefore, should we charge licensure fee for that if they're providing services in this state? And again, the unprecedented amount of video relay interpreters that have gone through the roof in the past few years, New Hampshire was able to capitalize on that and gaining fees from those members that are outside of the state working licensure, following the rules and the regs for the state to provide services for our members of the community. So, video remote interpreting, we did not anticipate that. It was a shock for everybody. COVID was a shock, but we do appreciate that service was available, and we were able to provide gap in services with the video remote as well as in-person interpreting. So within talking now about the Office of Deaf and Hard of Hearing and where it's living and the interpreting licensure board, I think that that's a natural function that has coexisted. I wouldn't say that there's any mass criticisms at this point. In thinking about the term of licensure, which is 2 years, and having the state of New Hampshire overseeing that, looking at the board members and the turnover that happens, ultimately this community is not easy to oversee, and this is within members of our own community providing these functions. I think we're very fortunate to have what we have, to have that historical knowledge, to have that lived experience, to have that opportunity to screen these new interpreters coming in, whether they have the RID credential or the NAD credential or not. It's important that we have this entity set up to oversee what is being provided within our community. Thinking if we were to move over to the Office of Professional Licensure, if this is a discussion about funding, I think, well, hold on. I think we have to think about whether this bill is going to happen or not. And I would really appreciate if you just hear our testimony and just squash it before it goes any further. Are there any questions for me? I'm ready for them.
Okay. I'm Representative Jackie Grota, and I have a question regarding your relationship with the Vocational Rehabilitation Office of the Department of Education. So can you share with me what that relationship is, and also the relationship that, because you spoke a lot about interpreting, but really the program for the deaf and hard of hearing is also part of this bill, which is significantly different than licensing. It's more of a relationship with your community and the promotion of the individuals who are part of your community. I'd like to, if you could expound on those two things, I would appreciate it. Is that one or two questions? Thank you.
Okay, I hear what you're saying. First of all, vocational rehabilitation was an office set up some years ago, the the Office of Deaf and Hard of Hearing. I mean, that's statewide, providing services, New Hampshire statewide. That was set up, sometime in the 80s, early 80s, 81 maybe. That was the intent of that, was for the deaf and hard of hearing community and such members, anybody with hearing loss, to look into employment services. So that's VR. Talking about licensure, when there was a vote that was passed to support licensure, they were looking at our office at that time. So we were there to support and sponsor, and it's been great to see the solid work history there, and to see the members here today. It's obviously evident that the monitoring that has been happening and have been working for the licensure board. And this is not a joke here, I'm telling you. This is not a joke. When we think about our community, it is a small state, things can get sticky. We have to be careful. And if there's a grievance out there to a community member, we have to think of logistics. We have to think of confidentiality. We have to think of the individual as a person, the deaf person, the hearing person. What happened here? And look at this tactfully to resolve What happened? What is the issue from the deaf person's perspective? What is the issue from the interpreter's perspective? And not only does that opportunity exist for the deaf community to air their grievances, but as does the hearing members of this incident. So whether it's a business that was impacted by an interpreter's decision as well. So one example I can remember, there was some issue with, I don't want to go into great detail here, but I remember it was something relatively serious. I remember calling another state and saying, we have a problem. How do we remedy this? The other state did validate that it was an infraction within the licensure board and that the individual should be leaving. So we investigated this individual, also looking at this individual, did they have certification from the national organization RID, Registers Interpreter for the Deaf, and see if they were in good standing. And so what happened was, looking at the protections that were in place for the community members. So I'm not sure if my situation is explaining clearly, or if I even answered your question for that matter.
Follow up.
Yes, thank you. I believe you did. And the previous speaker, the woman who's the professor, I don't remember her name. There you are. Okay, I'm so sorry. She talked about the community being similar to a community that is a medical community, or where the whole person is being addressed. So I would think that the Board of Deaf and Hard of Hearing is looking at individuals in the same way, because you're looking at the ability to communicate with them, find them employment, and guide them in and work with their employers, which I also think is very interesting as well, because the entire system has to recognize the needs for that communication to occur. Would you say that's correct?
Yes. Again, the sign language interpreting program here at University of New Hampshire in Manchester is excellent. Those hearing students are eager to learn the language, the culture, to become quality interpreters. Is it a guarantee that they're going to get certification, national certification? It is not. That depends on the individual. Some students come out there with great success, but some of them don't make it to certification right away. And that's where the licensure board comes into play in providing those screening opportunities to say, yes, these students or now graduates can become interpreters, but with limited settings or with limited capacity. Some of the individuals go on right away to become nationally certified and accredited. Certainly, her program has been a great asset to the state of New Hampshire and for the deaf community here. So we applaud UNH Manchester for their efforts in creating those individuals to support our community. Without Lori, I think that we would be at a real deficit in the state. Okay.
I have a question, Representative Erica Leon. All the money that is in this account was collected by the community in the licensing fees. Are you concerned that higher than needed licensing fees have been drawing resources from the community and have potentially reduced the number of people becoming interpreters?
Funny you should say that. Prior to my retirement, boy, here I am talking about my retirement. It's been a while, but we had looked at the fees. And at that time, prior to instigating the fees, that was also pre-VRI, video remote interpreting. And again, emphasizing that during COVID, we just saw the numbers skyrocket, and that really surprised everybody. The number of interpreters hasn't necessarily gone down. The number has increased, certainly with the VRI implementation. But I think the number kind of holds strong. There are members of the interpreting community that have retired or moved. I mean, I retired a few years ago, and we had a pretty stable population of interpreters, maybe a slight bump, a slight decline, but VRI, video relay interpreting, has really impacted the numbers and the surplus of funding. But we're also utilizing the services. I don't know what's happening within the hospitals that are strong proponents of VRI, but we know that there has been changes. Will the number of interpreters go down? Will it change? Will it be impacted by VR? We can't predict. We have new individuals and new opportunities all the time. I think we just have to remain open and see what will happen.
Thank you. Representative DeVries.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Thank you, Mr. Clinton. A question for you. So it was the spike in after COVID that caused a greater number of people seeking licensing, and that in turn drove up the number of dollars that were in the account from approximately 50,000 to approximately $200,000. Fair enough. And then, so now we have this new technology, the VRI, and we don't know what some of the outcomes of that technology, which may be fantastic because it allows service in more rural areas, perhaps, but the possibility exists that, is it correct, that the possibility exists that what may look like an excess surplus from licensing fees of now we're at 200,000 instead of $50,000, that there may in fact, because of the new VRI technology, be more demands on the NHILB. Would you agree that because this is new technology, there may be increased pressures on that board? And therefore, the $200,000 isn't in fact a problem, but it is resources to address changing technologies. Sorry if I was not clear.
Well, if we're looking at pre and post COVID and this funding time, again, mentioning that the funds were very stable for quite a period of time, and then COVID hit, and I can remember seeing the difference, the influx. I can't say it was right or wrong. It was just changes. There were some interpreters many interpreters were not going into the hospitals anymore. Many interpreters preferred to stay home, or individuals within the hospital, they wanted the in-person interpreters. I mean, I'm not going to bore you with all the details of COVID. We know what that looked like. But in any event, we do know that the funds were increasing at that time. And individuals do have the right to prefer an in-person interpreter if that works best for them, however that is set up. And the hospital or whomever can ask for the referral agency to get that live in-person interpreter, but sometimes the situations are not offered and it's just video remote interpreting. Like this morning, I went to a physical appointment for myself, and I do prefer the in-person interpreter in the room in the same location so that the nuances can be expressed within the language. However, if VRI was the only thing that was available, we're just going to get the 2D screen, and those subtleties within the room are not going to be conveyed. I think for some people that can work fine, some people not so much. But if we imagine being deaf and blind, like some of our community members are, the remote interpreting is not going to work for them. If we're thinking also about remote situations heading up north into the North Country, it's important to have those community relations for those individuals that know the area and know the arena. That is so helpful. That is lost within the VRI complex. So I'm not sure if I answered your question appropriately or not, or completely.
I believe you did. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. Next, thank you very much for your testimony. I appreciate it.
Great, thank
Next,
you.
I call Christy Stellato from the New Hampshire Association of the Deaf.
Again, just figuring out where the best place to stand. So I know the live streaming is going to miss this because I'm not standing on that little X over there, but hello, everybody. Thank you for allowing me to come here today. My name is Christy Stellato. I am a deaf person. I am using interpreter services, and I am the president of the New Hampshire Association of the Deaf. I am also a deaf interpreter myself. I am from Hillsborough, New Hampshire, and I am here to oppose HB 525 related to moving both the program for the Office for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing and the New Hampshire Interpreter Licensure Board. You know, the alphabet soup we have here with all of these acronyms, OPLC, ILB. So I'm here to provide a little bit of history behind these two departments, the ILB and the OPDH. So the program was for the deaf and hard of hearing was set up in 1981, and which includes a number of federal programs as well. And it was set up to provide services for deaf and hard of hearing and deafblind individuals. With the focus on providing standard and quality of services for this population. Including collaboration with various agencies, which is administered by, you know, the statewide coordinator, who is an expert on the subject matter and has great knowledge of this population. So the cornerstone of this program is to promote quality of interpreters. Excuse me.
If I could interrupt for just a moment. One of the things we do in the committee is if you have written testimony for everybody, it's always easier for us to read your written testimony, but listen to you summarize, give the high points, so that we can hear what out of your testimony is most important to you while we read the whole document. We ask this for everybody in our hearings. It's not unique to your community. It's something we ask from everybody who comes to testify.
Okay, sure thing. I do have several copies. I also gave 3 copies over to the gentleman that was over there as well with cards.
Thank you. We'll make sure to get copies of anything that people submit so that we all have the opportunity to read them and review them before the subcommittee.
Sure thing. So basically, I am here to oppose HB 525. Because the program for deaf and hard of hearing was founded by federal law, by several federal laws, actually. Because they are focused on providing and improving services for folks to have access through interpreting standards and through the interpreting program. Through interpreting laws and the licensures, certifications, interpreter training programs, and so forth. So the New Hampshire Licensure Board was established because deaf consumers were experiencing some frustrations and trying to determine how one can approach and this type of situation and how, that person can be heard. Maybe that interpreter needs to make some improvements, or maybe it wasn't the right person, not the right fit for that situation. So that board was established to meet those needs and address those situations. So for example, so suppose if a complaint process goes through, then we have those procedures to set up to address those needs. Sorry, I don't want to read this whole thing. Like you said, I'll give you the printout version of this. So I would prefer to see the licensure board stay where it is, which is in the appropriate place under VR. So because of other reasons, particularly cultural competency, board members themselves have experience, they have the training and the knowledge. And if it is moved under the OPLC, where the folks there have no similar experience or training as the board members do from the ILB, which we do have that experience and that knowledge. Like you had said, we become kind of the jury members. And so we have that ability and we have that knowledge. But OPLC is the one who does the investigation. They may not have the right process. They may be asking questions, and the consumer might realize that, hey, this isn't the appropriate process. This is not the appropriate questions to be asking me for this investigation. While we sit back and watch why this OPLC does this investigation, which may become derailed for whatever reason. So the deaf consumer, historically, has experienced all of these frustrations and barriers and maybe just shut down because they don't want to go through this complaint process with an entity that doesn't have the knowledge and experience to do so. And be left out yet again.
Thank you. But I'm not trying to interrupt you. That was very, very helpful to hear that. I appreciate that insight. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, I thank you very much. Next, I'll call Michelle from, I can't read your last name, from Northeast Deaf and Hard of Hearing. McConaughey. Yeah. Thank you. And I want to say that it is lunchtime. We have some members who need to eat. It's not a matter of them not wanting to listen to this in person, but they need that for their health. And so we may have people coming and going, but rest assured that we will be paying attention to all testimony on this bill.
Good morning, Chair. Well, good afternoon, almost. Hello, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chair and member of the committee. My name is Michelle McConaughey. I'm the Executive Director for Northeast Deaf and Hard of Hearing Interpreter. I'm here with the full support of the Northeast Deaf and Hard of Hearing Board. And what I'm reading here is just a summary of what you guys have. You have a full written testimony. We are a nonprofit organization, have been serving the deaf and hard of hearing and deafblind community in New Hampshire for 24 years. Today, I come before you to express a strong opposition to HB 525 and to shed light on the profound impact that this would have on our community. In the interest of time, I will cover some of the crucial points and hope you will take the time to read the more detailed explanation that I have provided. As a deaf individual, I ask that you refrain from not comparing me to another deaf person and wonder why we need different communication methods. That's a discussion for another time. Our community is complex and diverse, and it's often challenging for many people to fully understand. Let me address some of the common misconceptions. Lip reading as an effective communication is a myth. Asking a deaf person or a hard of hearing person to lip read places the entire burden of the communication on us. And not all of us can lip read. Studies show that only 30 to 40% of the spoken language can be accurately interpreted through lip reading. A more effective approach is to ask a deaf person or a hard of hearing person and a deaf blind person, what is the best way to communicate with you? Communication should be a shared responsibility. Deaf people have equal access to learning. Again, that is not true. Over 90% of us are born to hearing parents whose first experience with a deaf person is their own child. The result is a delayed access to language, which can lead to language deprivation. I've outlined a more detail of that regarding to language deprivation, but it is one of the main reasons why ODHH should remain with the Bureau of Vocational Rehabilitation, where they understand our experience and how to effectively serve our community. And that the myth is assuming that any agency can serve us, our needs. The various complexity of deaf and hard of hearing and deaf blind individuals require specialized knowledge. Transition ODHH to OPLC, which does not have this expertise, would mean losing decades of institutional knowledge crucial for serving our community. I share these misconceptions to reflect how we are frequently misunderstood and the additional barriers we face. We recognize that well-intended people may not grasp the far-reaching consequences of the decision that seems minor. However, disconnecting services from one of the few agencies that understand our experience could have a devastating effect on us. The New Hampshire Interpreting Licensing Board has a vital role in our community. Moving its responsibility to the OPLC undermines the essential services oversight and risks diminishing service quality. This is not just a bureaucratic shift. These affect real lives. Trust is the key. Deaf and hard of hearing and deaf blind individuals are more likely to voice accessibility concerns when they know their experience can be understood and respected. Deaf advocacy is a constant struggle for us, and it is exhausting and frustrating. As we navigate these challenges, we recognize that many of the well-meaning individuals may misinterpret our needs. Issues of trust, understanding of our culture and language, and the community autonomy can be difficult to convey, especially to those who lack our lived experience. I will elaborate further on these points in my written testimony, which I really encourage you to review. It is crucial for you to understand the significance of this issue within our community. In closing, I respectfully ask you to take our word for it. Your support of opposing HB 525 means a great deal to us. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, I greatly appreciate your testimony. Thank you. Next, I will call Dee Juris from OPLC. She will need to be in another committee later, so I wanted to get the insight from the executive director. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I do appreciate your indulgence. I just want to make sure that I get down to House Finance in time, and I wanted to be before you for any questions. I guess I will just say we had a few remarks prepared, but I'm happy to just bring those to a subcommittee or a retained bill committee at any time. Happy to assist. I see Attorney Fry joining me at the table in case there's any questions that I cannot answer. But the office is prepared to implement whatever this legislature wills in terms of the movement here. I would just like to allay any concerns. The office is very understanding of each individual community's needs, and we have 57 different boards that do lots of, a variety of things, and so happy to meet the needs. And I think the fiscal note accurately demonstrates just we've already taken a look at our existing process and how we would need to change and adjust to serve this community. So I do want them to hear that should this become law, we would do our very best to implement and work with the stakeholders and the community to ensure that it's served. I do understand there's some conversation about bifurcating kind of the program and the licensing aspect. We do have some precedent for that. I would say property assessors, there's still an assessing standards board at the Department of Revenue Administration, but the licensing function lies with the OPLC. So there's some precedent for that division if the committee would like to look at that. Not making any policy recommendations, but just to say that that is a potential option. But happy to work with you all on any logistics to make it fit within our existing process. And address any concerns. We're happy to take questions, but we don't need to take more of your time and can just do that in subcommittee as well.
Representative DeVries.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here today. I'm curious today, we're talking sometimes about cultural competencies, and I understand that you've taken a look at this and would be prepared to move forward, but I'm curious how many people within your office now are members of the deaf, blind, or hard of hearing community? Thank you.
I don't want to say none because I am. It's very possible that I have members of my staff that may be part of that community or may have family members. I don't have that knowledge at my disposal. I guess the question is, do I have interpreters on staff or do I have people who are designated to do that work? The answer is no. And the fiscal note contemplates that we would look at probably hiring a dedicated staff member for support to be able to offer those services in addition to contractors like we would with any other board, like I think the Department or Voc Rehab are doing now.
Follow up.
Yeah, to be clear, sorry, that was not my question. It was entirely about how many people you have on staff currently and not future oriented, because I think one of the prior speakers was talking to us about the institutional knowledge that has been built up over the years working within the Department of Education. So it's not about a lack of, and I certainly do not mean to convey that, but I just wanted to know what the existing cultural competencies were to understand what the impacts would be. Thank you.
Sorry. And I think I'll sort of refine that question. Generally, OPLC does the administrative backbone for a lot of different regulated groups where the expertise for the group and the cultural knowledge for the group is within the board that advises the OPLC. And my understanding is that the people who are involved in the current program would come over, unless they chose not to follow the advisory board, that they would come over from their existing home to now have the OPLC be the administrative backbone instead of the Department of Education be the administrative backbone. Is that a fair understanding?
Yes, I think it certainly remains to be seen, and there would be details to work out about exactly what those functions are. I think there's some pieces that are driven by the board presently at the department that are more policy decisions or more maybe community services is the right word. I think the bill contemplates, and maybe presently there's maintaining a registry of what is available, looking at grant writing and other kind of services to the community. That's outside of the scope and function of OPLC, which is, we do licensing, credentialing, and then when you break the law, we investigate, right? Or when you're alleged to have broken the law, if a complaint comes in. So I think some of the concerns that you've heard is to say that that's not really a function of this. It's not a licensure function. It's separate from that. And so I think that's kind of the discussion that you're hearing today. I'll make a broad statement. We could credential anyone, but the other community services and those aspects, I think is the concern that you're hearing. And we defer to your judgment if you don't pass this bill, we won't look any further into it.
Thank you. That was very helpful. There are other questions from committee members? Seeing none, thank you very much. Next, I'll call Valerie Ortiz, representing Lori Minor from sorry. Can you push the button so it's red? Thank you.
How's that?
Perfect.
Okay, good morning or good afternoon. Thank you for hearing my testimony. I am here reading a statement by Lori Meyer. She may actually be here in person later, but since she is not here yet, I will read her testimony.
Could you summarize it if you're familiar enough with it?
I will do my best.
Thank you.
Could you also put your mouth closer to the microphone because, thank you.
Is that better?
Yes.
Okay, great. This is from Lori Meyer. I've been an ASL interpreter for 49 years, most of that in New Hampshire. Several decades ago, I was one of a handful of interpreters and deaf community members who recognized how little agency people who used our services had in the choice of interpreters they were receiving and the significant impact that had on their life experiences. New Hampshire became one of the early states to propose and pass licensure legislation that included a defined complaint process, with the hope that consumers of our services would be able to give voice to their concerns and that interpreters would benefit from hearing those concerns. One of our major interests was to create a process for interpreters to hear what mattered to deaf, hard of hearing, and deafblind consumers and those contracting our services. Our hope was more to uplift than to sanction. Even with deaf people and interpreters at the table, it has been difficult for the consumers to effectively file a grievance. As you can imagine, regulatory processes have thwarted some of our intentions over the years, and the Licensure Board has been on a multi-year quest to make it easier for complaints to make it through the process. As other testimony will explain, the Licensure Board has approved new pathways that will support complainants in reaching constructive resolutions. For those pathways to be effective, Licensure Board members must bring cultural and linguistic competence to the task. We are fortunate to have the recent leadership of Richard Sala, Director of the New Hampshire Department of Vocational Rehabilitation, and Beth Keller, Program Coordinator for the Office of the Deaf and Hard of Hearing. The recent Licensure Board progress is a tribute to them and one of the many reasons why it's so important that the Licensure Board and the Office of the Deaf and Hard of Hearing remain with the New Hampshire Bureau of Vocational Rehabilitation. The institutional knowledge and sensitivity to the issues that New Hampshire VR brings to these conversations would require decades to replicate at the OPLC. I believe there are significant ways that concerns coming from the Licensure Board differ from other licensed professions. Navigating the ethics of interpreting and the impact on the community we serve is not simple. National conferences debate it, and deaf leaders and interpreters at the local and national level continually examine the nuances of our code of professional conduct. An OPLC board without this background would be unable to fairly and effectively support the integrity of a grievance process and the safety and well-being of the New Hampshire's deaf, hard of hearing, and deaf-blind citizens. An example of how this lack of understanding could impact the Licensure Board is demonstrated in the methodology section of House Bill 525. The OPLC recognizes that it does not have the expertise to manage the Licensure Board and proposes an administrator to, quote, ensure that the office has an interpreter, unquote, as if the existence of an interpreter on staff creates an accessible Licensure Board. Any trained interpreter will tell you that creating an environment that welcomes deaf community concerns requires the presence of deaf people with lived experience. I will leave it at that because you asked me to summarize. I did the best I could with the summary.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and you did a great job. And since it's her testimony, we won't take any questions for you. Thank you. I believe this is Paul Derome. I apologize if I have your name wrong.
Hi, I am here to oppose Bill HB 525. I am a former vocational rehabilitation client. I've always had an ASL interpreter for my appointments. And I do trust the Office of Deaf and Hard of Hearing to address and handle all the needs of the community. So it gives me peace of mind that the Hampshire Licensure Board is there for me to protect me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'll call Katie Niveau. And I apologize if I'm getting any names wrong.
Thank you. It's Nevu. No one gets it right. I have limited copies of my written testimony, so if you are especially somebody that wants to follow along and make notes, you can. I only have 9, so. Feel free to capsule all those. I'll wait for those to go around. I will keep this brief. My name is Katie Nevu. I'm also known in the community by my name sign, Katie. I'm here today to represent the New Hampshire chapter of the Registry of Interpreters for the Deaf, NHRID. We are kind of the counterpart to the National Association of the Deaf, which Christy was representing earlier. I am the current board president, so I'm here speaking on behalf of our members today. Our guiding mission statement leads us to work together with the deaf community to meet the interpreting needs of New Hampshire residents. For over 20 years, the approval of licensure and the processing of complaints and grievances has been handled by the licensure board, which consists of members of both communities. Moving that board to be an advisory under the OPLC would remove the important cultural and linguistic awareness and knowledgeable experts that are working right here in New Hampshire, and would sanitize the process that we've been building for the last couple decades. And it removes nearly all of the opportunities for community feedback and for the growth of a dynamic process that grows with the community that it serves. Just to highlight some things of note that we saw, I am not a legislator or a lawyer, but I have spent the last week reading every single chapter, RSA, law associated with all of these boards. Current law allows for members of the community to submit a petition for rulemaking to the licensure board to amend, repeal, or otherwise enact new changes to the board, its licensures, its process, its rules, which from all of my understanding is not possible under the OPLC. The proposal just passed by the licensure board for interpreters a few months ago to upgrade and enhance and make more efficient their grievance process would not have been possible had it been moved under OPLC. Current law specifically details acceptable criteria for alternative filing of grievances and complaints. For any other profession under OPLC, this doesn't seem to be possible. All grievances are filed using a standardized online form completely in written English. There is nowhere to state that the form has been filled out on your behalf or with assistance, and there is nowhere to upload a video testimony or to file your grievance officially in person. There is also no promise that a grievance filed using non-standard English would be accepted or even understood by anybody who is on the receiving end of such a complaint. Current law also has licensed interpreters and members of the deaf and hard of hearing and deafblind communities fully integrated throughout the entire process of grievances and licensure. People who know exactly what it is to use an interpreter or to work as an interpreter here in New Hampshire are front to back, start to end in the process. people who work under the code of conduct every single day are the ones who are doing the investigation, collecting evidence, witnessing testimonies, and making decisions how to proceed. In ending, the community we serve is a cultural and linguistic minority with a long history of oppression, both on a systemic and on individual levels, as you've been hearing little bits of today. I cannot personally speak to the experience, the lived experience of being deaf, but I can tell you that interpreting is an intimate profession. Unlike a land surveyor or an accountant or an optometrist, which are all under the OPLC currently, along with 57 other boards of various licensures, interpreters are there for everything. If you could just take a moment to imagine that every single time you go to the dentist, the doctor's office, the bank, managing a loan, going to your parent-teacher conferences for your kids, all of that information that you want to share with them and that they are sharing with you has to go through another person. The amount of trust that's required to live your everyday life in that manner is extremely important. And so it's critical to understand that for a community that up until the advent of FaceTime and Skype could not use their native language with friends and family unless they were in person, that communication and understanding of who someone is and what their background is vital. So it is, I think my point is that it's critical that the deaf community is involved in the oversight and regulation of the professionals that permeate every corner of their lives. And then very often the interpreter is the only person in the room that knows what all parties are saying at all times. Otherwise, we wouldn't need to be there. If you understood all of the sign language that was being used here today and they understood all of your speech, we wouldn't need to be here, but unfortunately that's the case. If the interpreter makes an error, oftentimes they are the only one that knows. And so it is extremely important that interpreters are also part of this process in licensure and in filing and processing grievances, because this is an extremely niche profession and we are the ones that are living it and working it every day. And as part of the profession, it requires a specific level of insight and accountability, both in keeping ourselves accountable and keeping our own community accountable. So to the casual observer, it does seem that these changes are pretty minor, moving a licensure board to an office of licensure, but the implications are long-reaching, and thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. There are questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. Next, I'll call Joan Marco.
Hello, I'm Joe Marcoux. I live in Manchester, and I'm hard of hearing, and I'm here to ask your vote for against this bill. I had been hard of hearing all my life, and I actually, as a high school student, was able to get vocal rehab services, and then later on got to be employed through vocational rehabilitation and work with many individuals who were deaf and hard of hearing and deafblind. And I have to advocate for keeping this agency within the Department of Ed, sending it to another agency that may have no knowledge or cultural information about the deaf and hard of hearing and deafblind population will be doing a disservice to your New Hampshire constituents. I, as a hard of hearing person, did not know many hard of hearing people as a youngster, but once I got into high school and working with a rehab counselor for the deaf and hard of hearing, I was like, oh, I finally got to know and meet someone who understands my challenges and provided me with the accommodations that I needed in college. Someone who was hearing, who doesn't understand that I need COT, like you can't see over there, but we didn't have that back then. I had a notebook that someone took notes for me. So, but as a professional vocal rehab counselor, I had a graduate degree, and those of us who were rehab counselors for the deaf and hard of hearing, we had education that we pursued, got graduate degrees. We had gone to a lot of conferences and trainings about all kinds of technology and tried to keep up to date with the technology that would make people employable. So we work with clients to evaluate their skills, assess their interests, find what would be a suitable goal, wrote up plans for them and said they needed like this educational training or this job placement training, but they needed these kind of accommodations. Might be a vibrating pager if they were working in a work site, or if they needed ASL interpreters or job placement services to initially learn the job and then be able to be independent and be able to maintain employment. So Voc Rehab, when I worked as a VR counselor, I worked with a lot of individuals that were on the verge of becoming unemployed because they had a hearing loss. It takes about 7 years for someone to do something about their hearing loss once they start losing their hearing. So they were on the verge of becoming unemployed. They would come to Voc Rehab. We would provide them with the hearing aids. They were able to learn about technology that would be you could be used in a job, tactile phones and captioning, and all the devices that could enhance their employability. They would be able to maintain employment, and then we would be able to close them out, and they would be successfully employed and meeting the criteria for the Vocational Rehabilitation Agency nationwide. Every state has a VR agency. I don't know if you know, but Voc Rehab was initially started as an agency to work with veterans who incur injuries after the war. And then in this state, we have vocational rehabilitation that provides general rehab services. We have a specialty unit for deaf and SBVI, which is services for the blind and vision impaired, and we have the services for the deaf and hard of hearing. I encourage you to please keep ODHHS under education, under the Department of Education, because education knows about disability. You know, they have special ed and they have a lot of specialists under DOE, but OPLC, I'm so concerned if any moves are made to OPLC that all the gains we had made over the years will just backfire, and we're going to be regressing many years and with lack of suitable services. And then what happens is that we're going to end up having people go on benefits because they can't keep their job. They don't have the right services because they didn't have appropriate services provided to them. So providing services is an investment by the government that leads to individuals being successfully employed and tax-paying citizens. And that's why it was always been felt that Voc Rehab was a good program to provide investment in services for their constituents. So thank you for hearing me.
Thank you. We have a question from Representative Grotta, if you'll take it, or Grotta.
Hi, thank you. I'm Jackie Grotta. So you mentioned the vocational rehab that you're involved with, and you're actually in the vocational rehab office of the Department of Education. Is that correct?
I was. I was there for 16 years, from 1984 and then to 2001, and then I went to Department of Health and Human Services. But I would refer people to Voc Rehab at the Department of Ed. But
Okay.
Voc Rehab, for as long as I've been in New Hampshire, Voc Rehab has always been under the Department of Ed. Or maybe under, I think Voc Rehab, under the Department of Ed.
Thank you. I have another question, which the chair has told me I can ask you. So under this vocational rehab, not only do you have the board for the deaf and hard of hearing, which takes care of that population, but did I understand you correctly that there's also a group for vision and vision impaired individuals as well?
Yeah, it's not a board. So there's general VR services. You have the Department of Ed, adult services, adult learning and rehabilitation. I forget the one. Adult services for adult learning.
It's okay.
Okay.
Don't worry.
But adult learning, and then they have vocational rehabilitation and site services for independent living, and also the Office of Deaf and Hard of Hearing Services. So there's actually 3 under that umbrella.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next, I'll call Kara Cumrine.
I want to mention, this is Laurie Myers that couldn't present, that just came in. I want to know if someone read her paper for her.
Thank you. Thank you for acknowledging her for us.
Good afternoon, and thank you to the members of this committee for hearing the testimonies given today from New Hampshire citizens and entities of whom HB 525 will greatly affect. My name is Kara Crumrine. I am a 2019 graduate of the UNH Manchester ASL English Interpreting Program, currently a coordinator for the Education and Resource Center at Northeast Deaf and Hard of Hearing Services, and a practicing ASL English interpreter holding the state's licensure since 2021, and I reside in Derry. I joined many of my colleagues and community members in opposition of HB 525. In the interest of brevity, I am going to leave much of my written testimony out. You all have copies. I've passed it to the gentleman next to Madam Chairwoman, and I implore you to read it, please. As many have or will speak about today, though, I do want to stress the importance of recognizing the distinct differences between the two entities named and considered for administrative transfer in this bill. As Dr. Schaffer has gone into the functions and duties, that's the part I'm going to skip over, but I do detail those in my written testimony. I will say, though, that aside from the proximal relation of their housing and the administrative support from ODHHS to NHILB, they are very distinct entities and with distinct responsibilities and outcomes. And to conflate their existence for the purpose of this bill is a rather gross oversight that risks inferior successes and productivity within the communities that they serve. There are deaf persons here today that will provide testimony representing the desideratum of ODHHS remaining under the auspices of DOEVR, and I implore to this committee to consider those lived experiences, their nuanced understanding, and integrity of those testimonies that certainly do mirror the skilled, expert, and industrious laboring under the current ODHH office. As a trained and working interpreter, I would instead like to use a few minutes of your time to highlight large concern for the NHILB being moved to the office to OPLC. New Hampshire is one of 22 U.S. states that require interpreters hold an occupational license. Receiving this license is certainly not a nominal feat. We must obtain, at minimum, years of interpreter training, often including somewhere around or over 300 hours of practicum experience. We matriculate a degree, pass either the New Hampshire Interpreter State Screening or our national governing body's certification, pay testing, application, and licensing fees, and maintain continuing education credits thereafter. New Hampshire interpreters that are committing to this process of obtaining this licensure really do command the presence and execution of a proficient, informed, and well-versed licensing board so that it may safeguard our professional standards. Of utmost importance is the understanding that deaf charge and guidance must be at the helm of this oversight. This is a significant factor when considering the need for managing, investigating, and mediating grievances in this occupation. A current NHILB duty proposed to be struck from this bill in the writing, but it seems that there's been some clarity and sharing of information on that since this hearing has started. The medium of our professional work, the foundation and root of our practice, is the linguistic fluency of American Sign Language and allied cultural competency of a marginalized people. The U.S. does, in fact, have a systemic history of oppression of deaf people and suppression of ASL. We must continue to be led by deaf people. Deaf individuals who are uniquely equipped to mitigate, investigate, and mediate those potential injustices, intended or not, that risk harm to this community, lest, of course, we repeat the past. If moving this board to under the auspices of OPLC renders this duty absent, then practicality and morality must kill this bill. This committee might hear or argue support for this bill as it relates to the fallacious claim that OPLC will bring greater legitimacy to this profession. I argue this claim is ego-driven and at the expense of the deaf community, that our allyship must remain, a principle that is rightfully instilled in any interpreter from the beginning of our training. Our profession is valid and profound by its nature. Communication access is the right of deaf people under the ADA and federal law, and a prominent necessity used in New Hampshire every day. If governing of our licensure and practice under OPLC cannot be guaranteed by a uniquely competent, highly qualified, various, and deaf-led board, the risk of damages, lawsuits, and harms is perhaps imminent. So in closing, I'd like to offer that NHILB was designed to prove the equality of the profession of interpreting in New Hampshire. It currently operates under a department with a vast depth of established institutional knowledge. It continues to demonstrate a very refined understanding of our code of professional conduct, American Sign Language, the many interpreter credentials that exist, and deaf culture. There is explicable doubt that the integrity of these functions can persist under the OPLC. And if you hear or share this reasonable concern, I ask that you vote expedient to legislate. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. Next, I'll call Tom Dowers. No.
Hello, I'm Tom Downs, and I've been hard of hearing all my long life. And I've been a social worker for 40 years, and I didn't know I was going to speak while I was parking the car. My wife put my name on the list. So I'm going to clearly state from what the people said before me, the excellent points they made, I oppose this bill, HB 25. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, I'll call Valerie Hughes.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon, committee. Thank you. My name is Valerie Hughes, and I am a resident of Vermont, but I was actually born in New Hampshire, so I just want to talk a little bit about that. I am also a deaf independent program coordinator for Vermont, and I have several clients that work with both VR in New Hampshire and Vermont as well, just so you have a little understanding of my background. So I was born in New Hampshire. My parents realized that I was deaf, and they were looking for a school at that time, which we did not have a school established at that time. That really impressed my parents anyway. So we actually moved to Vermont, and that was the reason my family moved to Vermont. I had better access. So I graduated in Vermont. And so now I just wanted to mention a little bit about, so the Vermont School for the Deaf. I also worked there for 14 years, and that was under the Vermont Center of Deaf and Hard of Hearing, VCDHH. It's actually the Austin School, unfortunately, has closed at this point. So the Vermont DHS closed that. So unfortunately, the services for deaf and hard of hearing people were closed as well, which created a big change. Folks were trying to figure out what that access and everything looked like. So some of the services were removed. They still tried to keep a couple of things open and tried to figure out where things would be. So I don't want to see this replicated here in New Hampshire. So I do oppose HB 525 because I don't want to see what happened in Vermont happen here in New Hampshire as well. I've testified in Vermont on this as well, working with some deaf-blind folks to propose a bill right now for the deaf and deaf-blind folks to get supported services. That is in the works right now. I'm very hopeful that that will pass, but I understand that the the cornerstone is kind of money here, and I understand that the New Hampshire deaf community, you're full of beautiful people here, deaf and hard of hearing, deaf blind, oral deaf, late deafened. And so I wanted to mention one other thing as well about interpreting. We know that, like we had talked about, remote interpreting has really taken off since COVID. However, with technology, things are not always smooth. Things are not always accessible with technology. Sometimes things freeze, or maybe that interpreter is not from the area, is not from New England. Maybe they're from South, or maybe they're sitting in California, and their sign choices and their sign language is actually a little bit different. Same as with hearing folks who have accents from all over the country. I mean, folks in Boston speak different than California, so it's the same thing with sign language. It's the same thing. And so that's where we come up with this issue. I have several clients that have come up to me and said, the VRI isn't working, the technology is freezing, or I'm deaf blind. So here's a story for you. So I was working with a deaf blind person. And so I asked the office, I said, do you have an interpreter ready for this deaf blind person? They said, oh yeah, great. And they pull in this screen, the VRI screen. The deaf blind person is not able to see the screen. I am not an interpreter. I am an advocate. And so they asked if I would interpret for this individual, and I said, absolutely not. We need to reschedule this appointment and get an in-person, real live interpreter that can serve this. So that's when my concerns really come up when we think about moving this under the OPLC. How are those folks going to know the deaf community, language deprivation, and how that will impact their needs every day? And I do remember one of you had asked a question about ASL in English. And not all deaf people understand English, written English. Some do have a lower reading level for English, maybe a fourth grade reading level. That is not all of us, certainly. Some of us have, graduated from college and clearly can understand written English, but that is not standardized within the community. So we need to understand that OPLC might not be ready and able to understand these concerns. So in closing, I oppose HB 525. And any questions?
Thank you. There are questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. And the last pink card that I have is for Susan Wolf Downers.
I thought I would never get my turn. Good afternoon, everybody, legislators. I really appreciate your work here today and all of your work on other House bills that have been proposed. My name is Susan Wolf-Downs. That one, he was my husband, that one, the hard of hearing individual. I am deaf. So sometimes I'll say, yeah, I need an interpreter. So I wanted to kind of keep this personal. I am against this bill, HB 525. When I first started my job, first day of my job, and that was as the executive director of Northeast Deaf and Hard of Hearing Services. So fast forward to almost 20 years later, and we have Michelle McConaughey, my successor. And so this comes after 19 months of searching to find the right person, the right fit for this role, which we did find. And so to try and envision OPLC having that knowledge, it took me 19 months to recommend her to the board and get her approved to find the right person. And now here she is right now. And she is wonderful. So going back to my first day on the job, so DHHS asked me to go speak against a bill. And they said, you need to say all of these things in opposition to the bill. And I said, this is my first day. So I had to be there at 6 o'clock. I said, okay. And so I reached out to some interpreters at that time. There was no licensure at that time, or no licensure board, rather, at that time. And so when I arrived at that audience to speak, I had no interpreter. I put down my name to speak, trying to think about how I could make this work. And so there was a gentleman that, let me know, hey, they called your name. And I said, okay, how am I supposed to do this? So they called my name. And so I used sign language. So there were 4 members of on that legislature. I don't know if any of you were there at that time, but there were 4 folks there, and I used sign language, and they did not understand me. And I said, hey, I did my duty. But they asked the community members who had some side dialogue and were trying to figure out what was going on. And I said, will you read this for me? It was a very short message. So I asked that person to read it for me. And I said, thank you, and I walked out. And the audience actually applauded me. They stood up and applauded me. And I said, whew, that's my first day on the job. I had no interpreter. I think I've got a long ways to go here. And that was my first impression of Northeast Deaf and Hard of Hearing Services. So we started to build that referral department. So maybe about my 5th or 6th year of work there, the board came to me and said, to get your master's degree, please go back to school. So I did. I went and took night classes for 2 years. And I said, I will have to pay for this myself out of pocket, of course. But I thanked them for their advice. And so every 7 weeks, we had a different course set up. And that time, it was a statistics class. And that was so for 7 weeks. And I had 2 wonderful interpreters. Probably some of the top interpreters were there. One of them was a teacher of the deaf, a TOD, and a general interpreter as well. I still could not figure out what the professor was trying to say to me. Everything was going over my head. I was getting very frustrated. And so then that interpreter, as we talked about that phrase, do no harm. So the interpreter stood up and interrupted the class and told the professor, I'm going to write on the board, give me 5 minutes to explain this. Interpreters don't typically do that, following our code of professional conduct and guidelines, not rules, guidelines. That was not a typical behavior for an interpreter, but they stood up and they wrote this on the board, and the professor was watching this, using sign and writing on the board. And then I started to get it. I finally started to realize and understand what the professors were saying. It was finally making sense to me. And I was in my 40s. Well, so I had talked to the board about this scenario at that time. Oh, geez, where was I now? And so from then on, to make some changes. So the interpreter would say, hold on, one would be sitting next to me, kind of pointing as to where we're going. As the professors are going quickly, they're flipping through these pages. And there would be another interpreter across from me. So we made a couple changes in the approach. The interpreters themselves have the knowledge of what to do in these situations. We're making sure that the message from a hearing provider is interpreted and understood by the deaf consumer. I was born deaf. I live and breathe deaf. I see deaf members of the community all the time. And I depend on the use of sign language interpreters. I can write back and forth in English, of course, but I do depend on the use of interpreters. So when we talk about the money in the fund from the licensure board, that is a result from the increase of VRI. And I'm just sick of VRI because, like I said, they're not a real person in the room. Maybe I'm just old-fashioned, but one time I did have a doctor's appointment. And they had an interpreter there. And then the doctor was kind of wrapping up and made a couple of these last points. And I said, wait a second. I didn't say that. And the doctor said, oh, yes, you had mentioned all of these things. And I said, no, I did not say that. And so I looked at the interpreter on the VRI screen and I said, what did you say out loud? No, that's not what I had said. The interpreter, the VRI on-screen interpreter was wrong and they were interpreting mistakes. And that is a frequent experience from deaf folks, for the interpreter to kind of get off point and to not interpret correctly. So when I'm having a conversation and the doctor responds in a manner that's not appropriate, I realize that there may have been a miscommunication or misinterpretation. And so with VRI, it is incredibly difficult to kind of make those fixes in the moment. So I have a brother. So I have a deaf brother who's a quadriplegic, and he's in a wheelchair. And his cognitive process is slow. And so VRI does not work for him. And the hospital is trying to use this as an accommodation. And so one time, they saw that the VRI screen was being pulled in, and my brother wheeled himself out and refused to work with an on-screen VRI interpreter. And from then on, they pulled in somebody in person. So when we were talking about the complaint process and what the licensure board does, so I had a professional meeting one time that I had to attend, and I had 2 wonderful interpreters there. And I was wearing a suit. I mean, it was a very high-level professional meeting that I had to dress appropriately to match the situation. And so one interpreter came in wearing blue jeans. I was absolutely furious. That is a reflection of me. That person is a reflection of me. And so after the meeting, I brought that interpreter aside. I said, this is between us. I said, you never use blue jeans for any job. You are a professional. You have a professional job to do. You are a professional interpreter. And I did not go to the licensure board to file a complaint, a grievance. It wasn't necessary. They actually weren't even a member, but so I took this on myself and I had this conversation. And deaf folks need to realize they have a right to do that as well. So one time, an interpreter had very dangly earrings. And I said, that's fine, that doesn't distract me, but that maybe that not be the case for all deaf for all deaf consumers. There might be some folks who that would be very distracting for. Not all interpreters can interpret medical situations too. I just want to clarify that when we talk about medical situations. Some interpreters may love engineering meetings or high-level professional things. Maybe they'll do a dentist one-on-one every now and again, but each interpreter kind of has their own specific skill set and their own area of interest within interpreting. So especially children whose parents are deaf, we call that a CODA, a child of a deaf adult. And so I just want to say thank you to all of you for being here. And so I'm sorry to say that I reject this bill, and for those reasons that I just stated. I would be thrilled to answer any questions that anyone might have. I know in the interest of time here, but.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And I'm sorry I had missed the card for the person who gets the honors of what I had in the 4 o'clock hearing yesterday. Andrea Kaneb, I apologize for misplacing the card at first. I'd like to call you up.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity. I'll try to be brief. Our interpreters, the CART reporter, a close friend of mine, has been working 2.5 hours now. It's way over her time, and the sign language people, I appreciate them sticking in there for us. I did submit my testimony, so I won't go through all that. I just want to summarize. I am Andrea from Exeter, and I oppose this bill 525. I have lifelong hearing loss. I have hearing aids for decades. I just recently got a cochlear implant. I work very much helping people use hearing assistive technology. So I come from the perspective of people who are hard of hearing. I am considered oral deaf. I am a member of the New Hampshire Interpreter Licensure Board. I am the chair of an advisory committee to the program for the deaf and hard of hearing. And I'm also on the State Rehab Council. So I have a lot of insights into these programs. The program is a service delivery program, so none of us can figure out why that would be under the OPLC. And I have a lot of reasons in my testimony about that. It's also, federal law, you cannot discriminate against one disability. Moving just our community under OPLC and leaving all the other disability communities within voc rehab could be viewed as a discriminatory move. The advisory committee that I chair, we have the Portsmouth Naval Shipyard as an employer. We have an audiologist. We have mental health experts, the Helen Keller Foundation. We have a lot of experts who come together to advise voc rehab on this program. And I wonder what would happen to all these experts and our lived experiences and insights if this went under OPLC. So I have serious concerns about moving that program. A lot of what we're hearing today is about the fee. I want you to know the licensure fee is $150 that we're talking about here. And if you want to be concerned about, is that possibly keeping interpreters away, I would ask you to consider, what are we paying as a state for our interpreters? And I just quickly Googling this based on our discussion today, I believe the average pay is $57,000, and New Hampshire's 17th in the country. We're paying $48,000 for our interpreters. Massachusetts is paying $62,000. So I wouldn't blame it so much on how much the $150 is keeping people away. I want our state to consider, how much are we paying these interpreters? There is a shortage, I can tell you. Within the program, a few years ago, we used to have 4 career counselors who knew sign language. They were rehab counselors for the deaf. And we also had one who was specifically for people with hearing loss. That was years ago. In recent years, there have been 0 people in those positions. People in our community had nobody they could go to who spoke their language, who understood their needs in this state. That is atrocious. You need to understand what our communities have faced in this state. We have a shortage of interpreters, as I said. There is no deaf school. There is no registry. You ask how many people are there? We don't know because we can't have a registry right now. Our commission has not met in over 3 years, even though they're supposed to meet yearly. And apparently nobody's coming forward from the House. I would ask all of you to please consider stepping forward to help us get that commission going once again for the deaf and hard of hearing. When I first got involved, I went to a commission hearing and I heard, people on that commission could park in the parking garage. But guess what? That uses some kind of an intercom system, and people who have hearing loss or are deaf can't use that intercom system. So, sorry, you can't use that parking garage. That was the solution. There's just a lot of lack of access in our state. So when you talk about that we're collecting too much money and maybe we should be giving it to somebody else, I would like you to do some more research and understand how put upon the deaf and hard of hearing community is in our state and underserved. And if there's any extra money, please consider putting it toward other needs. There's a lot of assistive technology needs in our state, remote microphones, trying to hear on the phone at work, trying to hear a doorbell if you are a school secretary. Hearing aids, of course, people need to hear the forklift if they're working in a storeroom. There are all kinds of needs in our state for funds. So I just hope you'll appreciate that, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you very much. I appreciate all of you taking your time to be here, and we appreciate the comments that you had. With this, we will close this hearing. We have an executive session scheduled at 2 o'clock. I don't know, and the Republicans will be meeting ahead of that, and we'll be meeting in here.
Okay, can I just say, the Democrats are going to meet in the office. Hello, Democrats. Hello, committee Democrats. We're meeting in the office in 10 minutes. Okay, 10 minutes.
Oh, let me turn the
Representative Sheehan is in her other committee, which is why she's been replaced for the afternoon. I'd like to introduce Representative Peoples, who is filling in for Representative Tebow, who has class, and Representative Geeson, who is replacing Representative Sheehan for the afternoon. Everybody else is here. Representative Sytek is assuming that we are going to deal with House Bill 536 first, so we might as well. He is recusing himself from that because he would be a direct beneficiary of a cost of living increase if it were to pass. All right, so Representative Leon, you have a motion on House Bill 536.
Yes, I move inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 536.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. No, you can't, I'm afraid. I'll second it. Okay. Do you wish to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you very much. So right now, all granite staters are dealing with increased costs without increased income. This bill proposes to create a perpetual cost of living adjustment, which would benefit each and every person with a state pension who retired prior to July 2nd, 2020. The committee had a recusal, as we see, and I think that that's important for everybody to note moving forward. This bill would add a permanent 1.5% increase to the first $50,000 of retirement, which would be $750 a year right now. At an annual cost to the state of $1.57 million, a cost of political subdivisions of $6.62 million, and a $100 million increase in accrued liability, which the next time we calculate rates will be another assessment on property taxpayers. While this bill was offered as a way to help state retirees deal with increased property taxes, this would ultimately increase property taxes and create a vicious cycle where state retirees need yet another cost of living increase to offset increased property tax values, property taxes, which then increases property taxes. I do want to note that there was a special fund that was created in the past, which was one of the reasons that actually led to drawing down the amount of money in the retirement system as well. And while I would love to give everybody more money, we simply need to be prudent with what we have.
And as a second, I'll just say that, yes, we give cost of living increases to retirees, but that's when we have the money. And I think it is highly, I'm really bothered by this bill. It doesn't tell the state to come up with the money and pay for the cost of living increase they want to give. They just say it'll be paid for by the ratepayers, by the property taxpayers, because the bulk of our employment system people are a retirement system are employed by the political subdivisions. It's the teachers, it's the police and fire, and a few other people around in town offices. And we're mandating that they get a raise at and we are charging all the property taxpayers in the state for that. And I think that's inappropriate. So I'm going to be voting for the ITL. Any comments? Representative Grota?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Although I understand the issue about money in the state, this is a policy committee, so I hope that we're voting on the policy, and I will be voting against the ITL on a policy basis.
Thank you. Fair enough. Anyone else? Mr. Geeson? Representative, excuse me.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would it be fair, in your opinion, to classify this as an unfunded mandate because the state is pushing it down? No? Okay, thank you.
No, it would merely be a cost increase on something they're already paying for.
As a matter of education, all references and actions that have to do with the current retirement system are not subject to 28A.
Anyone else? I will mention that someone else brought up the issue. Representative Sheehan is being replaced because she is a person on she is assigned to 2 committees. Her other committee is meeting today, and therefore it is possible to have her replaced in this committee. That is an explicit exemption in the replacement policy.
Thank you.
I should have mentioned it because somebody else brought up the question earlier.
Standard in this situation.
Well, yeah, so we have more people on 2 committees than usual this session, so it's
That's
explicit.
true.
All right. So, all right, any other comments? In that case, the motion is an expedient to legislate on House Bill 536, and Representative Land will be calling the roll.
I vote yay. Representative Sytek has recused himself. Representative Pearson?
Solely on the policy, no.
Representative Bailey?
Aye.
Representative Giason?
Yes.
Representative Sellers?
Yes.
Representative Slotchy?
Yes.
Representative Peoples?
Yes.
Representative Grotta?
No.
I need more coffee. I apologize for names. Representative Schmidt?
No.
Representative Davis?
No.
Representative Dargy?
No.
Representative Howard?
No.
Representative DeVries?
No.
Representative Long?
No.
And Representative McGuire?
Yes.
That is 7 to 8. The motion fails.
Does someone have an alternate motion?
I do, Madam Chair. I move auto pass on House Bill 536.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Who was that?
Representative Heath.
Howard.
Oh, sorry, excuse me. Any comments?
No, thank you.
Representative Howard? No, okay. Anyone else?
Where? Other folder? In the notebook. Okay, thank you. There we go. I apologize. I've never been trained as a clerk.
We do need more people to be trained as a clerk, so if anyone's interested, there we'll be holding more training sessions. All right, seeing no other comments, the motion is ought to pass by Representative Grotta. The clerk, you can call the roll.
I vote no. Representative Sytek is not voting. Representative Pearson?
Yes.
Representative Bailey?
Nay.
Representative Giason?
Nope.
Representative Sellers?
No.
Representative Slotchy?
Yep. Or sorry, no. My apologies.
Representative Peoples?
No.
Representative Grotta?
Yes.
Representative Schmidt?
Yes.
Representative Davis?
Yes.
Representative Dargy?
Yes.
Representative Howard?
Yes.
Representative DeVries?
Yes.
Representative Long?
Yes.
And the chair?
No.
And that motion passes 8 to 7. There'll be a minority report, which I'll write.
Okay, Representative Grotta, your report is due as soon as possible.
Okay.
Representative Land is doing the minority report.
And sorry, who seconded that one?
Keith
Howard, Representative Howard.
Representative Howard. Okay. On a more sociable note, Representative DeVries has a motion and an amendment on House Bill 780.
Madam Chair, we're taking that now. Thank you very much. I distributed a copy to everybody. The changes were what was discussed earlier in the day to make the language completely gender neutral, no reference to he, she, his, her, and pretty standard. So move ought to pass.
Okay, give us the amendment number, please.
Oh, thank you very much. Amendment 0496H.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Any discussion? Seems relatively, unobjectionable. No discussion? Okay, in that case, the motion is to, wait.
I'm just
Representative Grote?
Hi, I'm looking at the original bill, and in section 7 on line 3. Oh, I'm so sorry. But it's fine. It's fine. I apologize. We're good.
Okay.
Sorry.
Anyone else? I'd have to say this is probably somewhat unnecessary, but nice. All right, the motion is to accept amendment 0496H. And the clerk can call the roll.
Where is the?
Representative Rees is, no wonder I couldn't find it. You still have it.
No, I have it.
You have it. I don't seem to have it, but
It
that's
might
my
be,
problem.
is it underneath this one? No?
Nope, no,
Here too?
Here's
There you go.
that's okay. I saw it. Yep, that's it.
I may be pulling things into my orbit. I apologize.
No trouble. All right, amendment 496. And go ahead.
Okay, Vice Chair Leon,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Aye.
Representative Giason.
Yes.
Representative Sellers.
No.
Representative Slattery.
Yes.
Representative Peoples.
Yes.
Representative Grote.
Yes.
Representative Schmidt.
Aye.
Vast. Representative Davis.
Yes.
Representative Dargy.
Yes. Yes.
Representative Howard.
Yes.
Representative DeVries.
Yes.
Representative Long.
Yes.
And the chair.
Yes.
Okay, 15-1.
Okay,
the
the
adopted
amendment
amendment.
passes. Representative Rees, you have a motion?
Like to motion ought to pass?
With
As
amendment. Okay. Is there a second? Representative Grote seconds. Okay. Any further discussion?
What's the bill number?
780.
780.
Mm-hmm. Yes, this is,
That's not one. Oh, that's,
it's not one of the mandatory ones, no.
yeah, but it was. Okay, yeah. Okay. Ready?
Okay.
Representative Leon,
Yes. Yes.
Vice Chairman Leon. Clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Aye.
Representative Giason.
Guyson, yes.
Giason, I'm sorry. Representative Sellers.
No.
Representative Slattery.
Yes.
Representative Tebow. Yeah. Representative Peoples.
Yes.
Representative Grote.
Yes.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Davis.
Yes.
Representative Dargy.
Yes.
Representative Howard.
Yes.
Representative Rees.
Yes.
Representative Long.
Yes.
And the chair.
Yes.
The same 15-1.
Okay, motion passes 15-1. Do you object to consent? Or anyone else? No, okay, in that case, we'll put this on consent. Representative Rees, you owe a committee report at your very earliest convenience. Okay. tell us about the immigration facility? Okay. All right. House Bill 438 relative to immigration detention facilities. We held off on this because of Representative Long wasn't with us that day, but I'm going to move inexpedient to legislate. Is there a second? Okay. And I'll just say that this is an attempt to regulate an immigration detention facility that we don't have and we don't expect to have. And I would certainly hope that New Hampshire doesn't set up any random immigration detention facilities. As far as I know, the immigrants who are held here are people who are charged with crimes, which is the same way as regular people, anybody else, yes. We don't have any specific facilities for detaining immigrants, and I personally don't want to have any. And Representative Sellers, do you wish to speak?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I totally agree, and let's leave this up to the feds at this point. This is a nationwide issue, not a state issue.
Okay. Anyone else have a comment? Representative Long?
I do want to note that the Stratford County Jail is used for immigration detention. That's not necessarily people who have been charged with a crime. It could be anyone who is removable from this country, either based on their immigration status or based on their criminal record subsequent to immigration status.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. So the motion is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 438, and the clerk can call the roll.
Vice Chairman Leon.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Aye.
Representative Guyson.
Yes.
Representative Sellers.
Yes.
Representative Slotchie.
Yes.
Representative Peoples.
Yes.
Representative Groda.
So in the spirit that we never have one of these in New Hampshire, yes.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Davis.
Yes.
Representative Dargy.
Yes.
Representative Howard.
Yes.
Representative DeVries.
Yes.
Representative Long.
Yes.
And the chair.
Yes.
That makes it 16-0.
Okay. Motion passes 16-0. Any objection to consent? Okay, we'll put that one on consent also. Representative Land, you have a motion on House Bill 570.
Yes, I have an amendment that I will pass out. Sorry that I didn't drop it sooner. That was actually why I was delayed. Oops. And here. This is the other side of this. Yes. And it is Amendment 190H.
Okay.
So I would move Amendment 190H on House Bill 570.
All right, is there a second?
I guess, and I'll let you know what it is. before you
Representative Bailey seconds. Thank you. Okay, Representative Leon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Looking at this, this is actually a pretty significant expense. I know it, and this amendment would repeal the board. I do recognize that there's the potential for cost savings. However, this information is largely collected at the Department of Insurance, and there are many other market solutions to do this. I'm also concerned that this may end up mutating into basically a state-run pharmacy benefits manager with some of the inherent risks that come with those. And therefore, while I feel that it's unfortunate, I feel that these resources can better be allocated elsewhere. So I think the policy decision of ending the Prescription Drug Affordability Board is prudent given the current situation.
Okay, Representative Bailey, do you wish to speak to your second? Does anyone else have a comment? Representative Groda?
Yes, so this bill has been before us in many forms for the number of years that I've been on ED&A, and I don't believe that this board is, people say that the efforts are duplicated, but then show them to me. We've been waiting to see those or ask for them, and we haven't seen them, so I don't know if that's the case. And again, this is a financial decision by a policy committee, which I don't agree with, so I'll be voting against the ITL motion, or against the amendment.
Against the amendment.
Yes, excuse me, against the amendment.
Anyone else? Okay, in that case, the motion is to adopt Amendment 0190 on House Bill 570, and the clerk can call the roll.
Vice Chairman Leon.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Aye.
Representative Guyson.
Yes.
Representative Sellers.
Yes.
Representative Slatchy.
Yes.
Representative Peoples.
Yes.
Representative Groda.
No.
Representative Schmidt.
No.
Representative Davis.
No.
Representative Dargy.
No.
Representative Howard.
No.
Representative DeVries.
No.
Representative Long.
No.
And the chair.
Yes.
9-7 in favor of adopting the amendment.
The amendment passes. Representative Land, you have a motion?
Yes, I move to move ought to pass as amended on House Bill 570 with amendment 2025-0190H.
Is there a second?
All right. Sellers.
Representative Sellers, okay. All right. Any further discussion, since this is a complete replacement? Or the amendment replace the bill? Anyone else? All right, those in favor? The clerk will call the roll. The motion is ought to pass with amendments.
Vice Chair Leon.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yep.
Representative Bailey.
Aye.
Representative Sheehan. Darn it. Darn it. Representative Guyson.
Yes.
Representative Sellers.
Yes.
Representative Slatchy.
Yes.
Representative Peoples.
Yes.
Representative Groda.
No.
Representative Schmidt.
No.
Representative Davis.
No.
Representative Dargy.
No.
Representative Howard.
No.
Representative DeVries.
No.
Representative Long.
No.
And the chair.
Yes.
9-7.
Okay, motion passes 9-7. I don't think consent would be appropriate. Is there someone going to write a minority report?
I will, thank you,
Okay,
Madam Chair.
Representative Rhoda will write a minority report. Okay. All right. House Bill 702. Representative Lamb?
Yes, I move inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 702.
Is there a second? Okay, Representative Sellers seconds. All right. You speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So state retirees that were hired before July 1st, 2011 had their extra and special duty hours accrue towards their retirement. Those that were hired after that did not have those hours accrued to retirement. If we are looking to allow more hours worked, and we do this with a type of hours that added to the retirement, I think that is a poor policy decision because we are treating the same time differently, and we're treating it differently with different employees. If we were talking only about tier C, I forget the C group, I forget exactly the terminology. The tier C group where this extra and special duty pay did not accrue to their retirement, I don't think that, I wouldn't really see a problem per se based on the type of hours that are worked. But we're not going to see those people retiring for several more years. So it'd be preemptive to do that. The other issue too is that if somebody works too many hours, it's not just a little whoops. When you go back on active status, it's a pretty significant impact. I don't know if another committee member will be able to speak to that more thoroughly than I, but I'm very, very concerned that this could be a situation where not only are we treating different people differently and the same hours differently, it may actually get some people into some real trouble financially.
Representative Sellers, do you wish to speak to your motion? Representative Sheehan, are you through with your other committee? Almost. All right.
So, Madam Chair, while they're tagging up, I can answer that question for Representative Leon.
Oh, please.
So in reference to the penalty for hours, if you exceed the maximum amount of hours as a retiree, you come out of retirement, which means your pension stops. That is something that you would think would be tracked by the retirement system. It is not. So if you, as an example, work per diems, let's say for multiple agencies, you are on the hook to track it yourself. And if you go over, there's no going back. There is a real danger in that now. Wasn't not so much years ago, but with the huge recruitment problem that we're having, we're relying on retirees to do per diems more and more. So that has occurred. It's very rare, but it's not something that can be just undone here. So that is a real concern, unfortunately, within this piece of legislation, and is something that I think we need to look at holistically, additional elements in the way retirees are allowed to work in New Hampshire beyond just 702. We need a holistic look at this. So unfortunately, that's kind of where we are.
Representative Sellers, do you wish to speak to your second? Okay. I'd like to agree with Representative Pearson that we need to look at why we're limiting the hours retirees can work and not just saying, well, you can exempt this one here and this one here and doing a patchwork, because the point of limiting the hours is to ensure that you don't end up firing a full-time person and hiring a part-time person to replace them, because that part-time person will not contribute to the to the retirement system, and the employer will not contribute to the retirement system. So if you do need a full-time person, you need to have somebody who is in the system contributing to it and not sucking assets away from our system. Representative Schmidt?
So I have a question to the chair. She magically disappeared.
Representative Sheehan has not finished with her work in her other committee, and therefore she is still being replaced.
Well, when I
She's just
looked up,
spying.
she was gone. I was wondering. I'm delighted to have her back.
We always miss her. Representative Sitek, you had a comment?
Yes, this is a moderately outrageous suggestion, which I recommend to Representative Pearson. I think that retirement should be a benefit like vacation. You get your retirement, and if you want to go back, you start as a greenie. You start all over again.
That would require a great deal of discussion to make implemented in a fair.
When the
think-
decennial
manner.
commission
Do
meets
you
next
think so?
year, we can take that up.
As part of a holistic look at working
Well,
out
yeah, the
retirement.
decennial commission's convening next year, so, or in
In
or in
27.
in 27. So, yep, yeah. We'll add that.
Representative DeVries?
Thank you, Madam Chair, but I agree, taking a holistic look at that, this makes a lot of sense. But in the interim, our municipalities are saying that they're having a hard time finding police officers to do this work. And if we remove the cap on retirees, this is a benefit to our municipalities. So I heard talk earlier about, I hear it actually every day about the cost of our property taxes and property taxes going up. If we can, and the municipalities have said that this is something that is ultimately a moneymaker for our communities, to have a retiree in that role as opposed to an active duty police officer. I think that until it gets fixed holistically, as my colleague suggested, or clerk suggested, that this in the short term, until that is corrected, this helps our communities. So that's why I'll be
The one comment on that is that almost no retirees work anywhere close to the limit of hours, special duty or not. And it's unnecessary. So I would say that that's a nice thought, but I don't think it's a major issue. If the problems of getting retirees to work any hours is, you'd have to convince them they want to. Yes, Representative Lamb.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually do want to correct something that I said earlier in the subcommittee meeting when I was discussing some of the rates that were told for some details. At the time when we had settled it out, we didn't realize that the amount that was given by the patrol officer was wildly out of line with the actual department policies. And there'll be further conversations about that. I'm not trying to, I was raising just the question about the idea of raising funds from our citizens as opposed to getting into a bigger issue. So I just wanted to correct that.
Yes, follow-up.
I was going to suggest that the leadership of Hampton talk to the people down in Derry. So thanks so much for that.
Okay. All right. Anyone else have a comment, question, concern? All right. The motion is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 702, and the clerk can call the roll.
Vice Chair Leon,
Yes.
the clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson,
Yes.
Representative Bailey,
Aye.
Representative Guyson,
Yes.
Representative Sellers,
Yes.
Representative Slotchy,
Yes.
Representative Peoples,
Yes.
Representative Grota,
Yes.
Representative Schmidt,
Yes.
Representative Davis,
Yes.
Representative Dargy,
Yes.
Representative Howard,
Yes.
Representative DeVries.
No.
There's one in every crowd. Representative Representative Long.
No.
The chair?
Yes.
It looks like 14-2.
All right. The motion passes 14-2. Do either of you plan to write a minority report?
No, and no objection to consent.
Do you have any objection to consent?
No.
All right, then, we'll put that on consent. Okay. House Bill 581, Representative Leon.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I've distributed an amendment, and I would like to move amendment 2025-0502H to House Bill 581.
Is there a second? Representative Sellers seconds, okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will discuss what is in this amendment so that you understand what changes there are relative to the bill. The bill is initially written with a July 1st, 2025 date for this new Group 3 employee group. However, there could be some implementation issues from having that group go live immediately at the same time that the bill becomes effective. So the hire date, that's the go live date, has been moved to January 1st, 2026, and that follows throughout the bill wherever that date comes up. This also adds, I need to find the exact line in here, but it says that when somebody is vesting, they're vested payments that they paid in are immediately vested, but for the state, they need to be in for 2 years before the state contribution is vested. That's very consistent with private industry, and there's absolutely zero reason to give something that's more gold-plated than what the citizens who pay for these salaries receive. This also included some changes in an amendment brought by the prime sponsor of the bill, Representative Dan McGuire, just to make sure that the Group 3 employees are included in medical surgical benefits and the health insurance group insurance inclusion. So that simply adds the Group 3 to the list of Group 1 or Group 2 in a couple important sections. So that is the bulk of the amendments that we discussed in subcommittee this morning.
Representative Sellers, do you wish to speak to your second? Okay. Anyone else? Representative Schmidt?
Have this amendment?
Yes, I handed it out to everybody.
Okay, well, then did you drop one in that?
I did. It's somewhere in that stack. I can see if I have another one, but I think I put them on the end.
Everybody's kind of unloaded, so.
And I do recognize that some people will be voting against the ultimate bill, but I think that this amendment just has some important clarifications that would be good to make sure that we move through. And then however you vote on the next motion obviously isn't tied by your view on the amendment.
Anyone else? Okay. The motion is to adopt Amendment 0502 to House Bill 581, and the clerk can call the roll.
Vice Chairman Leon,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson,
I will vote yes on the amendment.
Representative Bailey,
Aye.
Representative Giason,
Yes.
Representative Sellers,
Yes.
Representative Slotchie,
Yes.
Representative Peoples,
Yes.
Representative Grote.
To my colleague to my right, who I have a lot of respect for, I vote no. I'm sorry.
Okay, Representative Schmidt,
No.
Representative Davis,
No.
Representative Dargy,
No.
Representative Howard,
No.
Representative DeVries,
No.
Representative Long.
No.
The chair,
Yes.
9-7.
Okay. The amendment passes 9-7. Representative Leon?
Yes, I move ought to pass on House Bill 581 as amended by 2025-0502H.
Second?
I'll
Sellers,
second.
okay. Any further comments, questions, concerns? Representative Sellers?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say that this, to me, and I think going forward, this actually helps the state employees that would then be hired at this certain time to be more in line with corporate America as well. Even though we're a government, everybody's used to corporate America and they use like a 401k. So this is a very good idea. And plus it puts the state, as far as putting the money in the bank, our side immediately and not just guessing at how much should be put aside.
Thank you. Representative Howard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill is attempting to shift risk responsibility from the employer to the employee. But due to the way that we currently have our defined benefits package set up, new employees help cover the unfunded liability, paying it down over time. With the defined contribution plan that we're proposing here, our unfunded liability will go up.
Excuse me, Representative, the unfunded liability for those positions is explicitly paid for in this bill.
I understand that the employer aspect is paid for, but the employees themselves are not vested, so they're not necessarily being required to pay in the same as current Group 1 and Group 2 employees. This leaves us holding the bag and retirees without a guarantee of their benefits. This also makes employees more portable, which some people do like, but in my opinion, this is not good for New Hampshire because our state is already struggling to be competitive when it comes to wages and benefits, making it easier for our neighbors to poach talent while making our state worse off. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Representative Pearson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of the things that we throw around a lot is the private sector and getting things in line with the private sector. I don't know that we're going to start offering stock option plans to our state employees. I don't know if we're going to offer performance bonuses to our state employees. Those are things that occur in the private sector all the time. There are elements of this bill that I like, especially when it comes to what we referred to 2 years ago as the decertification of positions in reference to the unfunded liability. I like that concept. The problem was that in a bill that was filed 2 years ago on this, the retirement system made it very clear that because they don't track data that way, that it's not possible to pull that out. It was also reiterated here in the public hearing that the UAAL assignment to positions is not something that they can do. They're going to have to rework a ton of stuff to even begin to gather the data to figure that out. That is problematic. I wish they could figure that out, because then we would be using that in another area in other legislation, but they can't. So what ends up happening is if you can't figure that out, then the UAAL is spread out over the entire corpus of Group 1, which then will have an effect of causing a rate increase. That rate increase will be borne not only by the state, but it will be borne by the local subdivisions as well. That's part of the reason why this has such a big fiscal note on it, because there is a shift if they can't do that. Now, that is going to be a big problem. One, because it's a downshift, and two, because it's an increase. The second concern I have has to do with what looks like something that's rather minor. It's a 5% contribution rate. That sounds relatively small. But the reality is the normal operation cost for Group 1 is 2.42%. It's doubling that. It's a tax increase. The conditions around it don't work, and I will not support it.
Representative Slasher, you had Representative Schmidt, sorry.
This is just a technical note, but for the new members, we want to get into the habit of using correct terminology. So the amendment, the motion on the bill is ought to pass with amendment, not as amended. Only the House can amend a bill. So for the moment, it's only a recommendation. So the correct motion is ought to pass with amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Lamb?
Thank you, Madam Chair. 16 years and 2 days ago, I lost my livelihood because the company I was working for was bringing on more and more business units in order to cover its losses in other areas. I lost my job because my employer had created its own division and had created something in order to try and keep something going. I'm really, really concerned when we talk about the idea that we can't have any innovation or change in how retirement works for our state employees, just because we need to make sure that those next people hired are paying for the people who are already in. That didn't work out for me when I was hired into that company, and I was hired on, and I was bringing in money that was covering for some financial choices in the past of my employer. And while there may be some challenges as we move to a defined contribution system, as somebody who personally lost their job in one of these companies that ended up getting prosecuted, I'm really, really sensitive to that small but real risk that we could end up in a situation where everybody's trapped, and we just need to keep increasing the amount of people hired by the state and increasing the amount that's going to property taxpayers and increasing all of this because of the retirement system. Now, I do have to say I have far greater confidence in the New Hampshire retirement system than in my former boss. I have to say that even if you throw parties at the New Hampshire retirement system, they're probably not the same as what that boss had. But I'm highly sensitive to the fact that when you concentrate risk in one entity, that is something where you can't manage that risk well. That's why our property taxes are so high, because we were not appropriately funding the retirement system way back when. We are still paying for that mistake. And my great concern is that until we can offer a retirement system that's on par with all those young families we're trying to attract to New Hampshire, it's going to be very, very, very hard to bring people in, have them work for a few years in the state government, and then go off to create something else. Because we're a citizen legislature. At a certain point, having a citizen government as well, where somebody steps in, takes a job, works for a little while, and then goes back to private industry, I think would be a beautiful thing. And I think that this is an important enabling option in order to do that. And the fact that it's only dealing with state employees and it's very narrow and very limited, I think is critical. And the other point too is that when you're doing this and you're allowing all of those contributions to grow, when you're looking at this and you're 45 years old, if your retirement balance is higher than you expected, you're not going to stop contributing as much to it. For one thing, the law is going to say you keep contributing 7% and the state contributes 5%. That means that all of those gains keep going into your earnings. If you were to model out over the last 40 years, when we had quite a few years that were not impressive and had some problems in the stock market, it actually would lead to a 4% withdrawal rate from that defined contribution that is $99,000 versus $58,000 in a scenario where you start at $25,000 in scenario. And that is some pretty powerful leverage from a market that honestly hasn't been the best market in history. But still, in those stagnant years after the dot-com bust, that time when nobody was hiring anybody, we still have had good returns. And lastly, when your money is growing in the market, occasionally you have stagflation. Occasionally you have times when there's inflation when you're buying things, but the market's not going up. But as a normal rule, those investment levels will be going up. So you'll actually have more money to pay for those eggs and pay for that meat and pay for your property taxes as well. So it's a de-risking, even though it seems scary right now, this is de-risking the retirement system, which is why I feel so strongly about it.
Yes, Representative Bailey.
Thank you, Chair Lady. Yeah. This is the second or third time I've heard recently about this notion that you have to constantly have new people to be paying the pensions of the old people. And I would refer you to a dictionary or to an economics textbook, because that's the classic definition of a Ponzi scheme. And, you know, this is our chance to get out of that, and we're evidently going to forgo it. But I regret that, and I will be voting in favor. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? All right. The motion is ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 581, and the clerk can call the roll.
Vice Chair Leon.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
No.
Representative Bailey.
Aye.
Representative Guyson.
Yes.
Representative Sellers.
Yes.
Representative Slotchy.
Yes.
Representative Peoples.
Yes.
Representative Groda.
No.
Representative Schmidt.
No.
Representative Davis.
No.
Representative Dargy.
No.
Representative Howard.
No.
Representative DeVries.
No.
Representative Long.
No.
And the chair.
Yes.
Why 8-8? What a surprise.
Yes. The motion is tied. We will go with no recommendation, and it will not be on the consent calendar.
I consent to that.
Thank you. I thought you might. All right. Let's get a couple of of other things taken care of.
One of the things is I got to go down the hall and get some more papers.
All right. Stretch your legs.
We've so.
All right. Those are on House Bill 210. Representative Bailey, you have a motion?
I'd like to move that we ITL House Bill 210.
Could we have a title, please, for what House Bill 210 is?
That would be establishing a commission to study the state flag and its history.
Is there a second? Representative Sellers seconds. Thank you. Representative Bailey, you wish to speak to your motion?
Well, as charming as I found that recent attempt to change the state flag, I feel like there's not that much to study. We heard the deficiencies of our current flag being a blue state seal on a blue bed sheet, and yeah, but we don't seem inclined to change it. Thank you.
Okay. Representative Sellers? Okay. Does anyone else have a comment? Representative Schmidt?
I think I had to be out of the room when we were hearing this bill. And seems to me that when they discussed the flag, it turned out that there were several items on the seal, which is on the flag, that are inaccurate or inappropriate. But we're not going to change the state seal at this point. However, when I discovered that there are about, 10 or 12 other state flags that look almost exactly the same, except they have seal or something you can hardly see from the ground, which is where most flags are viewed from, not up next to the flag, since none of us are Superman to fly around, that it would be a good idea to consider changing the flag. I didn't like the idea of accepting the one flag that was proposed. If we're going to have a new flag, it ought to be something that has wide approval and is a definite improvement. So I'm not going to vote no on this.
Anyone else? Representative Broda?
So this is the second year that we've heard flag bills, and I'm afraid that this is going to continue. So I would rather have a commission to study the flag and just get it done with. And then that way, if we don't like the flag that they come up with, we don't have to vote for it. But at least we address the thoughts of the flag and all the concerns to this commission. So I'll be voting in support of this. I really find it hard to believe, but I will be. Thank you.
Okay, well, that's one reason. We can make a commission so we don't have to hear flag bills next year. All right. Anyone else have a comment?
Bailey and who?
Sellers? I'll have to agree. I appreciate Representative Grota's effort to save us work, so we'll. But I will. Anyone else?
We don't.
No. All right. The motion is inexpedient to legislate by Representative Bailey, and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Leon.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
No.
Representative Bailey.
Aye.
Representative Gideson.
Yes.
Representative Sellers.
Yes.
Representative Slotchie.
Yes.
Representative Peoples.
Yes.
Representative Groda.
No.
Representative Schmidt.
No.
Representative Davis.
No.
Representative Dargy.
No.
Representative Howard.
No.
Representative DeVries.
No.
Representative Long.
No.
And the chair.
Yes.
So it looks like 8-8.
It would be prudent to have our entire legislative body render their vote on something of this magnitude.
What?
Yes, at this point, we have, we can report it with no recommendation. That's a 8-8 tie, and let the House fight it out. Or we can try a different motion and hope to convince people to support ought to pass. Any preference, folks? Representative Leon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really don't think that fighting this on the floor is a prudent use of anybody's time. I'm concerned about the time with the commission, but I think people will be volunteering for that. So I could be convinced to change my mind on this so that we're not having an 8-8 battle on the floor.
All right, in that case, you're moving ought to pass. And is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Any, anyone wish further discussion, comments?
Leon and who?
Schmidt?
Uh,
Representative Sitek?
We can make it, this could be studied without a state agency. It can be, or state involvement. Betsy Ross didn't need a commission, so I don't care where we fight it. I'm voting no against this.
Okay. I'm Representative Pearson?
The only thing is now with an OTP motion, it can be subject to being amended. Whereas it is an ITL, it cannot. So that
Do
leaves.
you have an amendment?
I do not have an amendment.
I want to apologize because I was tasked with getting an amendment and I was planning on doing it after this.
What, your amendment to do what?
Eliminate the commission's ability to create a flag on their own. I believe it's section.
If I recall correctly, that was a permissive and not a directive. They may come up with a design.
Yeah. Yes, correct. Still, the goal was to delete that, and that has not been done yet.
I would like to confirm, because I have my little note here. So Representative Howard is correct. So we can all point our finger at him. But yes, but I will vote in support of the auto pass motion.
I mean, as I don't feel strongly, I can withdraw my motion and see if somebody wants to present an amendment later. This is not an early bill.
That would be appreciated.
All right, with motion is, ought to pass motion is withdrawn. We will take this up at some later time, possibly with an amendment.
So from a procedure standpoint, do we need to recess the vote?
We need to recess the executive session on House Bill 210.
Okay.
If we need a specific date, it's 1 o'clock on March 5th.
For the next executive session? Okay.
Yes, I think I agree with Representative Leon that I don't want to waste too much time on this one. All right. House Bill 227. Representative Lamb?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to move ought to pass on House Bill 227.
I'll second.
House Bill 227 is a pretty simple bill where it removes the ability for somebody to practice psychotherapy without a license. This part of the law goes back to 2012 when the Board of Psychotherapy was created. There was never any record of any discussion about why you would exempt somebody working in the schools from this licensure, though at the time, I'm not sure if they had already stood up a school psychologist designation. Currently today, school psychologists are licensed at the Department of Education, and most likely on Friday, we will be approving the rules for a Board of Psychology license, because that is on the docket for JELCAR. So the idea of removing the ability from the Department of Education before we actually have approved any licenses under the Board of Psychology, I think would be far too quick of a move. And I think that even if that is a direction that we would like to take, as my neighbor here had suggested in their initial hearing, I think we should give it some time. Just make sure that nobody is trying to give these services to vulnerable kids without their appropriate training and without their appropriate consequences. So this repeals an exemption to the licensing. And there was no opposition to that. The only real discussion was about whether we should take this bill and expand it just to consolidate the process of the licensure, but I think it's too soon to make that move.
Yeah, I'd like to say that it isn't just schools. This exempts government employees from performing psychotherapy, and they don't need a license. And I think that a blanket exemption of that sort just eliminates the whole point of having a license to do psychotherapy. If we're doing it for public safety, it's no less unsafe if you're somebody in the prison system is counseling somebody than if a fly-by-night person has a side office. We should have the same protections for unlicensed practitioners, no matter who they work for. Just as a matter of public safety and fairness. Representative Lamb?
And if I may add to that, the whole purpose of the Board of Psychotherapy is to assure that the services provided are of a quality consistent with the standard of care of the profession and to safeguard the public against harm which may be caused by untrained, unskilled, or unlicensed practitioners. So thank you for highlighting that it's not just the schools, it's
No,
also our
that's-
prisons, it's other places as well.
Yeah, I mean, as written, the exemption would say that if your town clerk wants to give you psychological advice, she doesn't need a license. Representative DeVries?
Thank you, Madam Chair. When we were discussing 227, there was a question that was raised about whether or not this would need to go to another committee, perhaps, if I'm remembering this correctly, as to whether or not the Department of Education was in the ED&A's purview. That's one question that I have, and maybe that was answered in subcommittee. And I have a follow-up question too. Thanks.
Representative Land?
I spoke with the Department of Education, and they would be willing to make that change, but given that the other license hasn't moved, this is within the scope of ED&A, because this is a board that is under ED&A's authority. It's not the Board of Education. We don't get the school nurses ones, but because this is an exemption from statewide licensing, it is ours.
Okay, and you had your other question?
I have another question. Thank you very much for that. Because I'm not sure that we answered that question definitively within this larger committee. And the other question that I recall being asked was, when we talk about duly chartered educational institution, there's a question raised about whether or not this included public schools and whether or not they qualified as duly educated, or rather duly chartered educational institutions. And clarity on that would be helpful to me too. Thank you.
Thank you. That language won't exist when we pass this. So the fact that they pass language where we're not sure why anybody would be exempt and what a duly licensed public school is not clear and consistent with other language, is just sort of removing the appendix from this law. It's not particularly useful and it might get us in trouble.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Comments, questions, concerns? All right, the motion is ought to pass on House Bill 227, and the clerk can call the roll.
Vice Chairman Leon,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson,
Yes.
Representative Bailey,
Aye.
Representative Giason,
Yes.
Representative Sellers,
Yes.
Representative Slotchie,
Yes.
Representative Peoples,
Yes.
Representative Grote,
Yes.
Representative Schmidt,
Yes.
Representative Davis,
Yes.
Representative Dargy,
Yes.
Representative Howard,
Yes.
Representative DeVries,
Yes.
Representative Long,
Yes.
and the chair.
Yes.
16-0.
Okay, motion passes 16-0. Any objections to consent? All
I-
right, seeing none, we'll put that one on.
Excuse me,
Excuse
Madam
me,
Chair.
Representative Howard.
There is a fiscal note on this bill. I don't know if that.
It is not a second committee bill. The fiscal note is pretty tiny.
Okay.
And so it's, I don't think it would be necessary, but it's,
Oh, I'm
my
fine with
decision.
it being put on consent. I
Mm.
just wanted to make sure that we weren't doing anything out of procedure.
no. Tiny fiscal notes are okay. Also ITLs of big fiscal notes.
I have a question to the chair.
Yes, sir.
On the 8/8s, there's usually a statement, pro, statement con. Do we specify that now?
On the,
We have two.
well, one of them, we are recessed on House Bill
Okay,
210.
but there is one that did get exempt.
Yes, Representative Leon will be writing a note in favor of ought to pass, and Representative Grote, did you volunteer to write one? A report on
I believe, let me just go back and look at my notes.
581?
$581, okay.
Yes, 581. Representative Land is writing one, and oh. Okay, I think,
It must be me.
yes.
It is me. Yes.
How marvelous.
Yes,
Go to-
wait a minute. I'm writing the one on, I'm so sorry. No, I'm writing the minority report on the, on 570, the Drug Affordability Board.
That's
Right.
something else.
That's separate, something else.
So I'll write the 581 as well.
Okay,
I'm
thank
in
you.
the writing mood.
What is the minority on 570?
Out of half.
Ah, without amendment.
You have to find the right wording.
Let me figure this
Statement
out. I'm so sorry, I don't have my microphone on. Let me have a think about that, and, because the amendment passed, right?
Yes.
So the it would be ITL. It would be ITL for that.
Okay,
Yep.
no problem. All right. I think we can get one more good one. House Bill 278, Representative Sachi.
Yes, Madam Chair, I'm ITL.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, do you wish to speak to your motion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I would. This is relative to proxy carbon pricing in state procurement. Having listened to the testimony and considered its effect, I've determined that it's unwise to follow a rubric that the state isn't actually subject to. This is some speculative pricing that might be imposed at some future date that there's no certainty on. There's no mandate that the state follow these carbon pricing guidelines. So that is why I move ITL, sorry.
Representative Lamb?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm opposed to this bill because I had always thought that proxy carbon pricing was actually a market-based price. I had never looked into it all that much previously because I assumed, as somebody who was a former market maker, that there was things that were being balanced and that would bounce around. But when we learned in committee exactly what it was, it's not a market pricing. It's basically a one-way increasing drag on anybody who's spending on something that has to do with carbon. This is a one-way direction where it continues to increase. The bill as written doesn't even have the actual start values because it started calculating prior to this. So we had calculated already that with the increased growth, we were looking at a significantly larger number already that would continue to ratchet up and up and up. We also heard that because this is set as a global standard, we're not going to have any control over it. And I also heard commentary that suggests to me that once everybody's on board, this is going to get larger and larger and larger. While I personally try to be as green as I possibly can be, there's already enough costs in making those choices. I think that adding in additional costs when we frankly have people worried about getting 3 meals on the table a day, and now we're going to be pricing in a global standard for a punitive pricing for carbon, I think it's just the wrong path forward for New Hampshire, and so I'm against this bill.
Representative Freeze?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My understanding of this bill was that it doesn't actually cost us anything to take on board the cost to the state of the carbon. So my understanding was, and I, again, could be mistaken, that what this does is cause the state, when it is purchasing, to have to take on and into consideration how much carbon actually costs us. So for example, if they're comparing one version of a boiler and an HVAC system to another version of a boiler and an HVAC system, if one is significantly possibly maybe nominally less expensive, but burns a lot and produces a lot more carbon, and one is nominally more expensive but significantly more efficient, the idea behind this is not to drive the cost of our purchasing up, but take that into consideration in our procurement. And for that reason, just understanding that and letting it be a consideration and asking the state agencies when they're doing their purchasing, I am in support of this bill.
Representative Slattery?
Yeah, I think Representative Rees raises a very good point, and but I would just like to speak to the idea that it would not cost more. What this bill would do, in effect, is to force the state to take into account additional cost evaluation for effectively lower cost options, and it would result in the state making purchase decisions into more expensive equipment that might not otherwise make sense. So it's factoring in these sort of imaginary costs that are imposed by foreign states or foreign governments that we don't necessarily have control. So in that sense, it delegates the legislative authority to, either European nations or global bodies or some other entity that is not New Hampshire. So I don't know if that helps, but that's my understanding.
Representative Broder?
So the bill doesn't mandate anybody do anything. They can buy whatever boiler they want. They can do whatever they want. It's a way of keeping track of what the state is purchasing in the area of equipment or things that use fossil fuels, to keep a separate column for carbon pricing. That's all it does. And it seems to be something that the Department of Administrative Services is already doing in some way. So I will support the ITL. I don't necessarily, I mean, I can tell by listening to everybody that everybody has their own idea as to what this is, and it doesn't involve foreign states or foreign countries. It's just a way of keeping track of what the true cost of carbon pricing is eventually. And I will support the ITL motion.
Yeah, I'd like to say that one of the reasons I'm opposed to this is that it picks a specific proxy price and inflates it and tells administrative services to use that rather than for them to use their best judgment as to where energy prices and carbon prices are going to go. I spoke to some of the people in their procurement department, and they do this all the time. They are forecasting where fossil fuels are going, what the likelihood of a carbon tax is. They are considering it, and they're already doing it. And I don't want to give them one person's formula and say, use this, instead of all the other methods they're using to look at forecasting energy and carbon prices. Representative Lamb?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think you did a great job highlighting that right now they are already doing something that comes closer to what the actual current price and projected price, basically the market price is. And I appreciate Representative DeVries seeing, like I used to think it was, that this carbon proxy pricing was based on market conditions. It's not. We can talk about whether or not it's a good idea to do this in the first place, but it's definitely not market based. So I appreciate that they're already doing this and taking a look at energy costs, because we all need to take a look at energy costs.
Representative DeVries?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm not quite sure that that's what I said, but I may have. I would just like to say that before we take a vote on this ITL motion, that it was offered that if there is a federal policy put into place, and we frequently point on this committee to what it is that private business is doing, as though that's something that we should take on board when it comes to state government in order to save people money. There is a risk of not taking this information onto board in our procurement decisions across state agencies, because we may end up picking a more expensive version of an HVAC system, a boiler, whatever it is, that burns more carbon. We've made that purchasing decision, and then if there ends up being federal policy put into place, we will have made a bad decision because we didn't even consider this. all that this bill is doing is asking for the state agencies, those in procurement, to take this into consideration. It does not need to be the dispositive factor in any state purchasing decision. So for that reason, I'm going to vote against ITL.
Okay. Anyone else? All right, in that case, the motion is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 278, and the clerk can call the roll.
Vice Chair Leon,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Aye.
Representative Agayason.
Yes.
Representative Sellers.
Yes.
Representative Slotchy.
Yes.
Representative Peoples.
Yes.
Representative Grota.
Yes.
Representative Schmidt.
No.
Representative Davis.
Yes.
Representative Dargy.
No.
Representative Howard.
No.
Representative DeVries.
No.
Representative Long.
No.
And the chair.
Yes.
11-5.
Okay, the motion passes 11-5. I don't think consent is appropriate. Is someone going to be writing a minority report? Representative Schmidt will be writing a minority report.
May I just, I was the first one on this last vote to vote no, and I'm not trying to change anybody's mind, but this is a controversial issue. I don't think we are oblivious to the fact that the weather is changing, and sometimes I'm looking out there and I'm going like, what's all this about global warming when I'm freezing my butt off out there? So the bottom line is, I don't think we should have a unanimous vote on this, even if I was the only one. So I'm glad to see that we had some opposition, because I don't think it's a clear situation at all. And we know that private business is factoring in carbon costs and so forth. So anyway, that's the reason I voted no.
Okay, very good. We await your report. All right.
Madam Chair, just to remind you, I have a subcommittee meeting.
In that case, I think we've accomplished all the necessary and a few of the nice to do ones. So we will get out of executive session. We have House Bill 210 still hanging over our heads, but that's an easy one. All right. You've got the floor, Representative Pearson.
Madam Chair, but not. They didn't write on. Sorry, Shane, but no, sorry, James.
There is no cell phone.
All right, I'm going to officially open the subcommittee on House Bill 271. And that is looking, of course, at the examination question that we've had in reference to. Sure. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, and we'll be looking at Representative Grota's amendment, which is numbered 495H. And Representative Grota, why don't you walk us through it?
Okay. So in the original RSA, the licensed social worker assistants were asked to pass a national proctored exam approved by the board. And that turned out to be more onerous than the Social Worker Association liked. And between them and the board, I'm suggesting that there is an amendment that says that they need to pass a uniform competence assessment examination of social work knowledge, skills, and abilities approved by the New Hampshire Board of Mental Health Practice. That way, there is an exam, but it's the one approved by the board, and it's up to them how they want it to be, what they want in their examination. So I'm thinking that this represents everybody's interest, and I move this amendment towards House Bill 271. So it would replace section 1(5).
The director of OPLC was here. She was here. Oh, well, okay. Are you aware of have you guys aware of this? Okay. All right. Hi. So, yeah, you're, as they say, my colleagues in Oklahoma say, you're fixing to be up pretty soon. So, do you have a copy? Have you seen Representative Bailey? Is there a
There was
a
an
spare?
extra, there was a spare copy.
All right. Did he give you two?
Well, there should be, somebody should have two.
Okay. All right.
Okay, you can have mine, and I will go back and get another one. Okay. So this just basically making sure the board
Dee, I'm going to put you in a hot seat for a second. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Just for the record, Dee Juris, Executive Director, OPLC. Happy to opine on this thing I'm seeing for the first time.
Yes. So Representative Grota did explain yeah, why don't you do that one more time?
I apologize.
That's okay. So rather than having the licensed social worker associates having to pass a national proctored exam that has to do with licensed social workers, the language in the bill would change to they would have to pass a uniform competence assessment examination of social work knowledge, skills, and abilities approved by the New Hampshire Board of Mental Health Practice. So it gives the board the authority to design a test or use a test, but it gives them the authority to identify which test.
It would seem to broaden the choices. Yes. Certainly, we would be able to implement that, if that's the question. Yep.
Perfect. That's great.
Yeah.
All right. Is there anyone here that wants to speak to this change? If anyone has concerns on this amendment to 271? Marvelous. I think you shall.
Okay, so I would like the subcommittee to support recommending to the committee amendment House Bill 271 FN.
0495H.
Excuse me, yes, 0495H.
Marvelous. All right. I will second that that request. Is there any discussion in reference to this by either any member of the committee? Seeing none, I think this solves the overlying problem that we were talking about in reference to an exam that didn't match a job and a desire to not repeal an exam process that was just created and really implemented less than a year ago. So I think we've kind of we've compromised here in working that forward, and we'll see how this goes. And as long as the director can implement as she stated, then I think it's I think this might just work. So I'll call a vote on adopting the recommendation in the subcommittee. Representative Grota.
Yes,
Yes.
yes, I vote yes. I'm sorry.
All right.
Yes.
The chair votes yes. Representative
Aye.
Bailey
Aye.
and Representative Long?
Yes.
Perfect. All right. So that will go forward as the recommendation to the full committee as to how to solve the issues that we had with House Bill 271. If there's nothing else on the docket on 271, I will close the subcommittee hearing on 271, and we will open the subcommittee hearing on 145.
Okay, so I sent the amendment to OLS, and this had to do with the background check, the criminal history record check portion of the bill, which was portion 1. And I'm sorry to say that I don't know where the amendment is. I think I don't know what happened, but I don't have it in front of me. And so I do have the language, which I would recommend to the that the subcommittee brings forth towards the committee, the large committee. But I don't have an amendment number. Let me just see if I can figure this out from my. I am so sorry.
When did they get it? Like how long ago?
They got it. I mean, I have it. I just don't know what the heck happened to it.
If they send it back to you, it should have a number.
I know. I'm looking through my emails now.
Okay, so,
I'm just a little bit behind stuff. You know what I mean?
So, D.
Actually,
Thank you.
Mr. Fry, Attorney Fry sent me the amendment.
Marvelous. And I would love to hear his explanation as well.
Do you want us to address the concept while you're looking for the specifics, Representative?
I realized that I'm looking for something that OLS has not sent back to me. So I don't have, I sent the one for House Bill 82 yesterday, which I didn't think I would get back, but Attorney Fry did send me both documents.
Marvelous. Are they, since we're covering the same FBI background check, do they read the same? Then we can talk about it right now. So go for it.
Yep, happy to let Attorney Fry take that, and we'll also defer to our friends at the Department of Safety who are really the ones with the expertise. We're just trying to implement what.
If I might ask, do you want me to run upstairs and see if I can get a copy of what they, let me do that. While you're talking, I'm going to run upstairs. I'll be
Sounds
right back.
great.
Make sure we have both 82 and this one as well. Just so perfect. Go for it.
Sure. So sort of what we were talking about at the committee meeting, which is just changing the criminal background statute to just get more specific, right? Instead of using just the Office of Professional Licensure and Certification. So some suggested language that we'd run by DOS was to use the executive director of the Office of Professional Licensure and Certification or its designee. And then also just defining what that designee is. So we use some language that was in the education bill that the captain had sent over to us and just inserted our own titles in there. So offices, agency counsel, administrative law judge, director of licensing and board administrations, licensing service representative or board administrator. So we just put in titles that we thought someone's hands might actually touch a criminal background check, throw it in there.
Okay, so that would be section 3 of 145, which covers that criminal history portion, and used the term office, which seemed to be what was problematic.
Yeah, so
originally.
Lines 3 through 21 on page 1 of HB 145.
Okay.
And then in addition to that, I will say the one thing I've inadvertently forgot when I sent over the amendment to Representative Grota was to get the effective date in there, because that was another key component. And I believe, was that July 1 of 2026? Yeah.
Okay. Effective date of the bill itself or effective date of this section?
I'm sorry, I missed that.
Effective date, because the effective date of the entire bill is 60 days after passage. You want a different effective date for the background check?
Well, I think to add some, Vic Muzzy, in charge of the Justice Information Bureau for the State Police,
Yep.
which oversees the Criminal Records Unit. Obviously, this bill is two-part, right? We're talking about criminal background checks for dietitians and then adopting the compact. So my fear is that I don't want to hold up the potential adoption of the compact if that's obviously pressing and something that's very near and dear to folks. My only concern is that I guess I'll say this, if the effective date remains at 60 days after its passage, the only trouble with that is we won't be able to disseminate any criminal records or fingerprint folks until such time that we get the approval from the FBI Criminal Justice,
Okay.
the law unit. So that's the only hangup, would be our ability to actually do that until such time that we hear back from them, which could be upwards of a year. So I don't know if it makes sense to dissect the effective date and say the effective date of Section 2 will be 60 days after its passage, and Section 1 will be effective upon the approval of the FBI Criminal Law Unit. That might be sufficient and appropriate language to satisfy both areas.
I know this is going to come as a shock to some people, but government sometimes moves at the speed of smell. And in this particular case, keeping a 60-day inaction date just it enables it to happen. Any sort of delays that occur in processing, we would not legislate in a time frame for that, because all we would be doing is, pun intended, handcuffing ourselves
Right.
in that regard. So if let's say we push that out 6 months and this gets figured out in 5, we sit there.
Nope, that's
so
fine.
so it's okay to have that 60 days there. It's just the board of the OPLC administration is going to obviously have to convey to those that put in for this, please understand that we're working through a process of approval.
Sure.
And as soon as that happens, we're golden.
Yep.
But I don't want to put a secondary date on that. It'll just enable it to occur, and then as we're able
Certainly.
to process it, we can. So that's not going to be necessary to make this work.
Oh, very good. I just wanted, for awareness purposes, wanted to make sure everyone knows that, we will be hindered,
Sure.
I guess, until that time. But
And my hope is that once we get language that the FBI is happy with, we can then mirror that across
certainly.
other boards and as well. So
Yep, no, that's the intent. And I think what we have here, in my professional opinion, or our professional opinion, Christine Shea is actually the administrator over the Criminal Records Unit, is also the compact officer. So she has is on a national board, basically, relative to the dissemination of the FBI's record for employment purposes. So we feel that basically the language that's been amended or added will suffice and will pass that test based upon our experience. A lot of things lately have been denied based upon being too broad.
Sure.
The FBI is really unwilling to sort of redefine that for us in the context of whatever bill we've put before them. They just kind of give us a boilerplate language that says, oh, this is too broad. That's really helpful. Appreciate that. So that's why we've modeled this after 189.13a, because that recently has changed and been passed. And so it seems to make sense to us that trying to model language after that would be the obvious course of action, given no other guidance from the FBI legal unit. So
And on top of that, if we've been successful, we can go, hey, you just, you were good here. How come we not good here? Reads the
Exactly.
same. So
So-
that, I think that's fantastic. That vets,
Sure.
I think, what we need to do in that regard. So that is the overwhelming hangup that we had on 145. It appears as though it is.
we hope.
So, Mr. Greenland is getting a copy of what I sent to OLS. And if we all have it in our hands and read it, that's not it. That's for
No, this
House
is
Bill
82.
82.
Yep.
So if we could, maybe we might, until Mr. Green comes back, hop over to House Bill
We can.
82 because it's the same issue.
If it is literally the same language, since
Yes.
this is a subcommittee and it's a recommendation to the full committee,
Yes.
if it is the exact same language, we can process it. So that's
So
fine.
this is the proposed language to House Bill 82, which I sent to OLS over the weekend, and they should be sending it to me as an amendment with a real number. But in the meantime, if the committee will accept this language as the language that will be used to amend House Bill 82,
And 145.
and 144, well, 145, I believe, is a little shorter because this it's the same language. This basically addresses a different board. Like the first one board, if you see at the bottom, is the psychologist, criminal history check, and then there's also the installation board. So this is all the languages, this has to do with all the background checks that are in House Bill 82. And then here is the language, which is the same one for House Bill 145.
Marvelous. Since we're still technically in 145.
Yes.
John, can you pass that down? Thank you.
So this is the language that I would recommend, and will have the amendment number for the committee when we have the executive session on this, which I think will be March 5th. Right?
Correct. Yes, that's correct. Okay. Yep. So they do read this. They read the same. Fantastic.
Representative Pearson, may I interject for just a moment?
Absolutely.
So there are two sections for criminal background checks in there. One's for Board of Mental Health Practice. The other one's for psychologists. The intent was to make sure that it mirrored what is in the dietitians. And then there are also some minor changes that OLS had brought to our attention with conflicts between RSA 310
Yes.
and board-specific statutes that are also in there. And then if you remember correctly, there was also a discussion, Mr. Steve Rancor came up and he had some concerns about electricians' language. So I've been going back and forth with him on language, and that is also incorporated into that amendment.
Beautiful. Okay, but it's incorporated into the 82 amendment.
82, yes.
Right. So as far as getting 145 processed and finished before we get into 82, do I have any concerns by other members of the sub? Wonderful. So let's go ahead and we'll do this without a number, since it's just an OLS delay and that really is irrelevant. That can be dealt with afterwards. So for the adoption of the proposed amendment for 145 to fix the background check language, you're gonna tell me something, right?
Yes, I move in the document that we have that says proposed amendments to House Bill 145, amending lines 3 to 21 relating to criminal history record checks. I move this as the amendment that we would amend House Bill 145 with to make the background check information compliant with the requirements of enforcement, and I will have the amendment number for the executive session on the 5th of March.
And I will second that. Any further discussion or concerns? All right. What do you say, Representative Bailey?
I'm fine.
You're an aye?
Yes.
Wonderful. Representative Long? Perfect. All right. So are there any other questions or concerns in reference to House Bill 145 that would like to be brought forward? Seeing none, I will close the subcommittee hearing on House Bill 145, and we will move into House Bill 82.
So, Mr. Chair, in front of you, you see language that starts with proposed amendments to House Bill 82. This is the document that I sent to OLS to represent the amendment to House Bill 82, which addresses different boards of OPLC. And there are different requirements under each board. The first one is to amend Section 8, which has to do with mental health practice and processing of license applications. And so Section 8, lines 20 to 30, they start at Section 1 with every applicant for initial licensure. This is the criminal background check information, as well as Section 2, as well as Section 3. The next section has to do with psychologists, which is at the bottom of the page, and it reads to amend lines 27 to 37. Again, Section 1 is the licensing Section 1, 2, and 3 have to do with criminal background checks, as well as Section 4. And then the next section would be Section 31, which has to do with podiatry. Again, there was a change by OLS in Section B, subject to the discipline in accordance with this chapter in RSA 10, as opposed to RSA 315.9 in the original bill. In section, this is still, and then the next section has to do with the electricians, which is the concerns that Steve Rancourt had in Section 39, which mentions RSA 319-C:8. And then on the next page, we have the Installation Standard Board, which was, again, a reference to, which needed to change the reference to RSA 310 per the office. Section 44 is the Installation Board, again, of manufactured housing, again, has to do with fees, and it's in accordance with RSA 310, which is the home RSA for OPLC. So I think that this addresses all, and since Section 45, it repeals the that particular section on fees because it's the wrong, it doesn't refer to that any longer. So I think that this addresses all the cleanup issues that had to do with House Bill 82 to make it in compliant with current OPLC regulations and background checks regulations that were
concern is that they may have to have 3 or 4 licenses under the MIRT. So in conversations with Representative McGuire, she would prefer to see one license type for the MIRT professionals. And so what she had done with the amendment was at least put a placeholder of with that indication of having one license. But we took it a step further with the handout that I just shared with the committee, because there are certain pieces within each of the modalities that are overly prescriptive with respect to being at least the age of 18 and having obtained a high school diploma or passed an approved equivalency test. Almost all of these modalities require a higher level of education, so those are assumed that they would be over 18 and would have a high school diploma. But because current statute has that in there, OPLC has to ask for their high school diplomas, and it's really difficult, especially for individuals who are coming from other states, to produce that if they've been in the profession for many, many years. So this is a cleanup opportunity for the MIRT. So what I handed out is the suggested statutory changes to reflect one license type for all of these modalities, and also to clean up the credential requirements. Happy to answer any questions. Oh, I would also add that I have worked with OPLC on this language, so they're aware of it. I've also met with the MIRT advisory board. They're also aware and approve of these changes as well.
Wonderful. Representative Grota.
So I have Representative McGuire's original amendment.
Yes.
Which amended, which added section 11 to this, to your amendments. What it added, so 328-J:11 starts with 1, limited X-ray machine operator license. And it went, and then it went through, it just left everything the same, except it added section 11.
Yeah, I think she added at the end versus my language, I think, is in the introductory paragraph, which is how the statute is currently crafted. If that makes sense.
It does, but it specifically says here, any licenses issued for medical imaging professionals and radiation therapists is valid for every modality. So where are you seeing that? Where am I seeing that in your amendment?
So I did not include her language 11. I had written this before she had submitted her amendment. So I think conceptually it's the same thing. It's just a matter of construction as to where you would want to put this one license type. Again, where I had put it in my handout that I gave you, it is the way that it's currently crafted in the statute.
Correct.
It starts off the
her
executive
amendment,
director.
okay.
No, my language is hers. She added an 11. She sort of added it at the end.
Yeah, go for it.
So, but in your amendment, you remove A from all the modalities.
Except for limited X-ray machine.
Correct. Whereas she hasn't changed anything
Right.
about that.
She
in hers.
recognized that further revisions were necessary, and she asked me to bring this to subcommittee.
I see.
Yeah, I do recall some discussion in reference to having to pluck this out of multiple sections to make it work. So it appears that's what you've done here. Which, yeah, I do agree. It does seem peculiar to ask for something. I've presented my master's degree to someone and then said, "Oh no, we need your high school diploma." And I went, "Oh, okay, that's cute, but sure,
right,
we can do that." I get where you're coming here, and it's just, one of the things that happens is that we get agencies or groups or departments in the state that look at something and go, "Oh, that's dumb. We're not going to do it." But here's the thing: when we pass law, you got to do it. It's not optional. It's law. So if it's bad, let's get rid of it. But the idea of, well, we're just going to ignore a law that we think is dumb is not how this whole universe is supposed to work. So I appreciate you bringing this forward with the necessary cleanup to handle this properly so that the agency is not required to do something under law that really they don't need to do
Correct.
anymore. So
Correct.
as far as the insertion, where that gets inserted, whether it's a paragraph 11 or how they do that is, believe it or not, really actually up to OLS.
Right. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to pull my recommendation for this amendment for House Bill 82 because we have to include this as well. And
It could be done as 2 amendments. It would be better if it was 1.
it's going to be 1.
Yep.
And if the committee trusts me, I will be glad to attach this and Representative McGuire's attached amendment and my proposed language together and bring to the executive session on March 5th an amendment that includes all these. If
that is the
chair-
desire of the subcommittee.
if that's the desire of the subcommittee.
Representative Bailey?
No.
You're good? Okay. I do want to hear from one other person in the that would like to come forward and speak, and then I do want to hear from OPLC. So great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am, come forward and just make sure for the record you let us know who you are.
For the record, my name is Michelle Heaton. I am the Director of Life and Health at the New Hampshire Insurance Department. We looked at this, and I apologize because I think we drafted an amendment, and I think in the shuffle, it got lost. So I'm not sure that it actually made it to who it needs to go to. But our concern is with sections 15 and 26 of the bill. In cleaning up, these sections are referring to 420J colon 8-C. And I think in cleaning up some of the statutory references, it can be somewhat misleading. So what we're recommending instead is for those two provisions, amending it so that it would say mental health practitioners licensed to practice in the state of New Hampshire, and just remove all the citations to the various things, because in cleaning up the citations, I think it's implying something that was not intended at all.
All right, go.
And
hit
I
me-
can
hit
send
me
that
with that
to
one
you.
more time. Section
Yes.
15, which is managed care law.
Yes.
Okay.
So it would amend 420J
Yep.
8, and it would amend subparagraphs A and B so that it would read mental health practitioners licensed to practice in the state of New Hampshire.
So removing the reference of RSA 330A.
Yes.
Okay.
And then for the psychologist, the same thing. Psychologists licensed to practice in the state of New Hampshire. And we just believe that's the cleaner way of cleaning up the statutory references. We just want to make sure that anyone who is licensed to practice in the state is able to be credentialed by insurance companies, which I believe was the intent all along. And I think in just cleaning up some of the statutory references, it can be a little bit misleading in what's left there.
Do you have that written down?
Yes, and I can email that to you. I just don't have it printed out,
Okay.
unfortunately.
Could you send that to me as
Yes.
well?
I'm going to need the opinion of the OPLC director on this
Right.
one, just to make sure that
Right.
that falls in line with the general way that things are worded, without, because I'd have to look up 330A to.
Well, 330A is the mental health practitioners licensing RSA, if I'm not mistaken. But I guess what you're saying is just saying under RSA 330A doesn't state that they are licensed in the state of New Hampshire.
No, I believe
Right.
in cleaning it up, there was removal
of the words?
reference to temporary license. And by doing that, I think there's an implication that because they have a temporary license, that they're somehow not able to be credentialed. And that's not at all the case. As long as you have a license, we don't care what kind of license it is. If you're licensed, then that is the requirement to be credentialed. And as part of the credentialing process for insurance, the insurance company is just required to ensure that they have a license and the ability to practice legally in the state of New Hampshire. So that's why we're just wanting to clean up those references, and we think it's cleaner knowing that statutes can change, so we don't have to come back and do this in the future. Just if they're licensed to practice in the state of New Hampshire, that's all that the requirement is.
Okay.
And where is the reference to psychologists in this bill?
I think subparagraph A is for mental health practitioners, and then subparagraph B is for psychologists. Oh, sorry, B is in section 32 of the bill. So somehow it got split up into different
Okay,
sections,
that
but
makes
it's
more sense.
the same 420J8-C.
Did you say section 22?
26.
Oh,
Oh, I see. So it's page 9.
yeah.
It's
9.
page 9, line 8. So it would be psychologist licensed
Under the state of New
under
Hampshire.
the state of New
Licensed to
Hampshire.
practice in the state of New Hampshire.
And remove the reference to 329B. Okay. Well, we'll
Yes,
have to
because that
wait.
way it would
Yeah.
fall under all of the OPLC's statutory
Got
scheme.
it. Thank you.
Thank you.
No problem.
I'm going to bring up our orange tagged friend here to find out what he would like to bring forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. John DeJoy, representing the National Association of Social Workers, as well as the New Hampshire Psychological Association. My clients object to this recommendation. with due respect to Ms. Heaton, I would like to live in the world that she just put forward, but I'd like to explain to the subcommittee where this language came from originally. In 2019, Senator Khan introduced Senate Bill 80. Senate Bill 80 was directly addressed at the significant backlog in behavioral health practitioners being able to practice in the state. Initially, it addressed the boards and speeding up the boards, but through testimony, there was testimony that credentialing of these same professionals was taking an extensive period of time. I can't get any more specific than that because I've read the notes and that's what I have from it. But from that conversation came this language. From talking to my clients, there was a time period where credentialing wasn't a foregone conclusion for folks under the Mental Health Practice Act or psychologists. The language was added to make it clear that these folks are licensed and are in fact eligible for credentialing. Our concern is that by removing that language, we could go back to a bygone era where it wouldn't be a foregone conclusion that professionals under the Mental Health Practice Act and psychologists are eligible for credentialing. So that's the reason we object to it. We think it's clearer by stating the RSAs that they're under.
Could we just add the R's? I don't know if this would work, but could we do something like psychologist licensed to practice under the state of New Hampshire, parentheses, RSA 329-B? Or does is that sort of a good compromise between the two?
That would almost be like saying baby kid.
I know, but I'm just trying to figure out.
I don't know how that's gonna satisfy both entities here. I think it might be, we need to talk to the director. So let's find out what the directors feel is on this, as far as this, the foregone conclusion of credentialing and the backlog that once existed.
Thank you so much. I think the credentialing that's being referred to is by insurance and not by the office specifically.
Okay.
So there's kind of two different steps, right? There's the credentialing, the licensure or certification that occurs within the OPLC. And then there's a separate credentialing that occurs for the billing based on insurance. I'm just going to look back and say, so far, am I right? Okay, so they're talking about two separate things. So I believe the credentialing of the previous discussion is related to insurance billing and not to the OPLC issuing a license to practice. I think one of the considerations is if there is a temporary license or we hear new license types all the time. And the thought would be, we don't want to impact I think the consideration for the insurance department is if they create a new path to a psychologist license or a mental health license in a different chapter, we're not going to have a flag in our email that says, hey, make sure we look at that managed care statute to ensure that we put the reference in. So I think that's the consideration, is just to say that it's broad enough to catch if there are additional considerations, or if we do a full rewrite and the Board of Psychology moves to a different RSA. So even if no other policy change exists, I think it's to say, let's make sure that there isn't an impact there. If people are getting credentials from the office but can't get credentialed because that number is not referenced in this statute. I think that's the consideration. Really has no impact on the office's ability to credential people, but that would be my understanding.
Okay. It almost sounds like we're talking about captain of the Army, captain of the Navy, not the same thing, but the same word. Are we confused? Are we using the same word in two different universes here and confusing what they do? Is the insurance department? Can you help me with that for a second?
So yes, there has been a lot of confusion in the past regarding credentialing and licensing and the requirements around credential and licensing. When we're talking about credentialing for insurance companies under managed care, the way that works is to be a part of a health insurance's network for like your HMO or PPO plan. You know how you use your insurance, you can go to an in-network provider. So when they're building that network, the carrier establishes credentialing criteria. And I think just to clear up any confusion, insurers and providers, this is a contractual relationship that the state is not involved in at all. So there is nothing that requires a carrier to credential or contract with any provider. I think historically some of the backlog has been because there are different levels of mental health providers. You know, you have your doctors, you have your PhD level, you have your master's level. Because there's a lot of confusion between the difference between licensure, which is setting the floor for what you have to do to be able to practice in the state, and what you need to have in order to be credentialed by an insurance company, which is different. And I think historically there's been a lot of confusion about what that means. And there's also a difference between privileges for a hospital. So if you're practicing in a hospital and getting privileges, that's a whole nother credentialing process as well. So I think there's been confusion as providers sometimes didn't understand the difference between what is required. And at the end of the day, a carrier does not need to contract or credential anyone. It's really up to them and the parties to negotiate that contract. So what we've been doing at the insurance department is trying to break down some of these barriers and confusion around credentialing, and we've come a long way. But what we're trying to fix in the statute is not even necessary to have that in the statute, we would argue, because we already have a whole nother section about what's required for credentialing. And in statute, we have some very basic minimal things that before you can credential someone, you have to make sure that they're licensed, and you have to have certain consumer protections in the contract between the provider and the health carrier. But at the end of the day, we do nothing to force people to contract. So I think that those two provisions somewhat are unnecessary. And I think in the past, what we've been doing and what OPLC has been doing is revamping and creating new licensure levels with the idea that if that person is now licensed and we have set as a state minimum standards and a scope of practice for them, that could lead to insurers credentialing them and allowing them to be reimbursed for services provided to insured patients. However, that is kind of conflating some issues, and I don't know that that's necessarily how it's panning out. But when we're talking about master's level clinicians for social work, psychology, clinical mental health practice, those providers are being credentialed, and we, as the insurance department, would take any complaints relating to the credentialing process, and we oversee that process to make sure certain statutory deadlines are met so that the process does move smoothly. So under the credentialing standards, if they get to that point of contracting where the insurer is going to credential them and they submit a clean application for these mental health providers of all different levels, the carrier has 45 days to complete that credentialing process to help streamline this process and make sure that, you know, where we have workflow issues or throughout the state, insurance is not the holdup for those workflow issues. That if they have decided to enter into a contract with them, they have 45 days to credential them and so that they can start billing and be part of that provider network. So I think there's a lot of different issues here and we're conflating a lot of different things, but the only thing we're concerned about is we want to make sure there are no more barriers than need to be in this whole credentialing process. And that's why our proposed amendment, we think, removes any confusion about that and makes it clear that the only requirement is that you have a license to practice. And that goes back to OPLC. OPLC sets the standards for what is that minimum criteria for being licensed.
You know, I've sat on the PTSD commission for 3 terms, and there's a lot of discussion within that commission about the fact that billing insurance is pretty much how it's so necessary that the barriers to be able to do that make things so restrictive and so problematic. So I what I don't want to do is I don't want to make this process more difficult, because a lot of these folks have to bill to survive. They have to be able to do that. I guess I'm trying to understand if your language, in your eyes, the insurance guys think that this makes things quicker and smoother.
I think it clears up any confusion. I think the minimum standard is that you're licensed. Carriers are routinely credentialing these types of providers all the time. They are an active part of all insurance networks. And we have insurance laws in place to make sure that process is going, within certain parameters. So from our view, this provision is not even necessary, but since it is there and we're going to clean it up, we want to make sure it's clear that there's no barriers to it. And I think when they're doing the statutory cleanup, they remove the reference to the temporary license because that statute is no longer the appropriate one. And in doing so, it kind of implies that you can only be licensed under one statute. And we don't think that's the case. If it's reciprocal license, it's a temporary license. From an insurance perspective, we don't care. If they have a license to legally practice in New Hampshire, that's the only thing we're worried about. And that's what we're trying to reflect in our amendment, is just that's what the criteria is that you have a license and you're legally able to practice in New Hampshire. That's it. I think there's probably other ways of doing that. We could put every single statutory reference in there, but then each time those statutes change or are modified, we're going to have to make sure we go back and update this. That's why the language I'm proposing is just broad enough that if you're licensed to legally practice in New Hampshire, that's the only requirement.
It is not the legislature's job to tell an insurance company how to, at least from the purview of this committee, how to develop that relationship. It's the Office of Professional Licensure does just exactly that, licensing. So I'm trying to understand.
I think I understand.
If I can have your opposition, if you will, come back up here and explain to me why, because if this makes things easier from a licensing standpoint, I don't know why his client would be opposed to that. So help me out. Help me understand why.
I'll do my best, but I have to be able to I have to speak with candor. This language exists because there was an era when many behavioral health providers were not being credentialed by insurance companies, or the credentialing was taking 6 months to a year. That's why this language exists. Yes, behavioral health providers are being credentialed today. This language has existed since 2019. Would it have taken due course and these folks would have been credentialed? I don't know, because the law is in place. What I do know is that things changed after the law was put into place.
And you view the current statute being specific to an RSA section as inhibiting the ability of folks to do what?
The current statutory regimen has enabled behavioral health providers to be credentialed in 45 days, which, as an aside, there's another bill in Commerce now about credentialing. There are two different classifications in the statute. Most professionals are licensed in 30 days, not 45 days. Behavioral health professionals are listed as specialists, and so they're 45 days. So there's been a long history of behavioral health professionals having a hard time getting credentialed by insurance companies. That's fairly clear in the hearing notes from SB 80. And that's why, you know, maybe it's just fear of the unknown, of going back to when things were different. Maybe Ms. Heaton could be absolutely right that things would be fine without this. My clients feel uncomfortable taking that risk. Because you're right. Insurance and reimbursement is the lifeblood of these small businesses.
So, okay. Are we boiling this down to a disagreement over a 15-day period?
No, I think we're boiling this down to whether behavioral health professionals need to be specifically cited in the chapter as they are now. We believe that behavioral health professionals under the Mental Health Practice Act, 330A, and 329B, Board of Psychology, need to continue to be referenced specifically to not impair their ability to be credentialed.
Okay. Go for it.
Okay, so I'm just looking at 420-J:8C, which is titled Reimbursement for Providers Waiting for Health Carrier Credentialing Certification.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And I think that it talks about, and it specifically says, for purposes of RSA 420J:4 and this section, a healthcare provider having a valid license shall include all mental health practitioners licensed under RSA 330A. And then this bill gets rid of the rest of it. And then in B, it's psychologists licensed under RSA 329B, and it just gets rid of and psychologist licensed in another jurisdiction, blah, 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 blah. So it basically talks about these two healthcare professionals and relates to RSA, to their specific RSAs. And you're concerned that, well, they're concerned that if we remove that RSA and just say licensed under the state of New Hampshire, they will have to confirm, or they'll have to prove that they're licensed. I'm just wondering, I mean, I understand why the language is in here, and but I don't understand. Let me ask the question a different way. Maybe you aren't the one to ask it. I don't understand why removing those RSA references creates a barrier, because we're defining that RSA as the process by which to get a license. And I think why the insurance company wants to get rid of it is because that reference to the license refers to different, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm looking at you both, that license reference refers to different levels of licensure within that profession. So rather than complicating it all with different license levels, they're saying anybody who's licensed as a mental health practitioner and anybody who's licensed as a psychologist. So I can understand their concern, but I also can understand how removing that reference removes the barrier. Am I explaining it correctly? Yes. So, do you want me to say it one more time?
You have the floor.
So psychologists, let's just take social, the first one, which is the mental health practitioners, because I think that's it's an easy one to explain. If you look under 330A, there's different levels of mental health practitioners that are listed there, depending on what kind of mental health criteria you have. And then if you just refer to the RSA, then the insurance company is stuck with looking at all these different levels of professions. Whereas if you refer to it as a entity, then it already captures all those people. I'm just trying to think of, oh, okay, let's just say that you have a basket of citrus fruit and the insurance company is saying all the citrus fruit is, it doesn't matter if you're a lemon, you're a lime, you're an orange, doesn't matter. All those people fall under this managed care criteria to be reimbursed, as opposed to referring to an RSA where they have to figure out, oh gosh, there's lemons and limes and oranges listed underneath all these things. And so what they're saying is, it doesn't matter what kind of a citrus fruit you are, because you're going to be all covered because you are licensed to practice mental health in New Hampshire. And you're saying that your professions are concerned about that because they've struggled so to get reimbursed, as evidenced by House Bill 271, right? Okay.
I would add that this is a housekeeping bill. And from our perspective, this is not a housekeeping measure.
Thank you, because one of the things I thought of was just to take this out of this bill and to send it on its merry way and look at this issue, because it's not only, is this the only issue where we have a licensing hurdle, or are there other professions in New Hampshire? No, this is it.
Not a licensing hurdle.
It's a
insurance hurdle.
it's a reimbursement. I'm so
I've
sorry.
been spending a lot of time in commerce because, I mean, today there was another bill about retroactive denials. There was a bill last week about credentialing. That's where most of this action happens, is in commerce. That's where most of these conversations happen. I mean,
Right, but okay, I would like to ask OPLC, because I would imagine you helped Representative McGuire write this, even though I'm a co-sponsor. You helped her write this, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So why did you put that section in there? The managed care section, because that's not really I wouldn't have thought that was a cleanup issue. So
I believe it was just because the license in another jurisdiction issued a temporary license to practice under RSA 329B 20 Roman 3. It was to remove, because that statute has been repealed. So that was the cleanup, was just to remove that. I will say, if the committee, it would not affect the day-to-day operations if the committee decided we don't want to move forward with that. It would, it is cleanup in the way to say this doesn't exist. We don't want to reference it somewhere else, but it.
I don't think that part is the point of contention. The strikeout is not the issue here. It's whether or not removing a specific RSA reference to turn it into a generic license to practice in the state of New Hampshire phrase affects John Q. practitioner here. I think that's, and I think that's what that really boils down to. I mean, and since this is tough here because you handle licensing, you don't handle credentialing.
No, I guess I will. The piece of it that we're saying is we want more people to be credentialed to be able to bill, but there's no obligation. I mean, there's certainly social pressure for them to continue to be able to bill, like for them to be credentialed by insurance companies, but there's nothing that binds them, even
Sure.
if they are licensed by
Yep.
any specific chapter.
Yes.
Even if this didn't exist and there were no requirement, like there was no standard, they wouldn't have to, right? So I guess that's kind of the discussion. What I was positing is if that section introduces less clarity by striking out the piece and the committee decided we're just not going to touch those two lines, it would not affect operations, I don't think, for either of our agencies. I think we could continue to operate status quo if you'd like to just say,
Because that's what I'm getting at here. Because the status quo, the problem with cleanup bills is, and I'll warn everybody in the room that uses that phrase, sometimes cleanup bills turn into gigantic mud pies.
we're
And
extremely aware of that dynamic. Yes, sir.
yes, so I am more inclined to say if things are okay right now, I'm not inclined to change them. Right? Because cleanup bills literally deal with, oh, this statute doesn't exist anymore. Oh, this reference is out of date, that sort of thing. This seems a little more complicated than that. And normally we see the argument go in the other direction. So where the users want things very vague and insurance companies want things very specific. So
I could say I think the concern, my understanding that my concern from the insurance department, who is really more holding insurance companies accountable than representing insurance companies. I will just
I get that, yes.
But I think the deletion of those pieces actually would introduce there could be a misinterpreted legislative intent, I think is what they were saying. So change would be better than just removing the repealed statute.
There's also one other problem here is that on a cleanup bill, when it comes to this type of language, that is appropriate to this committee.
Yeah.
When we start referencing the operations of relationships with insurance company, that is commerce.
Right.
So that is not, I think we might be getting out of our lane here a little bit, taking a cleanup bill and going just a little bit beyond cleanup. So that's,
if we'd like to strike it from the language and just not touch it.
well, I mean, we haven't put it in. So, I mean, as this sits right now, the amendment that Representative Grote is going to draft it's Schrodinger's cat here. It doesn't contain or not contain this yet. It's just what we're discussing as to whether it will contain that or not. And it sounds like realistically that's really outside of eDNA's purview if that's going to start affecting relationships. And if that change needs to come forward, bring it forward next year in a separate bill, and we'll put it to the appropriate committee. And I don't know that that's this one.
I do believe that language is in the text of House Bill 82 as introduced. So if the committee wishes in your amendment, Representative Grote, then you could just strike it in your amendment language.
I don't see that in here. As I don't see the changing of this to be licensed practice in the state of New Hampshire.
No. This is the first time that they've come and talked to us about this. So I haven't done anything with this in reference. So the discussion would be, we leave it the way it is in here. We repeal, we just take the whole section out, or we change it to the way the insurance company wants it to. I mean, the insurance commission wants it to. So, but you seem to have an idea. I can tell.
Yeah, I mean, I just sent it to you, so it'll be in your email later. We are introducing the amendment so there is no confusion about this. Practically speaking, this is not going to change the way we enforce this at all because we already would enforce it as these, and these types of providers are able to be credentialed, and the requirement is that they're licensed. That has what it has always been, and that was the case well before 2019. These providers have been an integral part of insurance networks for many years, so I don't see that changing. So from the insurance department perspective, this is not going to change the way we've interpreted the laws or the way we're enforcing them. But I think by doing a partial deletion of those, it can be misconstrued, and we don't want that to happen. And that's what we're trying to stave off. So we would say either just don't touch 420J and we'll clean it up at another time in one of our insurance technical bills. Or if we're going to clean it up with our proposed language so that it's not misinterpreted.
So if you're talking about leaving 420J alone, then you're removing sections out.
I'm going to take out section,
15 and 26.
yes, I'm going to take out section on page 4, lines 1 to 3. And I'm going to take out section
26.
page 9, lines 8 through 9.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
so-
actually, I'm going to take out the whole 26. I'm going to take out, yes, the whole section 26.
So
No, yes,
in doing so, then the strike through language is not going to be struck through then.
correct.
Okay.
The statute will stand as it does presently.
Okay. And you're okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay. Then it sounds like after punching each other in the head 20 times, we've solved this problem.
Yep.
Okay.
Just so that I'm not, I don't make a mistake, I'm going to make sure that I send the amendment to you, and we will meet and go over it.
That sounds great. I'm
Okay?
available whenever you
Okay,
need.
I just don't want to
Perfect.
steer the committee incorrectly.
Right. So, okay. So as far as action on 82, we're going to wait to see Representative Grota's final omnibus on that. And before we do, I think that would be prudent because it's been a little confusing. So, so we'll recess 82 and we'll reconvene 82 once we have that figured out. We have solved, just for those watching, the millions around the world watching on YouTube, we did solve at least the issue with the dietitian, that part, and we also solved the background check problem that occurs in this as well. So those matters have been agreed upon. So yeah, well, I'm just in reference to 82. I'm talking. So that's just, yep, that's okay. So those parts have been figured out. We've seemed to have struck a balance here with the other part, and I think at that point we'll wait on final language, and it doesn't necessarily even require a full subcommittee meeting. Since we've talked about the substance, it's just looking at the language to make sure it does what it does. So if there's no other concerns, then I'll close the hearing on 82, and we will convene at the will of the calendar.